Section 1 of The Shaving of Shagpat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matthew Reese. The Shaving of Shagpat by George Meredith. Chapter 1, Part 1. The Thwackings. It was ordained that Shibli Bagarag, nephew to the renowned Baba Mustapha, chief barber to the court of Persia, should shave Shagpat, the son of Shimpur, the son of Shulpi, the son of Shulam. And they had been clothiers for generations, even to the time of Shagpat the illustrious. Now the story of Shibli Bagarag, and of the ball he followed, and of the subterranean kingdom he came to, and of the enchanted palace he entered, and of the sleeping king he shaved, and of the two princesses he released, and of the Afrit held in subjection by the arts of one and bottled by her, is it not known that 'twere written on the fingernails of men, and traced in their corner robes? As the poet says, ripe with oft telling and old is the tale, but 'tis of the sort that can never grow stale. Now, things were in that condition with Shibli Bagarag that on a certain day he was hungry and abject, and the city of Shagpat the clothier was before him. So he made toward it, deliberating as to how he should procure a meal, for he had not a dirham in his girdle, and the remembrance of great dishes and savoury ingredients were to him as the illusions of rivers sheening on the sands to travellers gasping with thirst. And he considered his case, crying, Surely this comes of wandering, and 'tis the curse of the inquiring spirit, for in Shiraz, where my craft is in favour, I should be sitting now with my uncle, Baba Mustapha, the loquacious one, cross-legged, partaking of seasoned sweet dishes, dipping my fingers in them, rejoicing my soul with scandal of the court. Now he came to a knoll of sand under a palm, from which the yellow domes and mosques of the city of Shagpat, and its black cypresses, and marble palace fronts, and shining pillars, and loftily carven arches that spanned half-circles of the hot grey sky, were plainly visible. Then he gazed awhile despondingly on the city of Shagpat, and groaned in contemplation of his evil plight, as is said by the poet. The curse of sorrow is comparison. As the sun casteth shade, night showeth star. We, measuring what we were by what we are, behold the depth to which we are undone. Wherefore he counselleth, Look neither too much up nor down at all, but forward stepping, strive no more to fall. And the advice is excellent, but, as is again said, the preacher preacheth, and the hearer heareth, but comfort first each function requireth. And wisdom to a hungry stomach is thin pottage, saith the shrewd reader of men. Little comfort was there with Shibli Bagarag as he looked on the city of Shagpat the clothier. He cried aloud that his evil chance had got the better of him, and rolled his body in the sand, beating his breast, and conjuring up images of the profusion of dainties and the abundance of provision in Shiraz, exclaiming, Well away, and woe's me! This it is to be selected for the diversion of him that plotteth against man. Truly, it is written, On different heads misfortunes come. One bears them firm, another faints, while this one hangs them like a drum, whereon to batter loud complaints. And of the three kinds, they who bang the drum outnumber the silent ones, as do the billows of the sea the ships that swim, or the grains of sand the trees that grow, a noisy multitude. Now he was in the pits of despondency, even as one that yieldeth without further struggle to the waves of tempest at midnight, when he was ware of one standing over him, a woman, old, wrinkled, a very crone, with but room for the drawing of a thread between her nose and her chin. She was, as is cited of them who betray the doings of time, wrinkled at the rind, and overripe at the core. And every part of her nodded and shook like a tree sapped by the waters, and her joints were sharp as the hind legs of a grasshopper. She was indeed one close wrecked upon the rocks of time. Now, when the old woman had scanned Shibli Bagarag, she called to him, O thou! What is it with thee that thou rollest as one reft of his wits? He answered her, I bewail my condition, which is beggary, and the lack of that which filleth with pleasantness. So the old woman said, Tell me thy case. He answered her, O old woman, surely it is written at my birth that I should take ruin from the readers of planets. Now they proclaim that I was one day destined for great things if I stood by my tackle, I, a barber. Know then that I have had many offers and bribes, seductive ones, from the rich and the exalted in rank, and I heeded them not, mindful of what was foretold of me. I stood by my tackle as a warrior standeth by his arms, flourishing them. Now, when I found great things came not to me, and 'twas the continuance of sameness and satiety with Baba Mustapha, my uncle, in Shiraz, the tongue-wagger, the endless tattler. Surely I was advised by the words of the poet to go forth in search of what was wanting, and he says, Thou that dreamest an event, while circumstance is but a waste of sand, arise, take up thy fortunes in thy hand, and daily forward pitch thy tent. Now I passed from city to city, proclaiming my science, holding aloft my tackle. Wullahy! Many adventures were mine, and if there's some day propitiousness in fortune, O old woman, I'll tell thee of what befell me in the kingdom of Shah Shamshureen. 'Tis wondrous, a matter to draw down the lower jaw with amazement. Now, so it was that in the eyes of one city I was honoured and in request, by reason of my calling, and I fared sumptuously, even as a great officer of state surrounded by slaves, lounging upon clouds of silk stuffs, circled by attentive ears. In another city there was no beast so base as I. Wah! I was one hunted of men, and an abomination. No housing for me, naught to operate upon. I was the lean dog that lieth in wait for offal. It seemed certain, O old woman, that a curse hath fallen on barbercraft in these days, because of the identical, whose might I know not. Everywhere it is growing in disrepute. 'Tis languishing. Nevertheless, till now I have preserved my tackle, and I would descend on yonder city to exercise it, even for a livelihood, forgetting awhile great things, but that I dread men may have changed there also. And there's no stability in them, I call Allah, whose name be praised, to witness. So should I be a thing unsightly, subject to hateful castigation. Wherefore is it that I am in the state described by the poet when, dreading retreat, dreading advance to make, round we revolve, like to the wounded snake. Is not my case now a piteous one, one that toucheth the tender corner in man and woman? When she that listened had heard him to an end, she shook her garments, crying, O youth, son of my uncle, be comforted. For, if it is as I think, the readers of planets were right, and thou art thus early within reach of great things, nigh grasping them. Then she fell to mumbling and reciting jigs of verse, quaint measures, and she pored along the sand to where a line had been drawn, and saw that the footprints of the youth were traced along it. Lo, at that sight she clapped her hands joyfully, and ran up to the youth, and peered in his face, exclaiming, Great things indeed! And praise thou the readers of planets, O nephew of the barber, they that sent thee searching the event thou art to master. Wullahy! Have I not half a mind to call thee already master of the event? Then she abated somewhat in her liveliness, and said to him, Know that the city thou seest is the city of Shagpat, the clothier, and there's no one living on the face of the earth, nor a soul that requireth thy craft more than he. Go therefore thou, bold of heart, brisk, full of the sprightliness of the barber, and enter to him. Lo, thou'lt see him lolling in his shop front, to be admired of this people, marvelled at. Oh, no mistaking of Shagpat, and the mole might discern Shagpat among myriads of our kind. And enter thou to him gaily, as to perform a friendly office, one meriting thanks and gratulations, saying, I will preserve thee the identical. Now he'll at first feign not to understand thee, dense of wit that he is. But mince not matters with him, perform well thy operation, and thou wilt come to great things. What say I? 'Tis certain that when thou hast shaved Shagpat, thou wilt have achieved the greatest of things, and been most noteworthy of thy race, thou, Shibli Bagarag, even thou, and thou wilt be master of the event, so named in anecdotes and histories and records, to all succeeding generations. At her words the breast of Shibli Bagarag took in a great wind, and he hung his head a moment to ponder them, and he thought, There's provokingness in the speech of this old woman, and she's one that instigateth keenly. She called me by my name. Heard I that? 'Tis a mystery. And he thought, peradventure she is a genie, one of an ill tribe, and she's luring me to my perdition in this city. How if that be so? And again he thought, it cannot be. She's probably the genie that presided over my birth, and promised me dower of great things through the mouths of the readers of planets. Now, when Shibli Bagarag had so deliberated, he lifted his sight, and lo, the old woman was no longer before him. He stared, and rubbed his eyes, but she was clean gone. Then ran he to the knolls and eminences that were scattered about, to command a view, but she was nowhere visible. So he thought 'twas a dream, and he was composing himself to despair upon the scant herbage of one of those knolls, when he chanced to gaze down the city below. He saw there a commotion and a crowd of people flocking one way. He thought 'twas surely no dream. Come not genii, and go they not in the fashion of that old woman? I'll even descend on yonder city, and try my tackle on Shagpat, inquiring for him, and if he is there, I shall know I have had to do with a potent spirit. Allah protect me. So, having shut together the clasps of resolve, he arose and made for the gates of the city, and entered it by the principal entrance. It was a fair city, the fairest and chief of that country, prosperous, powerful, a mart for numerous commodities, handicrafts, wares. Round it a wild country and a waste of sand, ruled by the lion in his wrath, and in it the tiger, the camelopard, the antelope, and other animals. Hither in caravans came the people of Ulb, and the people of Damascus, and the people of Vats, and they of Baghdad, and the Ringis, great traders, and others trading. And there was constant flow of intercourse between them and the city of Shagpat. Now, as Shibli Bagarag paced up one of the streets of the city, he beheld a multitude in procession, following one that was crowned after the manner of kings, with a glittering crown, clad in the yellow-girdled robes, and he sporting a fine profusion of hair, unequalled by all around him, save by one that was a little behind, shadowed by his presence. So Shibli Bagarag thought, is one of this twain Shagpat? For never till now have I seen such rare growths, and 'twere indeed a bliss to slip the blade between them and those masses of darkness that hang from them. Then he stepped before the king, and made himself prominent in his path, humbling himself. And it was as he anticipated. The king prevented his removal by the slaves that would have dragged him away, and desired a hearing as to his business, and what brought him to the city a stranger. Thereupon Shibli Bagarag prostrated himself, and cried, O great king, sovereign of the time, surely I am one to be looked on with the eye of grace, and I am nephew to Baba Mustapha, renowned in Shiraz, a barber. I a barber, and it is my prayer, O King of the Age, that thou take me under thy protection, and the shield of thy fair will, while I perform good work in this city, by operating on the unshorn. When he had spoken, the king made a point of his eyebrows, and exclaimed, Shiraz! So they hold out against Shagpat yet, aha? Shiraz, that nest of them, that reptile's nest! Then he turned to his vizier beside him, and said, What shall be done with this fellow? So the vizier replied, 'Twere well, O king, he be summoned to a sense of the loathsomeness of his craft by the agency of 50 stripes. The king said, "'Tis commanded." Then he passed forward in his majesty, and Shibli Bagarag was ware of the power of 5 slaves upon him, and he was hurried at a quick pace through the streets and before the eyes of the people, even to the common receptacle of felons, and there received from each slave severally 10 thwacks with a thong. 'Tis certain that at every thwack the thong took an airing before it descended upon him. Then loosed they him, to wander whither he listed, and disgust was strong in him, by the reason of the disgrace and the severity of the administration of the blows. He strayed along the streets in wretchedness, and hunger increased on him, assailing him first as a wolf in his vitals, then as it had been a chasm yawning betwixt his trunk and his lower members. And he thought, I have been long in chase of great things, and the hope of attaining them is great. Yet, wallahi, would I barter all for one refreshing meal, and the sense of fullness. 'Tis so, and sad is it. and he was mindful of the poet's words: "Who seeks the shadow to the substance sinneth, and daily craving what is not, he thinneth. His lean ambition how shall he attain? For with this constant foolishness he doeth, he waxing liker to what he pursueth, himself becometh what he chased in vain." And again: "Of honour half my fellows boast, a thing that scorns and kills us. Methinks that honours us the most, which nourishes and fills us." So he thought he would of a surety fling far away his tackle, discard barbercraft, and be as other men, a mortal, forgotten with his generation. And he cried aloud, "O thou old woman, thou deceiver, what hast thou obtained for me by thy deceits? And why put I faith in thee to the purchase of a thwacking? Woe's me! I would thou hadst been but a dream, thou crone, thou guileful parcel of belabouring bones." Now, while he lounged and strolled, and was abusing the old woman, he looked before him, and lo, one lolling in his shop front, and people standing outside the shop marking him with admiration and reverence, and pointing him out to each other with approving gestures. He who lolled there was indeed a miracle of hairiness, black with hair as he had been muzzled with it, and his head as it were a berry in a bush by reason of it. Then thought Shibli Bagarag, "'Tis Shagpat. If the mole could swear to him, surely can I." So he regarded the clothier, and there was naught seen on earth like the gravity of Shagpat as he lolled before the people, that failed not to assemble in groups and gaze at him. He was as a sleepy lion cased in his mane, as an owl drowsy in the daylight. Now would he close an eye, or move two fingers, but of other motion made he none, yet the people gazed at him with eagerness. Shibli Bagarag was astonished at them, thinking, "Hair! Hair! There is might in hair, but there is greater might in the barber. Nevertheless, here the barber is scorned, the grower of crops held in amazing reverence. 'Tis truly wondrous the crop he groweth. Not even King Shamshureen, after 1,000 years, sported such mighty profusion. Him I sheared, it was a high task. Why not this Shagpat?" Now, long gazing on Shagpat awoke in Shibli Bagarag fierce desire to shear him, and it was scarce in his power to restrain himself from flying at the clothier, he saying, "What obstacle now? What protecteth him? Nay, why not trust to the old woman? Said she not I should first assay on Shagpat? And 'twas my folly, in appealing to the king, that brought on me that thwacking. 'Tis well, I'll trust to her words. Wullahy, will it not lead me to great things?" So it was, that as he thought this he continued to keep eye on Shagpat, and the hunger that was in him passed, and became a ravenous vulture, that flew from him and singled forth Shagpat as prey, and there was no help for it but in he must go and state his case to Shagpat, and essay shearing him. Now when he was in the presence he exclaimed, "Peace, O vendor of apparel, unto thee and unto thine." Shagpat answered, "That with thee." Said Shibli Bagarag, "I have heard of thee, O thou wonder. Wullahy, I am here to render homage to that I behold." Shagpat answered, "'Tis well." Then said Shibli Bagarag, "Praise my discretion. I have even this day entered the city, and it is to thee I offer the first shave, O tangle of glory." At these words Shagpat darkened, saying gruffly, "Thy jest is offensive, and it is unreasonable for staleness and lack of holiness." But Shibli Bagarag cried, "No jest, O purveyor to the outward of us, but a very excellent earnest." Thereat the face of Shagpat was as an exceeding red berry in a bush, and he said angrily, "Have done! No more of it, or haply my spleen will be awakened, and that of them who see with more eyes than two." Nevertheless Shibli Bagarag urged him, and he winked and gesticulated and pointed to his head, crying, "Fall not, O man of the nicety of measure, into the trap of error, for 'tis that I am a barber, and a rarity in this city, even Shibli Bagarag of Shiraz. Know me nephew of the renowned Baba Mustapha, chief barber to the court of Persia. Languishest thou not for my art? Lo, with 3 sweeps I'll give thee a clean poll, all save the identical, and I can discern and save it. Fear me not, nor distrust my skill and the cunning that is mine." When he had heard Shibli Bagarag to a close, the countenance of Shagpat waxed fiery, as it had been flame kindled by travellers at night in a thorny bramble-bush, and he ruffled, and heaved, and was as when dense jungle growths are stirred violently by the near approach of a wild animal in his fury, shouting in short breaths, "A barber! A barber! Is it so? Can it be? To me? A barber! O thou reptile! Filthy thing! A barber! O dog! A barber! What? When I bid fair for the highest honours known? O sacrilegious wretch! Monster! How? Are the Afrits jealous that they send thee to gibe me?" Thereupon he set up a cry for his wife, and that woman rushed to him from an inner room, and fell upon Shibli Bagarag, belabouring him. So, when she was weary of this, she said, "O light of my eyes! O golden crop and adorable man! What hath he done to thee?" Shagpat answered, "'Tis a barber, and he hath sworn to shave me, and leave me not, save shorn." End of Part 1 of Chapter 1. Section 2 of The Shaving of Shagpat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matthew Reese. The Shaving of Shagpat by George Meredith. Chapter 1, Part 2. Hardly had Shagpat spoken this, when she became limp with the hearing of it. Then Shibli Bagarag slunk from the shop, but without the crowd had increased, seeing an altercation, and as he took to his heels they followed him. And there was an uproar in the streets of the city and in the air above them, as of raging genii, he like a started quarry doubling this way and that, and at the corners of the streets and open places, speeding on till there was no breath in his body, the cry still after him that he had bearded Shagpat. At last they came up with him, and belaboured him each and all. It was a storm of thwacks that fell on the back of Shibli Bagarag. When they had wearied themselves in this fashion, they took him as he had been a stray bundle or a damaged bale, and hurled him from the gates of the city into the wilderness once more. Now when he was alone, he staggered a while, and then flung himself to the earth, looking neither to the right nor to the left, nor above. All he could think was, "Oh, accursed old woman!" and this he kept repeating to himself for solace, as the poet says, "'Tis sure the special privilege of hate to curse the authors of our evil state." As he was thus complaining, behold the very old woman before him. And she wheezed, and croaked, and coughed, and shook herself, and screwed her face into a pleasing pucker, and assumed womanish airs, and swayed herself, like as do the full moons of the harem, when the eye of the master is upon them. Having made an end of these prettinesses, she said in a tone of soft insinuation, "O youth, nephew of the barber, look upon me." Shibli Bagarag knew her voice, and he would not look, thinking, "Oh, what a dreadful old woman is this! Just calling on her name in detestation maketh her present to us." So the old woman, seeing him resolute to shun her, leaned to him, and put one hand to her dress, and squatted beside him, and said, "O youth, thou hast been thwacked." He groaned, lifting not his face, nor saying aught. Then said she, "Art thou truly in search of great things, O youth?" Still he groaned, answering no syllable. And she continued, "'Tis surely in sweet friendliness I ask. Art thou not a fair youth, one to entice a damsel to perfect friendliness?" Louder yet did he groan at her words, thinking, "A damsel, verily!" So the old woman said, "I wot thou art angry with me. But now look up, O nephew of the barber. No time for vexation. What says the poet? Cares the warrior for his wounds, when the steed in battle bounds? Moreover, let him who grasps the crown strip not for shame, lest he expose what gained it, blow and maim. So be it with thee and thy thwacking, O foolish youth. Hide it from thyself, thou silly one. What! Thou hast been thwacked, and refusest the fruit of it, which is resoluteness, strength of mind, sternness in pursuit of the object. Then she softened her tone to persuasiveness, saying, "'Twas written, I should be the head of thy fortune, O Shibli Bagarag, and thou'lt be enviable among men by my aid. So look upon me, and, for I know thee famished, thou shalt presently be supplied with viands and bright wines and sweetmeats, delicacies to cheer thee. Now the promise of food and provision was powerful with Shibli Bagarag, and he looked up gloomily. And the old woman smiled archly at him, and wriggled in her seat like a dusty worm, and said, Dost thou find me charming, thou fair youth? He was nigh laughing in her face, but restrained himself to reply, Thou art that thou art. Said she, Not so, but that I shall be. Then she said, O youth, pay me now a compliment. Shibli Bagarag was at a loss what further to say to the old woman, for his heart cursed her for her persecutions, and ridiculed her for her vanities. At last he bethought himself of the saying of the poet, truly the offspring of fine wit, where he says, Expect no flatteries from me, while I am empty of good things. I'll call thee fair, and I'll agree thou boldest love in silken strings, when thou hast primed me from thy plenteous store. But, oh, till then a clod am I, no seed within to throw up flowers. All's drouthy to the fountain dry, to empty stomachs nature lowers. The lake was full where heaven looked fair of yore. So when he had spoken that, the old woman laughed and exclaimed, Thou art apt, it is well said. Surely I excuse thee till that time. Now listen, 'tis written we work together, and I know it by divination. Have I not known thee wandering, and on thy way to this city of Shagpat, where thou'lt some day sit throned? Now I propose to thee this, and 'tis an excellent proposal, that I lead thee to great things, and make thee glorious, a sitter in high seats, master of an event. Cried he, A proposal honourable to thee, and pleasant in the ear. She added, Provided thou marry me in sweet marriage. Thereat he stared on vacantly with a serious eye, and he could scarce credit her earnestness, but she repeated the same. So presently he thought, This old hag appeareth deep in the fountain of events, and she will be a right arm to me in the mastering of one, a torch in darkness, seeing there is wisdom in her as well as wickedness. The thwackings? Sad was their taste, but they're in the road leading to greatness, and I cannot say she put me out of that road by putting me where they were. Her age? Shall I complain of that, when it is a sign she goeth shortly altogether? As he was thus debating, he regarded the old woman stealthily, and she was in agitation, so that her joints creaked like forest branches in a wind, and the puckers of her visage moved as do billows of the sea to and fro. And the anticipations of a fair young bride are not more eager than what was visible in the old woman. Wheedlingly she looked at him, and shaped her mouth like a bird's bill to soften it, and she drew together her dress to give herself the look of slimness, using all fascinations. He thought, 'Tis a wondrous old woman. Marriage would seem a thing of moment to her, yet is the profit with me, and I'll agree to it. So he said, "'Tis a pact between us, O old woman." Now the eyes of the old woman brightened when she heard him, and were as the eyes of a falcon that eyeth game, hungry with red fire, and she looked brisk with impatience, laughing a low laugh, and saying, "O youth, I must claim of thee, as is usual in such cases, the kiss of contract." So Shibli Bagarag was mindful of what is written, "If thou wouldst take the great leap, be ready for the little jump." And he stretched out his mouth to the forehead of the old woman. When he had done so, it was as though she had been illuminated, as when light is put in the hollow of a pumpkin. Then said she, "This is well, this is a fair beginning. Now look, for thy fortune will of a surety follow. Call me now sweet bride, and knocker at the threshold of hearts." So Shibli Bagarag sighed, and called her this, and he said, "Forget not my condition, O old woman, and that I am nigh famished." Upon that she nodded gravely, and arose and shook her garments together, and beckoned for Shibli Bagarag to follow her, and the two passed through the gates of the city, and held on together through divers streets and thoroughfares till they came before the doors of a palace with a pillared entrance, and the old woman passed through the doors of the palace as one familiar to them. And lo, they were in a lofty court, built all of marble, and in the middle of it a fountain playing, splashing silvery. Shibli Bagarag would have halted here to breathe the cool refreshingness of the air, But the old woman would not, and she hurried on even to the opening of a spacious hall, and in it slaves in circle, round a raised seat, where sat one that was their lord, and it was the chief Vizier of the King. Then the old woman turned round sharply to Shibli Bagarag, and said, "How of thy tackle, O my betrothed?" He answered, "The edge is keen, the hand ready." Then said she, "'Tis well." So the old woman put her two hands on the shoulders of Shibli Bagarag, saying, "Make thy reverence to him on the raised seat. Have faith in thy tackle, and in me. Renounce not either, whatsoever ensueth. Be not abashed, O my bridegroom to be." Thereupon she thrust him in, and Shibli Bagarag was abashed, and played foolishly with his fingers, knowing not what to do. So when the chief Vizier saw him, he cried out, "Who art thou? And what wantest thou?" Now the back of Shibli Bagarag tingled when he heard the Vizier's voice, and he said, "I am, O man of exalted condition, he whom men know as Shibli Bagarag, nephew to Baba Mustapha the renowned of Shiraz. Myself barber likewise, proud of my art, prepared to exercise it." Then said the chief Vizier, "This even to our faces! Wonderful is the audacity of impudence! Know, O nephew of the barber, thou art among them that honour not thy art. Is it not written, For one thing thou shalt be crowned here, for that thing be thwacked there? So also it is written, The tongue of the insolent one is a lash and a perpetual castigation to him. And it is written, O Shibli Bagarag, that I reap honour from thee, and there is no help but that thou be made an example of." So the chief Vizier uttered command, and Shibli Bagarag was ware of the power of 5 slaves upon him, and they seized him familiarly, and placed him in position, and made ready his clothing for the reception of 50 other thwacks with a thong, each several thwack coming down on him with a hiss, as it were a serpent, and with a smack, as it were the mouth of satisfaction. And the people assembled extolled the chief Vizier, saying, "Well and valiantly done, O stay of the state!" and such like to the accursed race of barbers. Now when they had passed before the chief Vizier and departed, lo, he fell to laughing violently, so that his hair was agitated, and was as a sand cloud over him, and his countenance behind it was as the sun of the desert, reflected ripplingly on the waters of a bubbling spring, for it had the aspect of merriness. And the chief Vizier exclaimed, "O Shibli Bagarag, have I not made a fair show?" And Shibli Bagarag said, "Excellent fair show, O mighty one." Yet knew he not in what, but he was abject by reason of the thwacks. So the Vizier said, "Thou lookest lean, even as one to whom fortune oweth a long debt. Tell me now of thy barbercraft, perchance thy gain will be great thereby." And Shibli Bagarag answered, "My gain has been great, O eminent in rank, but of evil quality, and I am content not to increase it." And he broke forth into lamentations, crying in excellent verse, "Why am I thus the sport of all? A thing fate knocketh like a ball from point to point of evil chance, even as the sneer of circumstance. While thirsting for the highest fame, I hunger like the lowest beast. To be the first of men I aim, and find myself the least." Now the Vizier delayed not when he heard this to have a fair supply set before Shibli Bagarag, and meats dressed in divers fashions, spiced, and coloured, and with herbs, and wines in golden goblets, and slaves in attendance. So Shibli Bagarag ate and drank, and presently his soul arose from its prostration, and he cried, "Wullahy, the head cook of King Shamshureen could have worked no better as regards the restorative process." Then said the chief Vizier, "O Shibli Bagarag, where now is thy tackle?" And Shibli Bagarag winked, and nodded, and turned his head in the manner of the knowing ones, and he recited the verse, "'Tis well that we are sometimes circumspect, and hold ourselves in witless ways deterred. One thwacking made me seriously reflect, a second turned the cream of love to curd. Most surely that profession I reject, before the fear of a prospective third." So the Vizier said, "'Tis well, thou turnest verse neatly." And he exclaimed extemporaneously, "If thou wouldst have thy achievement as high as the wings of ambition can fly, if thou the clear summit of hope wouldst attain, and not have thy labour in vain, be steadfast in that which impelled, for the peace of earth he who leaves must have trust. He is safe while he soars, but when faith shall cease, desponding he drops to the dust." Then said he, Fear no further thwacking, but honour and prosperity in the place of it. What says the poet? We faint when for the fire there needs one spark, we droop when our desire is near its mark. How near to it art thou, O Shibli Bagarag! Know then that among this people there is great reverence for the growing of hair, and he that is hairiest is honoured most. Wherefore are barbers creatures of especial abhorrence, and of a surety flourish not. And so it is that I owe my station to the esteem I profess for the cultivation of hair, and to my persecution of the clippers of it. And in this kingdom is no one that beareth such a crop as I, saving one, a clothier, an accursed one. And may a blight fall upon him for his vanity, and his affectation of solemn priestliness, and his lolling in his shop front to be admired and marvelled at by the people. So this fellow I would disgrace, and bring to scorn, this Shagpat, for he is mine enemy, and the eye of the king my master is on him. Now I conceive thy assistance in this matter, Shibli Bagarag, thou, a barber. When Shibli Bagarag heard mention of Shagpat, and the desire for vengeance in the Vizier, he was as a new man, and he smelt the sweetness of his own revenge as a vulture smelleth the carrion from afar. And he said, I am thy servant, thy slave, O Vizier. Then he smiled as to his own soul, and he exclaimed, On my head be it. And it was to him as when sudden gusts of perfume from garden roses of the valley meet the traveller's nostril on the hill that overlooketh the valley, filling him with ecstasy and newness of life, delicate visions. And he cried, Wullahy, this is fair, this is well. I am he that was appointed to do thy work, O man in office. What says the poet? The destined hand doth strike the fated blow, surely the arrow's fitted to the bow. And he says, The feathered seed for the wind delayeth, the wind above the garden swayeth, the garden of its burden knoweth, the burden falleth, sinketh, soweth. So the Vizier chuckled and nodded, saying, Right, right, aptly spoken, O youth of favour, 'tis even so, and there is wisdom in what is written. Chance is a poor knave, its own sad slave. To meet that were to meet, life's no cheat. Upon that he cried, First let us have with us the eclipser of reason, and take counsel with her, as is my custom. Now the Vizier made signal to a slave in attendance, and the slave departed from the hall, and the Vizier led Shibli Bagarag into a closer chamber, which had a smooth floor of inlaid silver and silken hangings, the windows looking forth on the gardens of the palace, and its fountains and cool recesses of shade and temperate sweetness. While they sat there conversing in this metre and that, measuring quotations, lo, the old woman, the affianced of Shibli Bagarag, and she sumptuously arrayed, in perfect queenliness, her head bound in a circlet of gems and gold, her figure lustrous with a full robe of flowing crimson silk, and she wore slippers embroidered with golden traceries, and round her waist a girdle flashing with jewels, so that, to look on, she was as a long falling water in the last bright slant of the sun. Her hair hung disarranged, and spread in a scattered fashion off her shoulders, and she was younger by many moons, her brow smooth where Shibli Bagarag had given the kiss of contract, her hand soft and white where he had taken it. Shibli Bagarag was smitten with astonishment at sight of her, and he thought, Surely the aspect of this old woman would realize the story of Bhanavar the Beautiful, and it is a story marvellous to think of. Yet how great is the likeness between Bhanavar and this old woman that groweth younger. And he thought again, What if the story of Bhanavar be a true one? This old woman such as she, no other. So while he considered her, the Vizier exclaimed, Is she not fair, my daughter? And the youth answered, She is, O Vizier, that she is. But the Vizier cried, Nay, by Allah, she is that she will be. And the Vizier said, 'Tis she that is my daughter, tell me thy thought of her, as thou thinkest it. And Shibli Bagarag replied, O Vizier, my thought of her is, she seemeth indeed as Bhanavar the Beautiful, no other. Then the Vizier and the Eclipser of Reason exclaimed together, How of Bhanavar and her story, O youth? We listen. So Shibli Bagarag leaned slightly on a cushion of a couch, and narrated as followeth. End of Chapter 1.
Section 3 of the Shaving of Shagpat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Shaving of Shagpat by George Meredith, Chapter 2, Part 1, and this is the story of Bhanavar the Beautiful. Know that at the foot of a lofty mountain of the Caucasus there lieth a deep blue lake. Near to this lake a nest of serpents, wise and ancient. Now it was the habit of a damsel to pass by the lake early at morn, on her way from the tents of her tribe to the pastures of the flocks. As she pressed the white arch of her feet on the soft green mossed grasses by the shore of the lake, she would let loose her hair, looking over into the water, and bind the braid again round her temples and behind her ears, as it had been in a lucent mirror. So doing, she would laugh. Her laughter was like the falls of water at moonrise, her loveliness like the very moonrise, and she was stately as a palm tree standing before the moon. This was Bhanavar the Beautiful. Now the damsel was betrothed to the son of a neighbouring emir, a youth comely, well-fashioned, skilled with the bow, apt in all exercises, one that sat his mare firm as the trained falcon that fixeth on the plunging bull of the plains, fair and terrible in combat as the lightning that strideth the rolling storm. And it is sung by the poet: when on his desert mare I see my prince of men, I think of then, as high above humanity as he shines radiant over me. Lo, like a torrent he doth bound, breasting the shock from rock to rock, a pillar of storm he shakes the ground, his turban on his temples wound. Matched for me worth to be adored, a youth like him in heart and limb, swift as his anger is his sword, softer than woman his true word. Now the love of this youth for the damsel Bhanavar was a consuming passion, and the father of the damsel and the father of the youth looked fairly on the prospect of their union, which was near, and was plighted as the union of the two tribes. So they met, and there was no voice against their meeting, and all the love that was in them they were free to pour forth far from the hearing of men, even where they would. Before the rising of the sun, and ere his setting, the youth rode swiftly from the green tents of the emir his father, to waylay her by the waters of the lake. And Bhanavar was there, bending over the lake, her image in the lake glowing like the fair fullness of the moon, and the youth leaned to her from his steed, and sang to her verses of her great loveliness, ere she was wistful of him. Then she turned to him and laughed lightly a welcome of sweetness, and shook the falls of her hair across the blushes of her face and her bosom. And he folded her to him, and those two would fondle together in the fashion of the betrothed ones, the blessing of Allah be on them all, gazing on each other till their eyes swam with tears, and they were nigh swooning with the fullness of their bliss. Surely 'twas an innocent and tender dalliance, and their prattle was that of lovers till the time of parting. He showed her how she looked best, she him, and they were forgetful of all else that is, in their sweet interchange of flatteries, and the world was a wilderness to them both, when the youth parted with Bhanavar by the brook which bounded the tents of her tribe. It was on a night when they were so together, the damsel leaning on his arm, her eyes toward the lake, and lo, what seemed the reflection of a large star in the water, and there was darkness in the sky above it, thick clouds, and no sight of the heavens. So she held her face to him sideways, and said, "What meaneth this, O my betrothed? For there is reflected in yonder lake a light as of a star, and there is no star visible this night." The youth trembled as one in trouble of spirit, and exclaimed, "Look not on it, O my soul, it is of evil omen." But Bhanavar kept her gaze constantly on the light, and the light increased in lustre, and the light became from a pale, sad splendor dazzling in its brilliancy. Listening, they heard presently a gurgling noise as of one deeply drinking. Then the youth sighed a heavy sigh, and said, "This is the serpent of the lake drinking of its waters, as is her wont once every moon, and whoso heareth her drink by the sheening of that light is under a destiny dark and imminent. So know I my days are numbered, and it was foretold of me this." Now the youth sought to dissuade Bhanavar from gazing on the light, and he flung his whole body before her eyes, and clasped her head upon his breast, and clung about her, caressing her, yet she slipped from him, and she cried, "Tell me of this serpent and of the light." So he said, "Seek not to hear of it, O my betrothed." Then she gazed at the light a moment more intently, and turned her fair shape toward him, and put up her long white fingers to his chin, and smoothed him with their softness, whispering, "Tell me of it, my life." And so it was that her winningness melted him, and he said, "Bhanavar, the serpent is the serpent of the lake, old, wise, powerful, of the brood of the sacred mountain that lifteth by day a peak of gold, and by night a point of solitary silver. In her head, upon her forehead, between her eyes, there is a jewel, and it is the light." Then she said, "How came the jewel there, in such a place?" He answered, "'Tis the growth of 1,000 years in the head of the serpent." She cried, "Surely precious?" He answered, "Beyond price." As he spake the tears streamed from him, and he was shaken with grief, but she noted naught of this, and watched the wonder of the light, and its increasing and quivering and lengthening, and the light was as an arrow of beams, and as a globe of radiance. Desire for the jewel waxed in her, and she had no sight but for it alone, crying, "'Tis a jewel exceeding in preciousness all jewels that are, and for the possessing it would I forfeit all that is." So he said sorrowfully, "Our love, O Bhanavar, and our hopes of espousal?" But she cried, "No question of that. Prove now thy passion for me, O warrior, and win for me that jewel." Then he pleaded with her and exclaimed, "Urge not this. The winning of the jewel is worth my life, and my life, O Bhanavar. Surely its breath is but the love of thee." So she said, "Thou fearest a risk?" And he replied, "Little fear I. My life is thine to cast away. This jewel it is evil to have, and evil followeth the soul that hath it." Upon that she cried, "A trick to cheat me of the jewel! Thy love is wanting at the proof." And she taunted the youth her betrothed, and turned from him, and hardened at his tenderness, and made her sweet shape as a thorn to his caressing, and his heart was charged with anguish for her. So at the last, when he had wept a space in silence, he cried, "Thou hast willed it, the jewel shall be thine, O my soul." Then said he, "Thou hast willed it, O Bhanavar, and my life is as a grain of sand weighed against thy wishes. Allah is my witness. Meet me therefore here, O my beloved, at the end of 1/4 moon, even beneath the shadow of this palm tree, by the lake, and at this hour, and I will deliver into thy hands the jewel. So farewell. Wind me once about thine arms, that I may take comfort from thee." When their kiss was over, the youth led her silently to the brook of their parting, the clear, cold, bubbling brook, and passed from her sight. And the damsel was exulting, and leapt and made circles in her glee, and she danced and rioted and sang, and clapped her hands, crying, "If I am now Bhanavar the Beautiful, how shall I be when the jewel is upon me, the bright light which beameth in the darkness, and needeth to light it no other light? Surely there will be envy among the maidens and the widows, and my name and the odour of my beauty will travel to the courts of far kings." So was she jubilant, and her sisters that met her marvelled at her, and the deep glow that was upon her, even as the glow of the great desert when the sun has fallen. And they said among themselves, "She is covered all over with the blush of one that is a bride, and the bridegroom's kiss yet burneth upon Bhanavar." So they undressed her, and she lay among them, and was all night even as a bursting rose in a vase filled with drooping lilies. And one of the maidens that put her hand on the left breast of Bhanavar felt it full, and the heart beneath it panting and beating swifter than the ground is struck by hoofs of the chosen steed sent by the chieftain to the city of his people with news of victory and the summons for rejoicing. Now the nights and the days of Bhanavar were even as this night, and she was as an unquiet soul till the appointed time for the meeting with her lover had come. Then, when the sun was lighting with slant beam the green grass slope by the blue brook before her, Bhanavar arrayed herself and went forth gaily, as a martial queen to a certain conquest, and of all the flowers that nodded to the setting, yea, the crimson, purple, pure white, streaked yellow, azure, and saffron, there was no flower fairer in its hues than Bhanavar, nor bird of the heavens freer in its glittering plumage, nor shape of loveliness such as hers. Truly, when she had taken her place under the palm by the waters of the lake, that was no exaggeration of the poet, where he says, "Snows of the mountain peaks were mirrored there beneath her feet, not whiter than they were, not rosier in the white that falling flush brought on the wave, than in her cheek the blush." And again, "She draws the heavens down to her, so rare she is, so fair she is. They flutter with a crown to her, and lighten only where she is." And he exclaims in verse that applieth to her, "Exquisite slenderness, sleek little antelope, serpent of sweetness, eagle that soaringly wins me adoringly, teach me thy fleetness, vision of loveliness, turn to my tenderness." Now when the sun was lost to earth and all was darkness, Bhanavar fixed her eyes upon an opening arch of foliage in the glade, through which the youth her lover should come to her, and clasped both hands across her bosom. so shaken was she with eager longing and expectation. In her hunger for his approach, she would at whiles pluck up the herbage about her by the roots, and toss handfuls this way and that, chiding the peaceful song of the night bird in the leaves above her head. And she was sinking with fretfulness, when lo! from the opening arch of the glade a sudden light, and Bhanavar knew it for the jewel in the fingers of her betrothed by the strength of its effulgence. Then she called to him joyfully a cry of welcome, and quickened his coming with her calls, and the youth alighted from his mare, and left it to pasture, and advanced to her, holding aloft the jewel. And the jewel was of a great size and purity, round and all luminous, throwing rays and beams everywhere about it, a miracle to behold. The light in it shining, and as the very life of blood, a sweet crimson, a ruby, a softer rose, an amethyst of tender hues. It was a full globe of splendors, showing like a very kingdom of the blessed, and blessed was the eye beholding it. So when he was within reach of her arm, the damsel sprang to him, and caught from his hand the jewel, and held it before her eyes, and danced with it, and pressed it on her bosom, and was as a creature giddy with great joy in possessing it. And she put the jewel in her bosom, and looked on the youth to thank him for the jewel with all her beauty, for the passion of a mighty pride in him who had won for her the jewel exalted Bhanavar. And she said sweetly, "Now hast thou proved to me thy love of me, and I am thine, O my betrothed, wholly thine. Kiss me then, and cease not kissing me, for bliss is in me." But the youth eyed her sorrowfully, even as one that hath great yearning, and no power to move or speak. So she said again, in the low melody of her deep love tones, "Kiss me, O my lover, for I desire thy kiss." Still he spake not, and was as a pillar of stone. And she started, and cried, "Thou art whole, without a hurt?" Then sought she to coax him to her, with all the softness of her half-closed eyes and budded lips, saying, "'Twas an idle fear, and I have thee, and thou art mine, and I am thine. So speak to me, my lover, for there is no music like the music of thy voice, and the absence of it, the absence of all sweetness, and there is no pleasure in life without it." So the tenderness of her fondling melted the silence in him, and presently his tongue was loosed, and he breathed in pain of spirit, and his words were the words of the proverb, "He that fighteth with poison is no match for the prick of a thorn." And he said, "Surely, O Bhanavar, my love for thee surpasseth what is told of others that have longed before us, and I count no loss, a loss that is for thy sake." And he sighed, and sang, "Sadder than is the moon's lost light, lost ere the kindling of dawn, to travellers journeying on, the shutting of thy fair face from my sight. Might I look on thee in death, with bliss I would yield my breath. O what warrior dies with heaven in his eyes? O Bhanavar, too rich a prize, the life of my nostrils art thou, the balm dew on my brow. Thou art the perfume I meet as I speed o'er the plains, the strength of my arms, the blood of my veins." Then said he, "I make nothing matter of complaint, Allah witnesseth, not even the long parting from her I love. What will be, so was it written. 'Tis but a scratch, O my soul, yet am I of the dead, and them that are passed away. 'Tis hard, but I smile in the face of bitterness." Now at his words the damsel clutched him with both her hands, and the blood went from her, and she was as a block of white marble, even as one of those we meet in the desert, leaning together, marking the wrath of the all-powerful on forgotten cities. And the tongue of the damsel was dry, and she was without speech, gazing at him with wide open eyes, like one in a trance. Then she started as a dreamer wakeneth, and flung herself quickly on the breast of the youth, and put up the sleeve from his arm, and beheld, by the beams of the quarter crescent that had risen through the leaves, a small bite on the arm of the youth, her betrothed, spotted with 7 spots of blood in a crescent. So she knew that the poison of the serpent had entered by that bite, and she loosened herself to the violence of her anguish, shrieking the shrieks of despair, so that the voice of her lamentation was multiplied about, and made many voices in the night. Her spirit returned not to her till the crescent of the moon was yellow to its fall, and lo! the youth was sighing heavy sighs, and leaning to the ground on one elbow, and she flung herself by him on the ground, seeking for herbs that were antidotes to the poison of the serpent, grovelling among the grasses and strewn leaves of the wood, peering at them tearfully by the pale beams, and startling the insects as she moved. When she had gathered some, she pressed them and bruised them, and laid them among his lips, that were white as the ball of an eye, and she made him drink drops of the juices of the herbs, wailing and swaying her body across him, as one that seeketh vainly to give brightness again to the flames of a dying fire. But now his time was drawing nigh, and he was weak, and took her hand in his, and gazed on her face, sighing, and said, "There is nothing shall keep me by thee now, O my betrothed, my beautiful. Weep not, for it is the doing of fate, and not thy doing. So ere I go, and the grave cloth separates thy heart from my heart, listen to me. Lo, that jewel! It is the giver of years and of powers, and of loveliness beyond mortal, yet the wearing of it availeth not in the pursuit of happiness. Now art thou queen over the serpents of this lake. It was the queen serpent I slew, and her vengeance is on me here. Now art thou mighty, O Bhanavar, and look to do well by thy tribe, and that from which I sprang, recompensing my father for his loss, pouring ointment on his affliction, for great is the grief of the old man, and he loveth me, and is childless." Then the youth fell back and was still, and Bhanavar put her ear to his mouth, and heard what seemed an inner voice murmuring in him, and it was of his infancy and his boyhood, and of his father the Emir's first gift to him, his horse Zoora, in old times. Presently the youth revived somewhat, and looked upon her, but his sight was glazed with a film, and she sang her name to him ere he knew her, and the sad sweetness of her name filled his soul, and he replied to her with it weakly, like a far echo that groweth fainter, "Bhanavar, Bhanavar, Bhanavar." Then a change came over him, and the pain of the poison, and the passion of the death throe, and he was wistful of her no more. But she lay by him, embracing him, and in the last violence of his anguish he hugged her to his breast. Then it was over, and he sank. And the twain were as a great wave heaving upon the shore. Lo, part is wasted where it falleth, part draweth back into the waters. So it was. Now the chill of dawn breathed blue on the lake, and was astir among the dewy leaves of the wood, when Bhanavar arose from the body of the youth, and as she rose she saw that his mare Zoora, his father's first gift, was snuffing at the ear of her dead master, and pawing at him. At this sight the tears poured from her eyelids, and she sobbed out to the mare, "O Zoora, never mare bore nobler burden on his back than thou and Servin, my betrothed. Zoora, thou weepest, for death is first known to thee in the dearest thing that was thine, as to me in the dearest that was mine. And O Zoora, steed of Zurvan, my betrothed, there's no loveliness for us in life, for the loveliest is gone. And let us die, Zoora, mare of Zurvan, my betrothed, for what is dying to us? O Zoora, who cherished beyond all that which death has taken." So spake she to Zoora the mare, kissing her, and running her fingers through the long white mane of the mare. Then she stooped to the body of her betrothed, and toiled with it, to lift it across the crimson saddle cloth that was on the back of Zoora. And the mare knelt to her that she might lay on her back the body of Zurvan. When that was done, Bhanavar paced beside Zoora the mare, weeping and caressing her, reminding her of the deeds of Zurvan, and the battles she had borne him to, and his greatness and his gentleness. And the mare went without leading. It was broad light when they had passed the glade and the covert of the wood. Before them, between great mountains, glimmered a space of rolling grass fed to deep greenness by many brooks. The shadow of a mountain was over it, and one slant of the rising sun, down a glade of the mountain, touched the green tent of the Emir, where it stood a little apart from the others of his tribe. Goats and asses of the tribe were pasturing in the quiet, but save them nothing moved among the tents, and it was deep peacefulness. Bhanavar led Zoora slowly before the tent of the Emir, and disburdened Zoora of the helpless weight, and spread the long fair limbs of the youth lengthwise across the threshold of the Emir's tent, sitting away from it with clasped hands, regarding it. Ere long the Emir came forth, and his foot was on the body of his son, and he knew the death on the chin and the eyes of Zurvan, his sole son. Now the Emir was old, and with the shock of that sight the world darkened before him, and he gave forth a groan, and stumbled over the sunken breast of Zurvan, and stretched over him as one without life. When Bhanavar saw that old man stretched over the body of his son, she sickened, and her ear was filled with the wailings of grief that would arise, and she stood up and stole away from the habitations of the tribe, stricken with her guilt, and wandered beyond the mountains, knowing not whither she went, looking on no living thing, for the sight of a thing that moved was hateful to her, and all sounds were sounds of lamentation for a great loss. Now she had wandered on alone 2 days and 2 nights, and nigh morn she was seized with a swoon of weariness, and fell forward with her face to the earth, and lay there prostrate, even as one that is adoring the shrine, and it was on the sands of the desert she was lying. It chanced that the chieftain of a desert tribe passed at midday by the spot, and seeing the figure of a damsel unshaded by any shade of tree or herb or tent covering, and prostrate on the sands, he reined his steed and leaned forward to her and called to her. Then, as she answered nothing, he dismounted and thrust his arm softly beneath her and lifted her gently. And her swoon had the whiteness of death, so that he thought her dead verily, and the marvel of her great loveliness in death smote the heart on his ribs as with a blow, and the powers of life went from him a moment as he looked on her face in the long dark wet lashes that clung to her colourless face, as at night in groves where the betrothed ones wander, the slender leaves of the acacia spread darkly over the full moon. And he cried, "'Tis a loveliness that maketh the soul yearn to the cold bosom of death, so lovely, exceeding all that liveth is she." After he had contemplated her a long while, he snatched his sight from her, and swung her swiftly on the back of his mare, and leaned her on one arm, and sped westward over the sands of the desert, halting not till he was in the hum of many tents, and the sun of that day hung a red half-circle across the sand. He alighted before the tent of his mother, and sent women in to her. When his mother came forth to the greetings of her son, he said no word, but pointed to the damsel, where he had leaned her at the threshold of her tent. His mother kissed him on the forehead, and turned her shoulder to peer upon the damsel. But when she had close view of Bhanavar, she spat, and scattered her hair, and stamped, and cried aloud, "Away with her, this slut of darkness! There's poison on her very skirts, and evil in the look of her." Then said he, "O Rukrooth, my mother, art thou lost to charity and the use of kindliness and the laws of hospitality, that thou talkest this of the damsel, a stranger? Take her now in, and if she be past help, as I fear, be it thy care to give her decent burial, and if she live, O my mother, tend her for the love of thy son, and for the love of him be gentle with her." While he spake, Rukrooth, his mother, knelt over the damsel, as a cat that sniffeth the suspected dish, and she flashed her eyes back on him, exclaiming scornfully, "So art thou befooled, and the poison is already in thee. But I will not have her, O my son, and thou, Ruark, my son, neither shalt thou have her. What! will I not die to save thee from a harm? Surely thy frown is little to me, my son, if I save thee from a harm, and the damsel here is, I shudder to think what, but never lay shadow across my threshold dark as this." Now Ruark gazed upon his mother and upon Bhanavar, and the face of Bhanavar was as a babe in sleep, and his soul melted to the parted sweetness of her soft little curved red lips, and her closed eyelids, and her innocent open hands, where she lay at the threshold of the tent, unconscious of hardness and the sayings of the unjust. So he cried fiercely, "No paltering, O Rukrooth, my mother, and if not to thy tent, then to mine." When she heard him say that in the voice of his anger, Rukrooth fixed her eyes on him sorrowfully, and sighed, and went up to him and drew his head once against her heart, and retreated into the tent, bidding the women that were there bring in the body of the damsel. It was the morning of another day when Bhanavar awoke, and she awoke in a dream of Zoora, the mare of Zurvan, her betrothed, that was dead, and the name of Zoora was on her tongue as she started up. She was on a couch of silk and leopard skins, at her feet a fair young girl with a fan of pheasant feathers. She stared at the hangings of the tent, which were richer than those of her own tribe. The cloths, the cushions, and the embroideries, and the strangeness of all was pain to her, she knew not why. Then wept she bitterly, and with her tears the memory of what had been came back to her, and she opened her arms to take into them the little girl that fanned her, that she might love something and be beloved awhile, and the child sobbed with her. After a time Bhanavar said, "Where am I, and amongst whom, my child, my sister?" And the child answered her, "Surely in the tent of the mother of Ruark the chief, even chief of the Beni Asser, and he found thee in the desert night dead. 'Tis so, and this morning will Ruark be gone to meet the challenge of Ebn Asrak, and they will fight at the foot of the snow mountains, and the shadow of yonder date palm will be over our tent here at the hour they fight, and I shall sing for Ruark, and kneel here in the darkness of the shadow." While the child was speaking, there entered to them a tall aged woman, with one swath of a turban across her long level brows, and she had hard black eyes, and close lips, and a square chin, and it was the mother of Ruark. She strode forward toward Bhanavar to greet her, and folded her legs before the damsel. Presently she said, "Tell me thy story, and of thy coming into the hands of Ruark my son." Bhanavar shuddered, so Rukrooth dismissed the little maiden from the chamber of the tent, and laid her left hand on one arm of Bhanavar, and said, "I would know whence comest thou?" that we may deal by thee and thy people that have lost thee." The touch of a hand was as the touch of a corpse to Bhanavar, and the damsel was constrained to speak by a power she knew not of, and she told all to Rukrooth of what had been, the great misery and the wickedness that was hers. Then Ruark's mother took hold of Bhanavar's strong grasp, and eyed her long, piteously, and with reproach, and rocked forward and back, and kept rocking to and fro, crying at intervals, "O Ruark, my son, this feared I, and thou art not the first, and I saw it. Well away! Why came she in thy way? Why, Ruark, my son, my fire eye? Canst thou be saved by me, fated that thou art, thou fair face? Or wilt thou be saved by me, my son, ere thy story be told in tears as this one, that is as thine to me? And thou wilt seize a jewel, Ruark, O thou soul of wrath, my son, my dazzling chief, and seize it to wear it, and think it bliss, this lovely jewel, but 'tis an anguish endless and forever, my son. Woe's me, an anguish is she without end." Rukrooth continued moaning, and the thought that was in the mother of Ruark struck Bhanavar like a light in the land of despair that darkly illumineth the dreaded gulfs and abysses of the land, and she knew herself black and evil, and the scourge of her guilt was upon her, and she cursed herself before Rukrooth, and fawned before her, abasing her body. So Rukrooth was drawn to the damsel by the violence of her self-accusing and her abandonment to grief, and lifted her and comforted her, and after a while they had gentle speech together, and the two women opened their hearts and wept. Then it was agreed between them that Bhanavar should depart from the encampment of the tribe before the return of Ruark, and seek shelter among her own people again, and aid them and the tribe of Zurvan, her betrothed, by the might of the jewel which was hers, fulfilling the desire of Zurvan. The mind of the damsel was lowly, and her soul yearned for the blessing of Rukrooth. Darkness hung over the tent from the shadow of the date palm when Bhanavar departed, and the blessing of Rukrooth was on her head. She went forth fairly mounted on a fresh steed, beside her 2 warriors of them that were left to guard the encampment of the tribe of Ruark in his absence, and Rukrooth watched at the threshold of her tent for the coming of Ruark. When it was middle night, and the splendor of the moon was beaming on the edge of the desert, Bhanavar alighted to rest by the twigs of a tamarisk that stood singly on the sands. The 2 warriors tied the fetlocks of their steeds, and spread shawls for her, and watched over her while she slept. And the damsel dreamed, and the roaring of the lion was hoarse in her dream, and it was to her as were she the red whirlwind of the desert before whom all bowed in terror, the Arab, the wild horsemen, and the caravans of pilgrimage. And none could stay her, neither could she stay herself, for the curse of Allah was on men by reason of her guilt, and she went swinging great folds of darkness across kingdoms and empires of earth, where joy was and peace of spirit, and in her track amazement and calamity, and the whitened bones of noble youths, valorous chieftains. In that horror of a dream she stood up suddenly, and thrust forth her hands as to avert any evil, and advanced a step, and with the act her dream was cloven, and she awoke, and lo! it was sunrise, and where had been 2 warriors of the Beni Asser were now 5, and beside her own steed 5 others, one the steed of Ruark, and Ruark with them that watched over her. Pale was the visage of the chief. Ruark eyed Bhanavar and signalled to his followers, and they, when they had lifted the damsel to her steed and placed her in their front, mounted likewise, and flourished their lances with cries, and jerked their heels to the flanks of their steeds, and stretched forward till their beards were mixed with the tossing manes, and the dust arose after them crimson in the sun. So they coursed away, speeding behind their chief and Bhanavar. Sweet were the desert herbs under their crushing hoofs. Ere the shadow of the acacia measured less than its height, they came upon a spring of silver water, and Ruark leaped from his steed, and Bhanavar from hers, and they performed their ablutions by that spring, and ate and drank and watered their steeds. While they were there, Bhanavar lifted her eyes to Ruark and said, "Whither takest thou me, O my chief?" His brow was stern, and he answered, "Surely to the dwelling of thy tribe." Then she wept and pulled her veil close, murmuring, "'Tis well." They spake no further, and pursued their journey toward the mountains, and across the desert, that was as a sea asleep in the blazing heat, and the sun, till his setting, threw no shade upon the sands, bigger than what was broad above them. By the beams of the growing moon they entered the first gorge of the mountains. Here they relaxed the swiftness of their pace, picking their way over broken rocks and stunted shrubs, and the mesh of spotted creeping plants. All around them in shadow a freshness of noisy rivulets, and cool scents of flowers, asphodel and rose blooming in plots from the crevices of the crags. These, as the troop advanced, wound and widened, gradually receding, and their summits, which were silver in the moonlight, took in the distance a robe of purple, and the sides of the mountains were rounded away in purple beyond a space of emerald pasture. Now Ruark beheld the heaviness of Bhanavar, and that she drooped in her seat, and he halted her by a cave at the foot of the mountains, browed with white broom. Before it, over grass and cresses, ran a rill, a branch from others, larger ones, that went hurrying from the heights to feed the meadows below, and Bhanavar dipped her hand in the rill and thought, I am no more as thou, rill of the mountain, but a desert thing. Thy way is forward, thy end before thee, but I go this way and that, my end is dark to me, not a life is mine that will have its close kissing the cold cheeks of the saffron crocus. Cold art thou, and I, flames. They that lean to thee are refreshened, they that touch me perish. Then she looked forth on the stars that were above the purple heights, and the blushes of inner heaven that streamed up the sky, and a fear of meeting the eyes of her kindred possessed her, and she cried out to Ruark, O chief of the Beni Asser, must this be, and is there no help for it, but that I return among them that look on me basely? End of Part 1 of Chapter 2. Section 4 of The Shaving of Shagpat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amy Graymore. The Shaving of Shagpat by George Meredith. Chapter 2. And this is the story of Bhanavar the Beautiful. Part 2. Ruark stooped to her and said, Tell me thy name. She answered, Bhanavar is my name with that people. And he whispered, Surely when they speak of thee, they say not Bhanavar solely, but Bhanavar the Beautiful. She started and sought the eye of the chief, and it was fixed on her face in a softened light, as if his soul had said that thing. Then she sighed and exclaimed, Unhappy are the beautiful, born to misery. Allah dress them in his grace and favour for their certain wretchedness. Lo, their countenances are as the sun, their existence as the desert, barren are they in fruits and waters, a snare to themselves and to others. Now the chief leaned to her yet nearer, saying, Show me the jewel. Bhanavar caught up her hands and clenched them, and she cried bitterly, 'Tis known to thee, she told thee, and there be none that know it not. Arising, she thrust her hand into her bosom, and held forth the jewel in the palm of her white hand. When Ruark beheld the marvel of the jewel, and the redness moving in it as of a panting heart, and the flashing eye of fire that it was, and all its glory, he cried, It was indeed a jewel for queens to covet from the serpent, and a prize the noblest might risk all to win as a gift for thee. Then she said, Thy voice is friendly with me, O Ruark, and thou scornest not the creature that I am. Counsel me as to my dealing with the jewel. Surely the eyes of the chief met the eyes of Bhanavar, as when the brightest stars of midnight are doubled in a clear dark lake, and he sang in measured music, Shall I counsel the moon in her ascending, stay under that tall palm tree through the night, rest on the mountain slope by the couching antelope, O thou enthroned supremacy of light, and for ever the lustre thou art lending, lean on the fair long brook that leaps and leaps, silvery leaps and falls, hang by the mountain walls, moon, and rise no more to crown the steeps, for a danger and dolour is thy wending. And O Bhanavar, Bhanavar the Beautiful, shall I counsel thee, moon of loveliness, bright, full, perfect moon, counsel thee not to ascend and be seen and worshipped of men, sitting above them in majesty, thou that art thyself the jewel beyond price? Wah! What if thou cast it from thee? Thy beauty remaineth. And Bhanavar smote her palms in the moonlight, and exclaimed, How then shall I escape this in me, which is a curse to them that approach me? And he replied, Long we the less for the pearl of the sea, because in its depths there's the death we flee. Long we the less, woe's me, because thou art deathly, the less for thee. She sang aloud among the rocks and the caves and the illumined waters, Destiny, destiny, why am I so dark? I that have beauty and love to be fair, Destiny, destiny, am I but a spark, tracked under heaven in flames and despair? Destiny, destiny, why am I desired, thus like a poisonous fruit, deadly sweet? Destiny, destiny, lo, my soul is tired, make me thy plaything no more, I entreat. Ruark laughed low, and said, What is this dread of Rukrooth my mother, which weigheth on thee but silliness? For she saw thee willing to do well by her, and thou with thy jewel, O Bhanavar, do thou but well by thyself, and there will be no woman such as thou in power and excellence of endowments, as there is nowhere one such as thou in beauty. Then he sighed to her, Dare I look up to thee, O my queen of serpents? And he breathed as one that is losing breath, and the words came from him, My soul is thine. When she heard him say this, great trouble was on the damsel, for his voice was not the voice of Zurvan, her betrothed, and she remembered the sorrow of Rukrooth. She would have fled from him, but a dread of the displeasure of the chief restrained her, knowing Ruark a soul of wrath. Her eyelids dropped, and the chief gazed on her eagerly, and sang in a passion of praises of her. The fires of his love had a tongue, his speech was a torrent of flame at the feet of the damsel, and Bhanavar exclaimed, Oh, what am I, who have slain my love, my lover, that one should love me and call on me for love? My life is a long weeping for him, death is my wooer. Ruark still pleaded with her, and she said in fair gentleness, Speak not of it now in the freshness of my grief, other times and seasons are there, my soul is but newly widowed. Fierce was the eye of the chief, and he sprang up crying, By the life of my head, I know thy wiles and the reading of these delays, but I'll never leave thee, nor lose sight of thee, Bhanavar, and think not to fly from me, thou subtle, brilliant serpent, for thy track is my track, and thy condition my condition, and thy fate my fate. By Allah, this is so. Then he strode from her swiftly, and called to his Arabs. They had kindled a fire to roast the flesh of a buffalo, slaughtered by them from among a herd, and were laughing and singing beside the flames of the fire. So by the direction of the chief the Arabs brought slices of sweet buffalo flesh to Bhanavar, with cakes of grain, and Bhanavar ate alone, and drank from the waters before her. Then they laid for her a couch within the cave, and the aching of her spirit was lulled, and she slept there a dreamless sleep till morning. By the morning light Bhanavar looked abroad for the chief, and he was nowhere by. A pang of violent hope struck through her, and she pressed her bosom, praying he might have left her, and climbed the clefts and ledges of the mountain to search over the fair expanse of pasture beyond for a trace of him departing. The sun was on the heads of the heavy flowers, and a flood of gold down the gorges, and a delicate rose hue on the distant peaks and upper dells of snow, which were as a crown to the scene she surveyed. But no sight of Ruark had she, and now she was beginning to rejoice, but on a sudden her eye caught far to east a glimpse of something in motion across an even slope of the lower hills leaning to the valley, and it was a herd that rushed forward like a black torrent of the mountains, flinging foam this way and that, and after the herd and at the sides of the herd she distinguished the white cloaks and scarfs and glittering steel of the Arabs of Ruark. Presently she saw a horseman break from the rest and race in a line toward her. She knew this one for Ruark, and sighed and descended slowly to meet him. The greetings of the chief were sharp, his manner wild, and he said little ere he said, I will see thee under the light of the jewel, so tie it in a band and set it on thy brow, Bhanavar. Her mouth was open to intercede with his desire, but his forehead became black as night, and he shouted in the thunder of his lion voice, Do this. She took the jewel from its warm bed in her bosom, and held it, and got together a band of green weeds, and set it in the middle of the band, and tied the band on her brow, and lifted her countenance to the chief. Ruark stood back from her, and gazed on her, and he would have veiled his sight from her, but his hand fell. Then the might of her loveliness seized Bhanavar likewise, and the full orbs of her eyes glowed on the chief as on a mirror, and she moved her serpent figure scornfully, and smiled, saying, Is it well? And he, when he could speak, replied, 'Tis well, I have seen thee, for now can I die this day, if it be that I am to die. And well it is, for now know I there is truly no place but the tomb can hold me from thee. Bhanavar put the jewel from her brow into her bosom, and questioned him, Why is thy dread this day, O my chief? He answered her gravely, I have seen Rukrooth my mother while I slept, and she was weeping, weeping by a stream, yea, a stream of blood, and it was a stream that flowed in 100 gushes from her own veins. The sun of this dawn now, seest thou not? 'Tis over crimson, the vulture hangeth low down yonder valley. And he cried to her, Haste, mount with me, for I have told Rukrooth a thing, and I know that woman crafty in the thwarting of schemes. Such a fox is she where aught accordeth not with her forecastings, and the judgment of her love for me. By Allah, 'twere well we clash not, for that I will do, I do, and that she will do, doth she." So the twain mounted their steeds, and Ruark gathered his Arabs, and placed them, some in advance, some on either side, of Bhanavar, and they rode forward to the head of the valley, and across the meadows, through the blushing crowds of flowers, baths of freshest scents, cool breezes that awoke in the nostrils of the mares neighing of delight, and these pranced and curvetted, and swung their tails, and gave expression to their joy in many graceful fashions. But a gloom was on Ruark, and a quick fire in his falcon eye, and he rode with heels alert on the flanks of his mare, dashing onward to right and left, as do they that beat the jungle for the crouching tiger. Once, when he was well nigh half a league in front, he wheeled his mare and raced back full on Bhanavar, grasping her bridle, and hissing between his teeth, "Not a soul shall have thee save I, by the tomb of my fathers, never while life is with us." And he taunted her with bitter names, and was as one in the madness of intoxication, drunken with the aspect of her matchless beauty, and with exceeding love for her. And Bhanavar knew that the dread of a mishap was on the mind of the chief. Now the space of pasture was, behind them, a broad lake of gold and jasper, and they entered a region of hills, heights, and fastnesses, robed in forests, that rose in rounded swells of leafage, each over each, above all points of snow, that were as flickering silver flames in the farthest blue. This was the country of Bhanavar. And she gazed mournfully on the glades of golden green, and the glens of iron blackness, and the wild flowers, wild blossoms, and weeds well known to her, that would not let her memory rest, and were wistful of what had been. And she thought, "My sisters tend the flocks, my mother spinneth with the maidens of the tribe, my father hunteth. How shall I come among them but strange? Coldly will they regard me. I shall feel them shudder when they take me to their bosoms." She looked on Ruark to speak with him, but the mouth of the chief was set and white, and even while she looked, cries of treason and battle arose from the Arabs that were ahead, hidden by a branching wind of the way round a mountain slant. Then the eyes of the chief reddened, his nostrils grew wide, and the darkness of his face was as flame mixed with smoke, and he seized Bhanavar and hastened onward, and lo, yonder were his men overmatched, and the warriors of the mountains bursting on them from an ambush on all sides. Ruark leapt in his seat, and the light of combat was on him, and he dug his knees into his mare, and shouted the war cry of his tribe, lifting his hands as it were to draw down wrath from the very heavens, and rushed to the encounter. Says the poet, "Hast thou seen the wild herd by the jungle galloping close? With a thunder of hoofs they trample what heads may oppose, terribly crushing, tempest like onward they sweep, but a spring from the reeds, and the panther is sprawling in air, and with muzzles to dust and black beards foam lashed, here and there scattered they fly, crimson-eyed, tracked with blood to the deep." Such was the onset of Ruark, his stroke the stroke of death, and ere the echoes had ceased rolling from that cry of his, the mountain warriors were scattered before him on the narrow way, hurled down the scrub of the mountain, even as dead leaves and loosened stones, so like an arm of lightning was the chief. Now Ruark pursued them, and was lost to Bhanavar round a slope of the mountain. She quickened her pace to mark him in the glory of battle, and behold, a sudden darkness enveloped her, and she felt herself in the swath of tightened folds, clasped in an arm, and borne rapidly she knew not whither, for she could hear and see nothing. It was to her as were she speeding constantly downward in darkness to the lower realms of the genii of the Caucasus, and every sense, and even that of fear, was stunned in her. How long an interval had elapsed she knew not, when the folds were unwound, but it was light of day in the faces of men, and they were warriors that were about her, warriors of the mountain, but of Ruark and his Arabs no voice. So she said to them, "What do ye with me?" And one among them, that was a youth of dignity and grace, and a countenance like morning on the mountains, answered, "The will of Rukrooth, O lady, and it is the plight of him we bow to, with Rukrooth, mother of the desert chief." She cried, "Is he here, the prince, that I may speak with him?" The same young warrior made answer, "Not so, forewarned was he, and well for him." Bhanavar drew her robe about her and was mute. Ere the setting of the moon they journeyed on with her, and continued so 3 days and nights, through the defiles and ravines and matted growths of the mountain. On the 4th dawn they were on the summit of a lofty mountain rise, below them the sun, shooting a current of gold across the leagues of sea. Then he that had spoken with Bhanavar said, "A sail shall come." And a sail came from under the sun. Scarce had the ship grated shore, when the warriors lifted Bhanavar, and waded through the water with her, and placed her unwedded in the ship. And one, the fair youth among the warriors, sprang on board with her, remaining by her. So the captain pushed off, and the wind filled the sails, and Bhanavar was borne over the lustre of the sea, that was as a changing opal in its lustre, even as a melted jewel flowing from the fingers of the Maker, the Almighty One. The ships ceased not sailing till they came to a narrow strait, where the sea was but a river between fair sloping hills, alight with towers and palaces, opening a way to a great city, that was in its radiance over the waters of the sea as the aspect of myriad sheeny white doves breasting the wave. Hitherto the young warrior had held aloof in coldness of courtesy from Bhanavar, but now he sat by her, and said, "The bond between my prince and Rukrooth is accomplished, and it was to snatch thee from the chief of the Beni Asser, and bring thee even to this city." Bhanavar exclaimed, "Allah be praised in all things, and his will be done." The youth continued, "Thou art alone here, O lady, exposed to the perils of loneliness. Surely it were well if I linger with thee awhile, and see to thy welfare in this city, even as a brother with a sister, and I will deal honourably by thee." Bhanavar looked on the young warrior, and blushed at his exceeding sweetness with her. The soft freshness of his voice was to her as the blossom laden breeze in the valleys of the mountains, and she breathed low the words of her gratitude, saying, "If I am not a burden, let this be so." Then said he, "Know me by my name, which is Almeryl, and that we seem indeed of one kin, make known unto me thine." She replied, "Ill omened is it, this name of Bhanavar?" The youth among the warriors gazed on her a moment with the fluttering eye of bashfulness, and said, "Can they that have marked thee call thee other than Bhanavar the Beautiful?" She remembered that Ruark had spoken in like manner, and the curse of her beauty smote her, and she thought, "This fair youth, he hath not a mother to watch over him and ward off souls of evil. I dread there will come a mishap to him through me. Allah shield him from it!" And she sought to dissuade him from resting by her, but he cried, "'Tis but a choice to dwell with thee, or with the dogs in the street outside thy door, O Bhanavar!" Now the ship sailed close up to the quay, and cast anchor there in the midst of other ships of merchandise. Almeryl then threw a robe over his mountain dress, and spoke with the captain apart, and he and Bhanavar took leave of the captain, and landed on the quay among the porters. And of these one stepped forward to them and shouted cheerily, "Where be the burdens and the bales, O ye fair couple fashioned in the eye of elegant proportions? Ye twin palm trees, male and female, Wullahy, broad is the back of your servant." Almeryl beckoned him that he should follow them, and he followed them, blessing the wind that had brought them to the city and the day. So they passed through the streets and lanes of the city, and the porter pointed out this house and that house, wanting an occupant, and Almeryl fixed on one in an open thoroughfare that had before it a grass plot, and behind a garden with fountains and flowers, and grass knolls shaded by trees, and he paid down the half of its price, and had it furnished before nightfall, sumptuously, and women in it to wait on Bhanavar, and stuffs and goods, and scents for the bath, all luxuries whatsoever that tradesmen and merchants there could give in exchange for gold. Then Almeryl dismissed the porter in Allah's name, and gladdened his spirit with a gift over the due of his hire that exalted him in the eyes of the porter, and the porter went from him exclaiming, "In extremity Ukleek is thy slave." And he sang, "Shouldst thou see a slim youth with a damsel arriving, be sure 'tis the hour when thy fortune is thriving. A generous fee makes the members so supple, that over the world they could carry this couple." Now so it was that the youth Almeryl and the damsel Bhanavar abode in the city they had come to weeks and months, and life to either of them as the flowing of a gentle stream, even as brother and sister lived they, chastely and with temperate feasting. Surely the youth loved her with a great love, and the heart of Bhanavar turned not from him, and was won utterly by his gentleness and nobleness and devotion, and they relied on each other's presence for any joy, and were desolate in absence, as the poet says, "When we must part, love, such is my smart, love. Sweetness is savourless, fairness is favourless. But when in sight, love, we two unite, love. Earth has no sour to me, life is a flower to me." And with the increase of every day their passion increased, and the revealing light in their eyes brightened, and was humid, as is sung by him that luted to the rage of hearts. Even's star yonder, come like a crown on us, larger and fonder, grows its orb down on us. So love, my love for thee, blossoms increasingly, so sinks it in the sea, waxing unceasingly. On a night when the singing girls had left them, the youth could contain himself no more, and caught the two hands of Bhanavar in his, saying, "This that is in my soul for thee thou knowest, O Bhanavar, and 'tis spoken when I move and when I breathe. O my loved one, tell me then the cause of thy shunning me whenever I would speak of it, and be plain with thee." For a moment Bhanavar sought to release herself from his hold, but the love in his eyes entangled her soul as in a net, and she sank forward to him and sighed under his chin, "'Twas indeed my very love of thee that made me." The twain embraced and kissed a long kiss, and leaned sideways together, and Bhanavar said, "Hear me, what I am." Then she related the story of the serpent and the jewel, and of the death of her betrothed. When it was ended, Almeryl cried, "And was this all? This that severed us?" And he said, "Hear what I am." So he told Bhanavar how Rukrooth, the mother of Ruark, had sent messengers to the prince his father, warning him of the passage of Ruark through the mountains, with one, a queen of serpents, a sorceress, that had bewitched him and enthralled him in a mighty love for her, to the ruin of Ruark, and how the chief was on his way with her to demand her in marriage at the hands of her parents. And the words of Rukrooth were, "By the service that was between thee and my husband, and by the death he died, O prince, rescue the chief my son from this damsel, and entrap her from him, and have her sent even to the city of the inland sea, for no less a distance than that keepeth Ruark from her." And Almeryl continued, "I questioned the messengers myself, and they told me the marvel of thy loveliness, and the peril to him that looked on it. So I swore there was no power should keep me from a sight of thee, O my loved one, my prize, my life, my sleek antelope of the hills. Surely when my father appointed the warriors to lie in wait for thy coming, I slipped among them, so that they thought it ordered by him I should head them. The rest is known to thee, O my fountain of blissfulness. But the treachery to Ruark was the treachery of Ebn Azrak, not of such warriors as we, and I would have fallen on Ebn Azrak had not Ruark so rooted that man without faith. 'Twas all as I have said, blessed be Allah and his decrees." Bhanavar gazed on her beloved, and the bridal dew overflowed her underlids, and she loosed her hair to let it flow, part over her shoulders, part over his, and in sighs that were the measure of music she sang, "I thought not to love again, but now I love as I loved not before. I love not, I adore. O my beloved, kiss, kiss me, waste thy kisses like a rain. Are not thy red lips fain? Oh, and so softly they greet. Am I not sweet? Sweet must I be for thee, or sweet in vain. Sweet to thee only, my dear love. The lamps and censers sink, but cannot cheat these eyes of thine that shoot above, trembling lustres of the dove. A darkness drowns all lustres, still I see thee, my love, thee. Thee, my glory of gold, from head to feet. Oh, how the lids of the world close, quite when our lips meet." Almeryl strained her to him, and responded, "My life was midnight on the mountain side. Cold stars were on the heights there. In my darkness I had lived and died, content with nameless lights. Sudden I saw the heavens flush with a beam, and I ascended soon, and evermore over mankind supreme stood silver in the moon." And he fell playfully into a new metre, singing, "Who will I paint my beloved in musical word or color? Earth with an envy is moved. Sea-shells and roses she brings, gems from the green ocean springs, fruits with the fairy bloom dews, feathers of paradise hues, waters with jewel bright falls, ore from the Genii halls, all in their splendor approved, all but matched with my beloved, darker and denser and duller." Then she kissed him for that song, and sang, "Once to be beautiful was my pride, and I blushed in love with my own bright brow. Once when a wooer was by my side, I worshipped the object that had his vow. Different, different, different now. Different now is my beauty to me. Different, different, different now, for I prize it alone because prized by thee." Almeryl stretched his arm to the lattice and drew it open, letting in the soft night wind, and the sound of the fountain, and the bulbul, and the beam of the stars, and versed to her in the languor of deep love. "Whether we die or we live, matters it now no more. Life has naught further to give. Love is its crown and its core. Come to us either we're rife, death or life. Death can take not away. Darkness and light are the same. We are beyond the pale ray, wrapped in a rosier flame. Welcome which will to our breath, life or death." So did these two lovers lute and sing in the stillness of the night, pouring into each other's ears melodies from the new sea of fancy and feeling that flowed through them. Ere they ceased their sweet interchange of tenderness, which was but one speech from one soul, a glow of light ran up to the sky, and the edge of a cloud was fired, and in the blooming of dawn Almeryl hung over Bhanavar, and his heart ached to see the freshness of her wondrous loveliness, and he sang, looking on her, The rose is living in her cheeks, the lily in her rounded chin. She speaks but when her whole soul speaks, and then the two flow out and in, and mix their red and white to make the hue for which I'd paradise forsake. Her brow from her black falling hair ascends like morn, her nose is clear as morning hills and finely fair, with pearly nostrils curving near the red bow of her upper lip. Her bosom's the white wave beneath the ship, the fair full earth, the enraptured skies, she images in constant play. Night and the stars are in her eyes, but her sweet face is beaming day, a bounteous interblush of flowers, a dewy brilliance in a dale of bowers. Then he said, And this morning shall our contract of marriage be written and witnessed. She answered, As my lord willeth, I am his. Said he, And it is thy desire? She nestled to him, and dinted his bare arm with the pearls of her mouth for a reply. So that morning their contract of marriage was written, and witnessed by the legal number of witnesses in the presence of the Cadi, with his license on it endorsed, and Bhanavar was the bride of Almeryl, he her husband. Never was youth blessed in a bride like that youth. Now the twain lived together the circle of a full year of delightful marriage, and love lessened not in them, but was as the love of their first day. Little cared they, having each other, for the loneliness of their dwelling in that city, where they knew none save the porter Aklit, who went about their commissions. Sometimes to amuse themselves with his drolleries they sent for him, and were bountiful with him, and made him drink with them on the lawn of their garden leaning to an inlet of the sea, and then he would entertain them with all the scandal and gossip of the city, and its little folk and great. When he was outrageously extravagant in these stories of his, Bhanavar exclaimed, Are such things now? Can it be true? And he nodded in his conceit, and replied loftily, "'Tis certain, O my prince and princess. Ye be from the mountains, unused to the follies and dissipations of men, where they herd, and ye know them not, men." The lamps being lit in the garden to the edges of the water, where they lay one evening, Aklit, who had been in his briskest mood, became grave, and put his forefinger to the side of his nose, and began, "Hear ye aught of the great tidings? Wullahy, no other than the departure of the wife of Boolp, the broker, into darkness. 'Tis of Boolp ye hire this house, and had ye 100 houses in this city, ye might have had them from Boolp the broker, he's that rich. And glory to them whom Allah prospereth, say I. And I mention this matter, for 'tis certain now Boolp will take another wife to him to comfort him. For there be two things beloved of Boolp, and therein manifesteth he taste with the discernment of excellence, in what is approved. And of these two things let the love of his hoards of the yellow-skinned treasure go first, and after that attachment to the silver-skinned of creation, the fair, the rapturous, even to them. So by this see ye not Boolp will yearn in his soul for another spouse? Now, O ye well-matched pair, what a chance were this! Knew ye but a damsel of the mountains, exquisite in symmetry, a moon to enrapture the imagination of Boolp, and in the nature of things herit his possessions, for Boolp is an old man, even very old." They laughed and cried, "We know not of such a damsel, and the broker must go unmarried for us." When next Aklit sat before them, Almeryl took occasion to speak of Boolp again, and said, "This broker, O Aklit, is he also a lender of money?" Aklit replied, "O my prince, he is or he is not. 'Tis of the maybes. I wot, truly Boolp is one that baiteth the hook of an emergency." The brows of the prince were downcast, and he said no more. But on the following morning he left Bhanavar early under a pretext, and sallied forth from the house of their abode alone. Since their union in that city they had not been once apart, and Bhanavar grieved and thought, "Waneth his love for me?" And she called her women to her, and dressed in this dress and that dress, and was satisfied with none. The dews of the bath stood cold upon her, and she trembled, and fled from mirror to mirror, and in each she was the same surpassing vision of loveliness. Then her women held a glass to her, and she examined herself closely, if there might be a fleck upon her anywhere, and all was as snow of the mountains on her round limbs, sloping in the curves of harmony, and the faint rose of the dawn on slants of snow was their hue. Twining her fingers and sighing, she thought, "It is not that, he cannot but think me beautiful." She smiled a melancholy smile at her image in the glass, exclaiming, "What availeth it thy beauty? For he is away, and looketh not on thee, thou vain thing. And what of thy loveliness, if the light illumine it not? For he is the light to thee, and it is darkness when he's away." Suddenly she thought, "What's that which needeth to light it no other light? I had well nigh forgotten it in my bliss, the jewel. Then she went to a case of ebony wood, where she kept the jewel, and drew it forth, and shone in the beam of a pleasant imagination, thinking, "'Twill surprise him." And she robed herself in a robe of saffron, and set lesser gems of the diamond and the emerald in the braid of her hair, and knotted the serpent jewel firmly in a band of gold thread tissue, and had it woven in her hair among the braids. In this array she awaited his coming, and pleased her mind with picturing his astonishment, and the joy that would be his. Mute were the women who waited on her, for in their lives they had seen no such sight as Bhanavar beneath the beams of the jewel, and the whole chamber was aglow with her. Now in her anxiety she sent them one and one repeatedly to look forth at the window for the coming of the prince. So when he came not, she went herself to look forth, and stretched her white neck beyond the casement. While her head was exposed, she heard a cry of some one from the house in the street opposite, and Bhanavar beheld in the house of the broker an old wrinkled fellow that gesticulated to her in a frenzy. She snatched her veil down, and drew in her head in anger at him, calling to her maids, "What is yonder hideous old dotard?" And they answered laughing, "'Tis indeed Boolp the broker, O fair mistress and mighty." To divert herself she made them tell her of Boolp, and they told her 1,000 anecdotes of the broker, and verses of him, and the constancy of his amorous condition, and his greediness. And Bhanavar was beguiled of her impatience till it was evening, and the prince returned to her. So they embraced, and she greeted him as usual, waiting what he would say, searching his countenance for a token of wonderment. But the youth knew not that aught was added to her beauty, for he looked nowhere save in her eyes. Bhanavar was nigh weeping with vexation, and pushed him from her, and chid him with lack of love and weariness of her. And the eye of the prince rose to her brow to read it, and he saw the jewel. Almeryl clapped his hands, crying, "Wondrous! And this thy surprise for me, my fond one, beloved of mine?" Then he gazed on her a space, and said, "Knowest thou art terrible in thy beauty, Bhanavar, and hast the face of lightning under that jewel of the serpent?" She kissed him, whispering, "Not lightning to thee, yet lovest thou Bhanavar?" He replied, "Surely so, and all save Bhanavar in this world is darkness of oblivion to me." When it was the next morning, Almeryl rose to go forth again. Ere he had passed the curtain of the chamber, Bhanavar caught him by the arm, and she was trembling violently. Her visage was a wild inquiry. "Thou goest, and again? There is something hidden from me." Almeryl took her to his heart, and caressed her with fond flatteries, saying, "Ask but what is beating under these 2 pomegranates, and thou learnest all of me." But she stamped her foot, crying, "No, no, I will hear it, there's a mystery." So he said, "Well then, it is this only, small matter enough. I have a business with the captain of the vessel that brought us hither, and I must see him ere he setteth sail. No other than that, thou jealous, watchful star. Pierce me with thine eyes. It is no other than that." She levelled her lids at him, till her lustrous black eyelashes were as arrows, and mimicked him softly, "No other than that?" And he replied, "Even so." Then she clung to him like a hungry creature, repeating, "Even so," and let him go. Alone she summoned a slave, a black, and bade him fetch to her without delay Ukleet the porter, and the porter was presently ushered in to her, protesting service and devotion. So she questioned him of Almeryl, and the prince's business abroad, what he knew of it. Ukleet commenced reciting verses on the ills of jealousy, but Bhanavar checked him with an eye that Ukleet had seen never before in woman or in man, and he gaped at her helplessly, as one that has swallowed a bone. She laughed, crying, "Learn, O thy fellow, to answer my like by the letter." Now what she heard from Ukleet, when he had recovered his wits, was that the prince had a business with none save the lenders of money. So she spake to Ukleet in a kindly tone, "Thou art mine to serve me?" He was as one fascinated, and delivered himself, "Yea, O my mistress, with tongue service, toe service, back service, brain service, whatsoever pleaseth thy sweet presence." Said she, "Hie over to the broker opposite, and bring him hither to me." Ukleet departed, saying, "To hear is to obey." Part 2 of Chapter 2. Section 5 of The Shaving of Shagpat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, Please visit LibriVox.org. The Shaving of Shagpat by George Meredith. Chapter 2, Part 3. And this is the story of Bhanavar the Beautiful. She sat gazing on the jewel and its counterchanging splendors in her hand, and the thought of Almeryl and his necessity was her only thought. Not 10 minutes of the hour had passed before the women, waiting on her, announced Ukleet and the broker Bulp. Bhanavar gave little heed to the old fellow's grimaces and the compliments he addressed her, but handed him the jewel and desired his valuation of its worth. The face of Bulp was a keen edge when he regarded Bhanavar, but the sight of the jewel sharpened it tenfold, and he crossed his arms, exclaiming, "A jewel this?" So Bhanavar cried to him, "Fix a price for it, O thy broker." And Bulp, the old miser, debated and began prating, "O lady, the soul of thy slave is abashed by a double beam. This the jewel of jewels, thou truly of thy sex, and saving thee there's no jewel of worth like this one. And together ye be, wullahy! Never felt I aught like this, since my espousal of Sulka that's gone, and 'twas nothing like it then. Now, O my princess, confess it freely, this is but a pretext, this valuation of the jewel, and Ukleet our go-between, and leave the rewarding of him to me, wullahy! I can be generous, and my days of favour with fair ladies be not yet over. Blessed be Allah for this day! And thinkest thou those eyes fell on me with discriminating observation ere my sense of perception was struck by thee? Not so, for I had noted thee, O moon of hearts, from my window yonder." In this fashion Bulp the broker went on prating and bowing and screwing the corners of his little acid eyes to wink the wink of common accord between himself and Bhanavar. Meantime she had spoken aside to one of her women, and a second black slave entered the chamber, bearing in his hand a twisted scourge, and that slave laid it on the back of Bulp the broker, and by this means he was brought quickly to the valuation of the jewel. Then he named a sum that was a great sum, but not the value of the jewel to the 50th part, nay, nor the 500th part of its value. And Ukleet remonstrated with him, but he was resolute, saying, "Even that sum leaves me a beggar." So Bhanavar said, "My desire is for immediate payment of the money, and the jewel is thine for that sum." Now the broker went to fetch the money, and returned with it, in bags of gold, 1/2 the amount, and bags of silver 1/3, and the remainder in writing made due at a certain period for payment. And he groaned and handed her the money, and took the jewel in his hands, ejaculating, "In the name of Allah." That evening when it was dark, and the lamps lit in the chamber, and the wine set in the nosegay, Almeryl asked of Bhanavar to see her under the light of the jewel. She warded him with an excuse, but he was earnest with her, so she feigned that he teased her, saying, "'Tis that thou art no longer content with me as I am, O my husband?" Then she said, "Wert thou successful in thy dealings this day?" His arm slackened round her, and he answered nothing. So she cried, "Fie on thee, thou foolish one! And what is thy need of running over this city? Know I not thy case and thine occasion, O my beloved? Surely I am queen of serpents, a mistress of enchantments, a diviner of things hidden, and I know thee. Here then is what thou requirest, and conceal not from me thy necessity another time, my husband." Upon that she pointed his eye to the money bags of gold and of silver. Almeryl was amazed, and asked her, "How came these? For I was at the last extremity, without coin of any kind." She answered, "How but by the serpents?" And he exclaimed, "Would that I might work as that porter worketh, rather than this." Now seeing he bewailed her use of the powers of the jewel, Bhanavar fell between his arms, and related to him her discovery of his condition, and how she disposed of the jewel to the broker, and of the scourging of Bulp. And he praised her, and clave to her, and they laughed and delighted their souls in plenteousness, and bliss was their portion, as the poet says, "Bliss that is born of mutual esteem, and tried companionship, I truly deem A well-based palace, wherein fountains rise From springs that have their sources in the skies." So were they for a while. It happened that one day, that was the last day of the year since her wearing of the jewel, Ukleet said to them, Be wary! The Vizier Aswarak hath his eye on you, and it is no cool one. I say nothing; the wise are discreet in their tellings of the great. 'Tis certain the broker Boolp forgetteth not his treatment here." They smiled, turning to each other, and said, "We live innocently, we harm no one, what should we fear?" During the night of that day Bhanavar awoke and kissed the Prince, and lo! he shuddered in his sleep as with the grave cold. A second time she was awakened on the breast of Almeryl by a dream of the serpents of the Lake Karatis, the Lake of the Jewel. And she stood up, and there was in the street a hum of voices, and she saw there before the house armed men with naked steel in their hands. Scarce had she called Almeryl to her when the outer door of their house was forced, and she shrieked to him, "'Tis thou they come for! Fly, O my Prince, my husband! The way of the garden is clear." But he said sadly, "Nay, what am I? It is thou they would win from me. I'll leave thee not in this life." So she cried, "O my soul, then together! But I shall hinder thee, and be a burden to thy flight." And she called on the All Powerful for aid, and ran with him into the garden of the house, and lo! by the water side at the end of the garden a boat full of armed soldiers with scimitars. So these fell upon them, and bound them, and haled them into the house again, where was the dark Vizier Aswarak, and certain officers of the night watch with a force. The Vizier cried when he saw them, "I accuse thee, Prince Almeryl, of being here in the city of our lord the King, to conspire against him and his authority." Almeryl faced the Vizier firmly, and replied, "I knew not in my life I had made an enemy, but there is one here who telleth that of me." The Vizier frowned, saying, "Thou deniest this, and thou here, and thy father at war with the sovereignty of our lord the King?" Almeryl beheld his danger, and he said, "Is this so?" Then cried the Vizier, "Hear him! Is not that a fair simulation?" So he called to the guard, "Shackle him." When that was done, he ordered the house to be sacked, and the women and the slaves he divided for a spoil, but he reserved Bhanavar to himself. And lo! twice she burst away from them that held her, to hang upon the lips of Almeryl, and twice was she torn from him as a grape bunch is torn from the streaming vine, and the third time she swooned, and the anguish of life left her. Now Bhanavar was borne to the harem of the Vizier, and for days she suffered no morsel of food to enter her mouth, and was dying, had not the Vizier, in the cunning of his dissimulation, fed her with distant glimpses of Almeryl to show her he yet lived. Then she thought, "While my beloved liveth, life is due to me." And she ate and drank, and reassumed her fair fulness and the queenliness that was hers. But the Vizier had no love of her, and respected her, considering in his mind, "Time will exhaust the fury of this tigress, and she is a fruit worth the waiting for. Wullahy, I shall have possessed her ere the days of over ripening." There was in the harem of the Vizier a mountain girl that had been brought there in her childhood, and trained to play upon the lute and accompany her voice with the instrument. To this little damsel Bhanavar gave her heart, and would listen all day as in a trance to her luting, till the desire to escape from that bondage and gather tidings of Almeryl mastered her, and she persuaded one of the blacks of the harem with a bribe to procure her an interview with the porter Ukleet. So at a certain hour of the night Ukleet was introduced into the garden of the harem, and he was in the darkness of that garden a white-faced porter with knees that knocked the dread march together. But Bhanavar strengthened his soul, and he said to her, "'Twas the doing of Boolp the broker, and he whispered the Vizier of thee and thy beauty, O my mistress! Surely thy punishment and this ruin is but part payment to Boolp of the price of the jewel, the great jewel that's in the hands of the Vizier." Then she questioned him, "And Almeryl the Prince, my husband, what of him?" Ukleet was dumb, and Bhanavar asked to hear no more. Surely she was at the gates of pale spirits within an hour of her interview with Ukleet, and there was no blessedness for her save in death, the stiffer of ills, the drug that is infallible. As is said, dark is that last stage of sorrow, which from death alone can borrow comfort. Bhanavar would have died then, but in a certain pause of her fever The Vizier stood by her. She looked at him long as she lay, and the life of her large eyes was ebbing away slowly, but there seemed presently a check, as an eddy comes in the stream, and the light of intelligence flowed like a reviving fire into her eyes, and her heart quickened with the desire of life while she looked on the Vizier. So she passed the pitch of that fever, and bloomed anew in her beauty, and cherished it, for she had a purpose. Now there was rejoicing in the harem of the Vizier Aswarak when Bhanavar arose from the couch, and the Vizier exulted, thinking, I have tamed this wild beauty, or she had reached death in that extremity. So he allowed Bhanavar greater freedom and indulgences, and Bhanavar feigned to give her soul to the pleasures women delight in, and the Vizier buried her in gems and trinkets and costly raiment, robes of exquisite silks, the choicest of Samarcand and China, and he permitted her to make purchases among certain of the warehouses of the city and the shops of the tradesmen, jewellers, and others, so that she went about as she would, but for the slaves that attended her and the overseer of the harem. This continued, and Aswarak became urgent with her, and to remove suspicion from him, she named a day from that period when she would be his. Meantime she contrived to see Ukleet the porter frequently, and within a week of her engagement with the Vizier she gazed from a lattice window of the harem, and beheld in the garden, by the beams of the moon, Ukleet, and he was looking as on the watch for her. So she sent to him the little mountain girl she loved, but Ukleet would tell her nothing. Then went she herself, greeting him graciously, for his service was other than that of self-seeking. Ukleet said, O lady, mistress of hearts, moon of the tides of will, 'tis certain I was thy slave from the hour I beheld thee first, and of the prince thy husband, Allah rest his soul. Now these be my tidings, wullahy! The king is one maddened with the reports I've spread about of thy beauty, yea, raging, and I have a friend in his palace, even an undercook, acute in the interpreting of wishes. There was he always gabbling of thy case, O my princess, till the head cook seized hold on it, and so it went to the chamberlain, thence to the chief of the eunuchs, and from him, in a natural course, to the king. Now from the king the tracking of this tale went to the undercook down again, and from him to me. So was I summoned to the king, and the king discoursed with me, I with him, in fair fluency, he in ejaculations of desire to have sight of thee, I in expatiation on what he would see when he had his desire. Now in this have I not done thee a service, O sovereign of fancies? Bhanavar mused, and said, On the aftermorrow I pass through the city to make a selection of goods, and I shall pass at noon by the great mosque, on my way to the shop of Ebn Roulchook, the king's jeweller, beyond the meat market. Of a surety I know not how my lord the king may see me. Said the porter, 'Tis enough on my head be it, and he went from her, singing the song, How little a thing serves fortune's turn when she's intent on doing, how easily the world may burn when kings come out a wooing. Now ere she set forth on the aftermorrow to make her purchases, Bhanavar sent word to the Vizier Aswarak that she would see him, and he came to her drunken with alacrity, for he augured favourably that her reluctance was melting toward him. So she said, O master, my time of mourning is at an end, and I would look well before thee, even as one worthy of being thy bride. So bestow on me, I pray thee, for my wearing that day, the jewel that be in thy treasury, the brightest and clearest of them, and the largest. The Vizier Aswarak replied, and he was one in great satisfaction of soul, All that I have are thine, wullahy, and one a marvel that I bought of Bolt the broker, that had it from an African merchant. So he commanded the box wherein he had deposited the jewel to be brought to him there in the chamber of Bhanavar, and took forth the serpent jewel between his forefinger and thumb, and laughed at the eager eyes of Bhanavar when she beheld it, saying, ''Tis thine, thy bridal gift, the day I possess thee.' Bhanavar trembled at the sight of the jewel, and its redness was to her as the blood of Zurvan and Almeryl. She stretched her hand out for it, and cried, 'This day, O my lord, make it mine.' So the Vizier said, 'Nay, what I have spoken will I keep to. It has cost me much.' Bhanavar looked at him and uttered in a soft tone, Truly it has cost thee much. Then she exclaimed as in play, See me how I look by its beam. And in her guile she snatched the Jewel from him, and held it to her brow. Then Aswarak started from her, and feared her, for the red light of the Jewel glowed, and darkened the chamber with its beam, darkening all save the lustre that was on the visage of Bhanavar. He shouted, What's this? Art thou a sorceress? She removed the Jewel, and ceased glaring on him, and said, Nothing but thy poor slave. Then he coaxed her to give him the Jewel, and she would not. He commanded her peremptorily, and she hesitated. So he grasped her tightened hand, and his face loured with wrath. Yet she withheld the Jewel from him, laughing, and he was stirred to extreme wrath, and drew from his girdle the naked scimitar, and menaced her with it. And he looked mighty, but she dreaded him little, and stood her full height before him, daring him, and she was as the tigress defending a cub from a wilder beast. Now when he was about to call in the armed slaves of the palace, she said, I warn thee, Vizier Aswarak, tempt me not to match them that serve me with them that serve thee. He ground his teeth in fury, crying, A conspiracy, and in the harem? Now, thy traitress, the logic of the lash shall be tried upon thee. And he roared, Ho, ye without there, ho! But ere the slaves had entered, Bhanavar rubbed the Jewel on her bosom, muttering, I have forborne till now, now will I have a sacrifice, though I be it. And rubbing the Jewel, she sang, Hither, hither, come to your queen, come through the grey wall, come through the green. There was heard a noise like the noise of a wind coming down a narrow gorge above falling waters, a hissing and a rushing of wings, and behold, Bhanavar was circled by rings and rings of serpent folds that glowed round her, twisted each in each with the fierceness of fire, she like a flame rising up white in the midst of them. The black slaves, when they had lifted the curtain of the harem chamber, shrieked to see her, and Aswarak crouched at her feet with the aspect of an angry beast carved in stone. Then Bhanavar loosed on either of the slaves a serpent, saying, What these have seen they shall not say. And while the sweat dropped heavily from the forehead of Aswarak, she stepped out of the circle of serpents, singing, Over, over, high to the lake, sleep with the left eye, keep the right awake. Then the serpents spread with a great whir, and flew through the high window and the walls as they had come, and she said to the Vizier, What now? Fearest thou? I have spared thee, thou that madest me desolate, and thy slaves are a sacrifice for thee. Now this I ask, where lies my beloved, the prince my husband? Speak nothing of him save the place of his burial. So he told her, In the burial ground of the great prison. She rolled her eyes on the Vizier darkly, exclaiming, Even where the felons lie entombed, he lieth? And she began to pant, pale with what she had done, and leaned to the floor, and called, Yellow stripe with freckle red, coil and curl, and watch by my head. And a serpent with yellow stripes and red freckles came like a javelin down to her, and coiled and curled round her head, and she slept an hour. When she arose the Vizier was yet there, sitting with folded knees. So she sped the serpent to the Lake Karatis, and called her women to her, and went to an inner room, and drew an outer robe and a vest over that she had on, and passed the Vizier, and said, Art thou not rejoiced in thy bride, O Aswarak? 'Twas a wondrous clemency hers, now but 4 more days and thou claimest her. Say nothing of what thou hast seen, or thou wilt shortly see nothing further to say, my master. So she left the Vizier sitting still in that chamber, and mounted a mule, attended by slaves on foot before and behind her, and passed through the streets till she came to the shop of Ebn Roulchook. The king was in disguise at the extremity of the shop, and while she examined this and that of the precious stones, Bhanavar for a moment made bare the beauty of her face, and love's fires took fast hold of the king, and he cried, I marvel not at the eloquence of the porter. Now she made Ebn Roulchook bring to her a circlet of gold, with a hollow in the frontal centre, and fit into that hollow the serpent jewel. So while she laughed and chatted with her women, Bhanavar lifted the circlet, and made her countenance wholly bare even to the neck, and the beginning slope of the bosom, and fixed the circlet to her head with the jewel burning on her brow. Then when he beheld the glory of excelling loveliness that she was, and the splendor in her eyes under the jewel, the king shouted and parted with his disguise, and Ebn Roulchook and the women and slaves with Bhanavar fled to the courtyard that was behind the shop, leaving Bhanavar alone with the king. Surely Bhanavar returned not to the dwelling of the Vizier. Now the King Mashalleed espoused Bhanavar, and she became his queen and ruled him, and her word was the dictate of the land. Then caused she the body of Almeryl, with the severed head of the prince, to be disinterred and entombed secretly in the palace, and she had lamps lit in the vault, and the pall spread, and the readers of the Koran to read by the tomb, and then she stole to the tomb hourly in the day and in the night, wailing of him in her utter misery, repeating verses at the side of the tomb, and they were: Take me to thee, like the deep-rooted tree, my life is half in earth, and draws Thence all sweetness, O may my being pause Soon beside thee. Welcome me soon, as to the queenly moon Man's homage to my beauty sets, Yet am I a rose shrub budding regrets, Welcome me soon. Soul of my soul, have me not half, but whole, Dear dust, thou art my eyes, my breath, Draw me to thee down the dark sea of death, Soul of my soul. And she sang: Sad are they who drink life's cup Till they have come to the bitter sweet, Better at once to toss it up, And trample it beneath the feet. For venom charged as serpents' eggs, 'Tis then, and knows not other change. Early, early, early have I reached the dregs Of life, and loathe and love the bitter sweet revenge. Then turned she aside, and sang musingly: I came to his arms like the flower of the spring, And he was my bird of the radiant wing. He fluttered above me a moment, and won The bliss of my breast as a beam of the sun, Untouched and untasted till then. The voice in her throat was like a drowning creature, and she rose up and chanted wildly: I weep again. What play is this? For the thing is dead in me long since. With all the reviving rain Of heaven bring me back my prince. But I, when I weep, blood will I weep. And when I weep, sons for fathers shall weep, Mothers for sons shall weep, Wives for husbands shall weep, Earth shall complain of floods red and deep, When I weep. Upon that she ran up a secret passage to her chamber, and rubbed the jewel, and called the serpents, to delight her soul with the sight of her power, and rolled and sported madly among them, clutching them by the necks, till their thin little red tongues hung out, and their eyes were as discoloured blisters of venom. Then she arose, and her arms and neck and lips were glazed with the slime of the serpents, and she flung off her robes to the close-fitting silken inner vest looped across her bosom with pearls, and whirled in a mazy dance measure among them, and sang melancholy melodies, making them delirious, fascinating them, and they followed her round and round, in twines and twists and curves, with arched heads and stiffened tails, and the chamber swam like an undulating sea of swift sapphire lit by the moon of midnight. Not before the moon of midnight was in the sky ceased Bhanavar sporting with the serpents, and she sank to sleep exhausted in their midst. Such was the occupation of the Queen of Mashalleed, when he came not to her. The women and slaves of the palace dreaded her, and the king himself was her very slave. Meanwhile the plot of her unforgivingness against Aswarak ripened, and the Vizier, beholding the bride he had lost, Queen of Mashalleed, his master, it was as she conceived, that his heart was eaten with jealousy and fierce rage. Bhanavar, as she came across him, spake mildly, and gave him gentle looks, sad glances, suffering not his fires to abate, the torment of his love to cool. Each night he awoke with a serpent in his bed. The beam of her beauty was as the constant bite of a serpent, poisoning his blood, and he deluded his soul with the belief that Bhanavar loved him notwithstanding, and that she was seized forcibly from him by the king. Otherwise, thought he, why loosed she not a serpent from the host to strangle me even as yonder black slaves? Bhanavar knew the mind of Aswarak, and considered, the king is cunning and weak, a slave to his desires, and in the bondage of the jewel my beauty. The Vizier is unscrupulous, a hatcher of intrigues. But that he dreads me, and hopes a favour of me, he would have wrought against me ere now. 'Tis then a combat 'twixt him and me. O my soul, art thou dreaming of a fair youth that was the bliss of thy bosom night and day, night and day? The Vizier shall die. One morning, and it was a year from the day she had become Queen of Marshalleed, Bhanavar sprang up quickly from the side of the King, and he was gazing on her in amazement and loathing. She flew to her chamber, chasing forth her women, and ran to a mirror. Therein she saw 3 lines that were on her brow, lines of age, and at the corners of her mouth and about her throat a slackness of skin, the skin no longer its soft rosy white, but withered brown as leaves of the forest. She shrieked, and fell back in a swoon of horror. When she recovered she ran to the mirror again, and it was the same sight, and she rose from swooning a 3rd time, and still she beheld the visage of a hag, nothing of beauty there save the hair and the brilliant eyes. Then summoned she the serpents in a circle, and the number of them was that of the days in the year, and she bared her wrist and seized one, a grey silver with sapphire spots, and hissed at him till he hissed, and foam whitened the lips of each. Thereupon she cried, Treble tongue and throat of hell, what is come upon me, tell? And the serpent replied, Jewel Queen, beauty's price, 'tis the time for sacrifice. She grasped another, one of leaden colour, with yellow bars and silver crescents, and said, Treble tongue and throat of fire, name the creature ye require. And the serpent replied, Ruby lip, poison tooth, we are hungry for a youth. She grasped another that writhed in her fingers like liquid emerald, and cried, Treble tongue and throat of glue, how to know the one that's due? And the serpent replied, Breast of snow, baleful bliss, he that wooing wins a kiss. She clutched one at her elbow, a hairy serpent, with yellow languid eyes, and flame sockets, and livid lustrous length, a disease to look on, and cried, Treble tongue and throat of gall, there's a youth beneath the pall. And the serpent replied, Brilliant eye, bloody tear, he has fed us for a year. She squeezed that hairy serpent till her finger points whitened in his neck, and he dropped lifelessly, crying, Treble tongues and things of mud, sprang my beauty from his blood? And the serpents rose erect, replying, Yearly one of us must die, yearly for us dieth one, else the queen an ugly lie lives till all our lives be done. Bhanavar stood up and hurried them to Karatis. When she was alone she fell toward the floor, repeating, ''Tis the curse!' Suddenly she thought, Yet another year my beauty shall be nourished by my vengeance, yet another, and, O Vizier, the kiss shall be thine, the kiss of doom, for I have doomed thee ere now. Thou shalt restore me to my beauty, that only love I now, my prince is lost. She veiled her face in the close veil of the virtuous, and dispatched Ukleet, whom she exalted in the palace of the king, to the Vizier. And Ukleet stood before Aswarak, and said, O Vizier, my mistress truly is longing for you with excessive longing, and in what she now undergoeth is forgotten an evil done by you to her, and she bids you come and concert with her a scheme deliberately as to the getting rid of this tyrant who is an affliction to her, and her life is lessened by him. The Vizier was deceived by his passion, and he chuckled and exclaimed, My very dream! And to mind me of her then she sent the serpents. Wullahy, in the matter of women, wait, for as the poet declareth, 'Tis vanity our souls for such to vex, patience is a harvest of the sex. And they fret themselves not overlong for husbands that are gone, these young beauties, I know them. Tell the Queen of Serpents I am even hers to the sole of my foot. So it was understood between them that the Vizier should be at the gate of the garden of the palace that night disguised, and the Vizier rejoiced, thinking, If she have not the jewel with her, it shall go ill with me, and I foiled this time. Ukleet then proceeded to the house of Boolp the broker, fronting the gutted ruins where Bhanavar had been happy in her innocence with Almeryl, the mountain prince, her husband. Boolp was engaged haggling with a slave merchant the price of a fair slave, and Ukleet said to him, Yet a while delay, O Boolp, ere you expend a fraction of treasure, for truly a mighty bargain of jewels is waiting for you at the palace of my lord the king. So come thither with all your money bags of gold and silver, and your securities, and your bonds and dues in writing, for 'tis the favourite of the king requireth you to complete a bargain with her, and the price of her jewels is the price of a kingdom. Said Boolp,
Hearing is compliance in such a case. And Duckleek continued, What a fortune is yours, O Bull! Truly the tide of fortune setteth into your lap. Fail not, wullahy, to come with all you possess, or if you have not enough when she requireth it to complete the bargain, my mistress will break off with you. I know not if she intend even other game for you, O lucky one. Bull pitched his girdle and shrugged, saying, 'Tis she will fail, I wot. She in having therewith to complete the bargain between us. Wah, wah, there, I have done this before now. Wullahy, if she have not enough of her rubies and pearls to outweigh me and my gold, go to. Bolt will school her. What says the poet? Earth and ocean search east, west, and north to the south. None will match the bright rubies and pearls of her mouth. Aha, what? Oh, Ukleet, and he says, The lovely one's a bargain made with me, and I renounce my trade. The lovely one's a bargain made with me, and I renounced my trade. Half ruined, ah, said they, return and win. To even scales ourselves we will throw in. How so? But let discreetness reign, and security flourisheth. Ukleet nodded at him, and repeated the distich. Men of worth and men of wits, shoot with 2 arrows and make 2 hits. So he arranged with Bulk the same appointment as with the Vizier, and returned to Queen Bhanavar. Now in the dark of night Aswarak stood within the gate of the palace garden of Mashalleed that was ajar, and a hand from a veiled figure reached to him, and he caught it in the fullness of his delusion, crying, Thou, my queen? But the hand signified silence, and drew him past the tank of the garden, and through a court of the palace, into a passage lit with lamps, and on into a close curtained chamber, and beyond a heavy curtain into another, a circular passage, descending between black hangings, and at the bottom a square vault draped with black, and in it precious woods burning, oils and censers, and the odour of ambergris and myrrh and musk floating in clouds, and the sight of the Vizier was for a time obscured by the thickness of the incenses floating. As he became familiar with the place, he saw marked therein a board spread at one end with viands and wines, and the nosegay in a water vase, and cups of gold and a service of gold, every preparation for feasting mightily. So the soul of Aswarak leapt, and he cried, Now unveil thyself, O moon of our meeting, my mistress. The voice of Bhanavar answered him, Not till we have feasted and drunken, and it seemeth little in our eyes. Surely the chamber is secure. Could I have chosen one better for our meeting, O Aswarak? Upon that he entreated her to sit with him to the feast, but she cried, Nay, delay till the other is come. Cried he, Another? But she exclaimed, Hush! And saying thus, went forward to the foot of the passage, and Boolp was there, following Ukleet, both of them under a weight of bags and boxes. So she welcomed the broker, and led him to the feast, he coughing and wheezing and blinking, unwitting the vexation of the Vizier, nor that one other than himself was there. When Boolp heard the voice of the Vizier, in astonishment addressing him, he started back and fell upon his bags, and the task of coaxing him to the board was as that of haling a distempered beast to the water. Then they sat and feasted together, and Ukleet with them, and if Aswarak or Boolp waxed impatient of each other's presence, he whispered to them, Only wait, see what she reserveth for you. And Bhanavar mused with herself, Truly that reserved shall be not long coming. So they drank, and wine got the mastery of Aswarak, so that he made no secret of his passion, and began to lean to her, and verse extemporaneously in her ear, and she stinted not in her replies, answering to his urgency and girlish guise, sighing behind the veil, as if under love's influence, and the Vizier pressed close, and sang, "'Tis said that love brings beauty to the cheeks of them that love and meet, but mine are pale, for merciless disdain on me she wreaks, and hides her visage from her passionate tale. I have her only when she speaks, Bhanavar unveil! I have thee and I have thee not, like one lifted by spirits to a shining dale, in paradise who seeks to leap and run, and clasps the beauty by his foot doth fail, for he is blind. Ah, then more woeful none, Bhanavar unveil!" He thrust the wine cup to her, and she lifted it under her veil, and then sang in answer to him, My beauty for thy worth, thank the Vizier. He giveth thee second birth, thank the Vizier. His blooming form without a fault, thank the Vizier, is at thy foot in this blest vault, thank the Vizier. He knoweth not he telleth such a truth, thank the Vizier, that thou through him springest fresh in blushing youth, thank the Vizier. He knoweth little now, but he shall soon be wise, thank the Vizier. This meeting bringeth bloom to cheeks and lips and eyes, thank the Vizier. O my beloved, in this blest vault, if I love thee for aye, thank the Vizier. Thine am I, thine, and learns his soul what it has taught, to die, thank the Vizier. End of Part 3 of Chapter 2. Section 6 of The Shaving of Shagpat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amy Graymore. The Shaving of Shagpat by George Meredith. Chapter 2, Part 4. And this is the story of Bhanavar the Beautiful. Now Aswarak divined not her meaning, and was enraptured with her, and cried, Wullahy, so and such thy love! Thine am I, thine, and what of music is thy voice, O my mistress! 'Twere a bliss to Eblis in his torment could he hear it. Life of my head, and is thy beauty increased by me? Nay, thou flatterer. Then he said to her, Away with these importunate dogs! 'Tis the very hour of tenderness. Wullahy, they offend my nostril. Stung am I at the sight of them. She rejoined, O Aswarak, star of the morn, thou that wakenest my beauty from night and scorn, thy time is near, and when 'tis come, long will a jackal howl that this thy request had been dumb. O Aswarak, star of the morn! So the Vizier imaged in his mind the neglect of Mashalleed from these words, and said, Leave the king to my care, O Queen of Serpents, and expend no portion of thy power on him, but hasten now the going of these fellows. My heart is straitened by them, and I, Wullahy, would gladly see a serpent round the necks of either. She continued, O Aswarak, star of the morn! Lo, the star must die when splendider light is born, and stronger floods the beam will drown. Shrink, thou puny orb, and dread to bring me my crown, O Aswarak, star of the morn! Then said she, Hark awhile at those two, there's a disputation between them. So they hearkened, and Ukleet was pledging Boolp, and passing the cup to him. But a sullenness had seized the broker, and he refused it, and Ukleet shouted, Out, boon fellow, and what a company art thou, that thou refusest the pledge of friendliness! Plague on all sulkers! And the broker, the old miser, obstinate as are the half-fuddled, began to mumble, I came not here to drink, O Ukleet, but to make a bargain, and my bags be here, and I like not yonder veil, nor the presence of yonder Vizier, nor the secrecy of this. Now by the Prophet and that interdict of this, I'll drink no further. And Ukleet said, Let her not mark your want of friendship, or 'twill go ill with you. Here be fine wines, spirited wines, choice flavours, and you drink not. Where's the soul in you, O Boolp, and where's the life in you, that you yield her to the Vizier utterly? Surely she waiteth a gallant sign from you, so challenge her cheerily. Quoth Boolp, I care not. Shall I leave my wealth and all I possess void of eyes, and she so that I recognize her not behind the veil? Ukleet pushed the old miser jeeringly. You not recognize her? O Boolp, a pretty dissimulation! Pledge her now a cup to the snatching of the veil, and bethink you of a fitting verse, a seemly compliment, something sugary. Then Boolp smoothed his head and was bothered, and tapped it, and commenced repeating to Bhanavar, I saw the moon behind a cloud, and I was cold as one that's in his shroud, and I cried, Moon! Ukleet chorused him, Moon! And Boolp was deranged in what he had to say, and gasped, Moon! I cried, Moon! And I cried, Moon! Then the Vizier and Ukleet laughed till they fell on their backs. So Bhanavar took up his verse where he left it, singing, And to the cry Moon did make fair the following reply, Dotard, be still, for thy desire is to embrace consuming fire. Then said Boolp, O my mistress, the laws of conviviality have till now restrained me, but my coming here was on business, and with me my bags and good faith. So let us transact this matter of the jewels, and after that the song of Thou and I a cup will try, even as thou wilt. Bhanavar threw aside her outer robe and veil, and appeared in a dress of sumptuous blue, spotted with gold bees, her face veiled with a veil of gauzy silver, and she was as the moon in summer heavens, and strode majestically forward, saying, The jewels, 'tis but one! Behold! The lamps were extinguished, and in her hand was the glory of the Serpent Jewel, no other light save it in the vaulted chamber. So the old miser perked his chin and brows, and cried wondering, I know it, this jewel, O my mistress! She turned to the Vizier and said, lifting the red gloom of the jewel on him, And thou? Aswarak ate his underlip. Then she cried, There's much ye know in common, ye two. Thereupon Bhanavar passed from the feast on to the centre of the vault, and stood before the tomb of Almeryl, and drew the cloth from it, and they saw by the glow of the jewel that it was a tomb. When she had mounted some steps at the side of the tomb, she beckoned them to come, crying in a voice of sobs, This which is here likewise you may know. So they came with the coldness of a mystery in their blood, and looked as she looked intently over a tomb. The lid was of glass, and through the glass of the lid the jewel flung a dark rosy ray on the body of Almeryl lying beneath it. Now the miser was perplexed at the sight, but Aswarak stepped backward in defiance, bellowing, 'Twas for this I was tricked to come here. Is it fooling me a second time? By Allah, look to it! Not a second time will Aswarak be fooled. Then she ran to him and exclaimed, Fooled! For what camest thou to me? And he foaming and grinding his breath, Thou woman of wiles, thou serpent, but I'll be gone from here. So she faltered in sweetness, knowing him doomed, and loving to dally with him in her wickedness, Indeed, if thou camest not for my kiss. Then said the Vizier, Yet a further guile! Was it not an outrage to bring me here? She faltered again, leaning the fair length of her limbs on a couch. 'Tis ill that we are not alone, else could these lips convince thee well, else indeed. And the Vizier cried, Chase then these intruders from us, O thou sorceress, and above all serpents in power, for thou poisonest with a touch, and the eye and the ear alike take in thy poisons greedily. Thou overcomes the senses, the reasons, the judgment, yea, vindictiveness, wrath, suspicions, leading the soul captive with a breath of thine, as 'twere a breeze from the gardens of bliss. Bhanavar changed her manner a little, lisping, And why that starting from the tomb of a dead harmless youth, and that abuse of me? He peered at her inquiringly, echoing, Why? And she repeated, as a child might repeat it, Why that? Then the Vizier smote his forehead in the madness of utter perplexity, changing his eye from Bhanavar to the tomb of Almeryl, doubting her truth, yet dreading to disbelieve it. So she saw him fast enmeshed in her subtleties, and clapped her hands, crying, Come again with me to the tomb, and note if there be aught I am to blame in, O Aswarak, and plight thyself to me beside it. He did nothing save to widen his eyes at her somewhat. And she said, The two are yon side the tomb, and they hear us not, and see us not by this light of the jewel, so come up to it boldly with me, free thy mind of its doubt, and for a reconcilement kiss me on the way. Aswarak moved not forward, but as Bhanavar laid the jewel in her bosom, he tore the veil from her darkened head, and caught her to him, and kissed her. Then Bhanavar laughed and shouted, How is it with thee, Vizier Aswarak? He was tottering, and muttered, ''Tis a death chill hath struck me even to my marrow. So she drew the jewel forth once more, and rubbed it ablaze, and the noise of the serpents neared, and they streamed into the vault, and under it, and fiery jets, surrounding Bhanavar, and whizzing about her, till in their velocity they were indivisible. And she stood as a fountain of fire, clothed in flashes of the underworld, the new loveliness of her face growing vivid violet, like an incessant lightning above them. Then stretched she her two hands, and saying to the serpents, Hither, hither to the feast, hither to the sacrifice, virtue for my sake hath ceased, now to make an end of vice. Twisted tail and treble tongue, swelling length and greedy maw, I have had a horrid wrong, retribution is the law. Ye that sucked my youthful lord, now shall make another meal. Seize the black Vizier abhorred, seize him, throat and heel. Set your serpent wits to find tortures of a new device, have him, heart and mind, hither to the sacrifice. Then she whirled with them round and round as a tempest whirls, and when she had wound them to a fury, lo, she burst from the hissing circle, and dragged Ukleet from the vault into the passage, and blocked the entrance to the vault. So was Queen Bhanavar avenged. Now she said to Ukleet, ransom presently the broker, him they will not harm, and hastened to the king that he might see her in her beauty. The king reclined on cushions in the harem with a fair slave girl, newly from the mountains, toying with the pearls in her locks. Then thought Bhanavar, let him not slight me. So she drew a rose-coloured veil over her face and sat beside Mashalleed. The king continued his fondling with the girl, saying to her, was there no destiny foretold of thy coming to the palace of the king to rule it, O Nashta, starbeam in the waters, and hadst thou no dream of it? Bhanavar struck the king's arm, but he noticed her not, and Nashta laughed. Then Bhanavar controlled her trembling, and said, O word, O king, and vouchsafe me a hearing. The king replied languidly, still looking on Nashta, 'Tis a command that the voice of none that are crabbed and hideous be heard in the harem, and I find comfort in it. O Nashta, but speak thou, my fountain of sweet-dropping lute notes. Bhanavar caught the king's hand and said, I have to speak with thee, 'tis the queen. Chase from us this little wax puppet a space. The king disengaged his hand and leaned it over to Nashta, who began playing with it and fitting on it a ring, giggling. Then, as he answered nothing, Bhanavar came nearer and slapped him on the cheek. Mashalleed started to his feet, and his hand grasped his girdle, but that wrathfulness was stayed when he beheld the veil slide from her visage, so he cried, My queen, my soul! She pointed to Nashta, and the king chid the girl, and sent her forth lean with his shifted displeasure, as a kitten slinks wet from a fish pond, where it had thought to catch a great fish. Then Bhanavar exclaimed, There was a change in thy manner to me before that creature. He sought to dissimulate with her, but at last he confessed, I was truly this morning the victim of a sorcery. Thereupon she cried, And thou went angered to find me not by thee on the couch, but one in my place a hag of ugliness? Hear then the case, O Mashalleed. Surely that old crone had a dream, and it was that if she slept one night by the king, she would arise fresh in health from her ills, and with powers lasting a year, to heal others of all maladies with a touch. So she came to me, petitioning me to bring this about. O my lord the king, did I well in being privy to her desire? The king could not doubt this story of Bhanavar, seeing her constant loveliness, and the arch of her flashing brow, and the oval of her cheek and chin smooth as milk. So he said, O my queen, I had thought to go as I must, gladly, but how shall I go knowing thy truth, thy beauty unchanged, thee faithful, a follower of the injunctions of the Prophet in charitable deeds? Cried she, And whither goeth my lord, and on what errand? He answered, The people of a province southward have raised the standard of revolt, and mocked my authority. They have been joined by certain of the Arab chiefs subject to my dominion, and have defeated my armies. 'Tis to subdue them I go, yea, to crush them. Yet whither I know not. Care I if kingdoms fall away and nations, so that I have thee? Nay, let all pass, so that thou remain by me. Bhanavar paced from him to a mirror, and frowned at the reflection of her fairness, thinking, Such had he spoken to the girl Nashta, or another, this king. And she thought, I have been beloved by the noblest three on earth. I will ask no more of love. Vengeance I have had. 'Tis time that I demand of my beauty nothing save power, and I will make this king my stepping stone to power, rejoicing my soul with the shock of armies. Now she persuaded Mashalleed to take her with him on his expedition against the Arabs, and they set forth, heading a great assemblage of warriors, southward to the land bordering the desert. The king credited the suggestions of Bhanavar that Aswarak had disappeared to join the rebels, and pressed forward in his eagerness to inflict a chastisement signal in swiftness upon them, and that traitor. So eagerly Mashalleed journeyed to his army in advance that the main body, with Bhanavar, was left by him long behind. She had encouraged him, saying, I shall love thee much if thou art speedy in winning success. The queen was housed on an elephant, harnessed with gold, and with silken purple trappings,
from the rose-hued curtains of her palanquin, she looked on a mighty march of warriors, filling the extent of the plains. All day she fed her sight on them. Surely the story of her beauty became noised among the guards of her person that rode and ran beneath the royal elephant, till the soldiers of Mashalleed spake but of the beauty of the queen, and Bhanavar was as a moon shining over that sea of men. Now they had passed the cultivated fields, and were halting by the ford of a river bordering the desert, when lo! a warrior on the yon side riding in a cloud of dust, and his shout was, "The King Mashalleed is defeated and flying!" Then the captains of the host witnessed to the greatness of Allah, and were troubled with a dread, fearing to advance, but Bhanavar commanded a horse to be saddled for her, and mounted it, and plunged through the ford singly. So they followed her, and all day she rode forward on horseback, touching neither food nor drink. By night she was a league beyond the foremost of them, and fell upon the king encamped in the desert, with the loose remnant of his forces. Mashalleed, when he had looked on her, forgot his affliction, and stood up to embrace her, but Bhanavar spurned him, crying, "A time for this, in the time of disgrace?" Then she said, "How came it?" He answered her, "There was a chief among the enemy, an Arab, before the terror of whom my people fled." Cried she, "Conquer him on the morrow, and till then I eat not, drink not, sleep not." On the morrow Mashalleed again encountered the rebels, and Bhanavar, seated on her elephant, from a sand hillock under a palm, beheld the prowess of the Arab chief, and the tempest of battle that he was. She thought, "I have seen but one mighty in combat like that one, Ruark, the chief of the Beni Asser." Thereupon she coursed toward the king, even where the arrows gloomed like locusts, thick and dark in the air aloof, and said, "The victory is with yonder chief. Hurl on him 3 of thy sons of valor." The 3 were selected, and made onslaught on this chief, and perished under his arm. Bhanavar saw them fall, and exclaimed, "Another attack on him, and with thrice 3." Her will was the mandate of Mashalleed, and these likewise were ordered forth and closed on the chief. But he darted from their toils, and wheeled about them, spearing them one by one, till the 9 were in the dust. Bhanavar compressed her dry lips, and muttered to the king, "Head thou a body against him." Mashalleed gathered round his standard the chosen of his warriors, and smoothed his beard, and headed them. Then the chief struck his lance behind them, and stretched rapidly a half circle across the sand, and halted on a knoll. When they neared him he retreated in a further half circle, and continued this wise, wasting the fury of Mashalleed, till he stood among his followers. There, as the king hesitated and prepared to retreat, he and the others of the tribe levelled their lances, and hung upon his rear, fretting them, slaughtering captains of the troop. When Mashalleed turned to face his pursuer, the chief was alone, immovable on his mare, fronting the ranks. Then Bhanavar taunted the king, and he essayed the capture of that chief a second time, and a third, and it was each time as the first. Bhanavar looked about her with rapid eyes, murmuring, "Oh, what a chief is he! Oh, that a cloud would fall, a smoke arise, to blind these hosts, that I might sling my serpents on him unseen! For I will not be vanquished, though it be by Ruark." So she drew to the king, and the altercation between them was fierce in the fury of the battle, he saying, "'Tis a feint of the chief, this challenge, and I must succour the left of my army by the well, that he is overmatching with numbers." Said she, "If thou head them not, then will I, and thou shalt behold a woman do what thou durst not, and lose her love and win her scorn." While they spake, the Arabs they looked on seemed to flutter and waver, and the chief was backing to them, calling to them as 'twere words of shame to rally them. Seeing this, Mashalleed charged against the chief once more, and lo! the Arabs opened to receive him, closing on his band of warriors like waters whitened by the storm on a fleet of swift scudding vessels. And there was a dust and a tumult visible, such as is seen in the darkness when a vessel struck by the lightning bolt is sinking flashes of steel, lifting of hands, rolling of horsemen and horses. Then Bhanavar groaned aloud, "They are lost! Shame to us! Only one hope is left, that 'tis Ruark, this chief." Now the view of the plain cleared, and with it she beheld the army of Mashalleed broken.
the king borne down by a dust of Arabs. So she unveiled her face, and rode on the host within the horsemen that guarded her, glorious with a crown of gold and the glowing jewel on her brow. When she was a javelin's flight from them, the Arabs shouted, and paused in terror, for the light of her head was as the sun setting between the clouds of thunder. But that chief dashed forward like a flame beaten level by the wind, crying, "Bhanavar! Bhanavar!" And she knew the features of Ruark, so she said, "Even I." And he cried again, "Bhanavar! Bhanavar!" and was as one stricken by a shaft. Then Bhanavar threw on him certain of the horsemen with her, and he suffered them without a sign to surround him, and grasp his mare by the bridle rein, and bring him, disarmed, before the queen. At sight of Ruark, a captive, the Arabs fell into confusion and lost heart, and were speedily chased and scattered from the scene like a loose spray before the wind. But Mashalleed the king rejoiced mightily, and praised Bhanavar, and the whole army of the king praised her, magnifying her. Now with Ruark she interchanged no syllable, and said not farewell to him, when she departed with Mashalleed to encounter other tribes, and the chief was bound and conducted a prisoner to the city of the inland sea, and cast into prison in expectation of death the releaser, and continued there well nigh a year, eating the bitter bread of captivity. In the evening of every 7th day there came to him a little mountain girl, that sat by him and leaned a lute to her bosom, singing of the mountain in the desert, but he turned his face from her to the wall. One day she sang of death the releaser, and Ruark thought, "'Tis come, she warneth me, merciful is Allah." On the morning that followed, Ukleet entered the cell, and with him 3 slaves, blacks, armed with scimitars. So Ruark stood up and bore witness to his faith, saying, "Swift with the stroke!" But Ukleet exclaimed, "Fear not, the end is not yet." Then said he, "Peace with thee! These slaves, O chief, excelling in martial qualities, surely they're my retinue, and the retinue of them of my rank in the palace, and where I go they go, for the exalted have more shadows than one, yea, 3 have they in my case, even very grimly black shadows, whereupon the idle expend not laughter, and whoso joketh in their hearing, 'tis wullahy, the last joke of that person. In such wise are the powerful known among men, they that stand very prominent in the beams of prosperity. Now this of myself, but for thee, of a surety, the Queen Bhanavar, my mistress, will be here by the time of the rising of the moon, in the name of Allah." Saying that, he departed in his greatness, and Ruark watched for her that rose in his soul as the moon in the heavens. Meanwhile Bhanavar had mused, "'Tis this day, the day when the serpents desire their due, and the king Mashalleed they shall have. For what is life to him but a treachery and a dalliance? And what is my hold on him but this jewel of the serpents? He has had the profit of beauty, and he shall yield the penalty. My kiss is for him, my serpent kiss, and I will release Ruark and espouse him, and war with kings, sultans, emperors, infidels, subduing them till they worship me." She flashed her figure in the glass, and was lovely therein as one in the light of paradise. But ere she reached the king Mashalleed, lo, the hour of the serpents had struck, and her beauty melted from her as snow melts from off the rock, and she was suddenly haggard in utter uncomeliness, and knew it not, but marched, smiling a grand smile, on to the king. Now as Mashalleed lifted his eyes to her, he started amazed, crying, "The hag again!" And she said, "What of the hag, O my lord the king?" Thereat he was yet more amazed, and exclaimed, "The hag of ugliness with the voice of Bhanavar! Has then the queen lent that loathsomeness her voice also?" Bhanavar chilled a moment, and looked on the faces of the women present, and they were staring at her, the younger ones tittering, and among them Nashta, whom she hated. So she cried, "Away with thee!" But the king commanded them, "Stay." Then the queen leaned to him, saying, "I will speak with my lord alone." Whereat he shrank from her and spat. Ice and flame shivered through the blood of Bhanavar, yet such was her eagerness to give the kiss to Mashalleed that she leaned to him, still wooing him to her with smiles. Then the king seized her violently and flung her over the marble floor to the very basin of the fountain, and the crown that was on her brow fell and rolled to the feet of Nashta. The girl lifted it, laughing, and was in the act of fitting it to her fair head, amid the chuckles of her companions, when a slap from the hand of Bhanavar spun her round twice, and she dropped to the marble insensible. The king bellowed in wrath, and ran to Nashta, crying to the queen, "Surrender that crown to her, foul hag!" But Bhanavar had bent over the basin of the fountain, and beheld the image of her changed therein, and was hurrying from the hall and down the corridors of the palace to the private chamber. So he made bare the steel by his side, and followed her with a number of the harem guard, menacing her, and commanding her to surrender the crown with the jewel. Ere she could lay hand on a veil, he was beside her, and she was encompassed. In that extremity Bhanavar plucked the jewel from her crown, and rubbed it, calling the serpents to her. One came, one only, and that one would not move from her to sling himself about the neck of Mashalleed, but whirled round her, hissing, "Every hour a serpent dies, till we have the sacrifice. Sweeten, sweeten with thy kiss, quick a soul for Caratis." Surely the king bit his breath marvelling, and his fury became an awful fear, and he fell back from her, molesting her no further. Then she squeezed the serpent till his body writhed in knots, and veiled herself, and sprang down a secret passage to the garden, and it was the time of the rising of the moon. Coolness and soothingness dropped on her as a balm from the great light, and she gazed on it murmuring, as in a memory, "Shall I counsel the moon in her ascending? Stay under that dark palm tree through the night, rest on the mountain slope by the couching antelope, O thou enthroned supremacy of light, and for ever the lustre thou art lending. Lean on the fair long brook that leaps and leaps, silvery leaps and falls, hang by the mountain walls, moon, and arise no more to crown the steeps, for danger and dolour is thy wending." And she panted and sighed and wept, crying, Who will kiss me, or have my kiss now, that I may indeed be as yonder beam? Who, that I may be avenged on this king? And who sang that song of the ascending of the moon, that comes to me as a part of me from old times? As she gazed on the circled radiance swimming under a plume of palm leaves, she exclaimed, "Ruark, Ruark the chief!" So she clasped her hands to her bosom, and crouched under the shadows of the garden, and fled through the garden gates and the streets of the city, heavily veiled, to the prison where Ruark awaited her within the walls, and Ukleet without. The governor of the prison had been warned by Ukleet of her coming, and the doors and bars opened before her unchallenged, till she stood in the cell of Ruark. Her eyes, that were alone unveiled, scanned the countenance of the chief, the fevered lustre jet of his looks, and by the little moonlight in the cell she saw with a glance the straw heap and the fetters, and the black bread and water untasted on the bench, signs of his misery and desire for her coming. So she greeted him with the word of peace, and he replied with the name of the All-Merciful. Then said she, "O Ruark, of Rukrooth thy mother tell me somewhat." He answered, "I know naught of her since that day. Allah have her in his keeping." So she cried, "How? What sayst thou, Ruark? 'Tis a riddle." Then he said, "The oath of Ruark is no rope of sand. He swore to see her not till he had set eyes on Bhanavar." She knelt by the chief, saying in a soft voice, "Very greatly the chief of the Beni Asar loved Bhanavar." And she thought, "Yea, greatly and verily loved I him, and he shall be no victim of the serpents, for I defy them, and give them other prey." So she said in deeper tones, "Ruark, the queen is come hither to release thee, O my chief, O thou soul of wrath! Ruark, my fire eye, my eagle of the desert! Where is one on earth beloved as thou art by Bhanavar?" The dark light in his eyes kindled as light in the eyes of a lion, and she continued, "Ruark, what a yoke is hers who weareth this crown! He that is my lord, how am I mated to him save in loathing? O my chief, my lion, hadst thou no dream of Bhanavar, that she would come hither to unbind thee and lift thee beside her, and live with thee in love and veilness loveliness, thine, yea, and in power over lands and nations and armies, lording the infidel, taming them to submission, exulting in defiance and assaults and victories and magnanimities, thou and she?" Then, while his breast heaved like a broad wave, the queen started to her feet, crying, "Lo, she is here, and this she offereth thee, Ruark!" A shrill cry parted from her lips,
and to the clapping of her hands, slaves entered the cell with lamps and instruments to strike off the fetters from the chief. And they released him, and Ruark leaned on their shoulders to bear the weight of a limb, so was he weakened by captivity. But Bhanavar thrust them from the chief, and took the pressure of his elbow on her own shoulder, and walked with him thus to the door of the cell, he sighing as one in a dream that dreameth the bliss of bliss. Now they had gone 3 paces onward, and were in the light of many lamps, when behold, the veil of Bhanavar caught in the sleeve of Ruark as he lifted it, and her visage became bare. She shrieked, and caught up her 2 hands to her brow, but the slaves had a glimpse of her, and said among themselves, "This is not the queen." And they murmured, "'Tis an impostor, one in league with the chief." Bhanavar heard them say, "Arrest her with him at the governor's gate," and summoned her soul, thinking, "He loveth me, the chief, he will look into my eyes and mark not the change. What need I then to dread his scorn when I ask of him the kiss? Now must it be given, or we are lost, both of us." And she raised her head on Ruark, and said to him, "My chief, ere we leave these walls and join our fates, wilt thou plight thyself to me with a kiss?" Ruark leaped to her like the bounding leopard, and gave her the kiss, as were it his whole soul he gave. Then in a moment Bhanavar felt the blush of beauty burn over her, and drew the veil down on her face, and suffered the slaves to arrest her with Ruark, and bring her before the governor, and from the governor to the king in his council chamber, with the chief of the Beni Asser. Now the king Mashalleed called to her, "Thou traitress, thou sorceress, thou serpent!" And she answered under the veil, "What, O my lord the king, and wherefore these evil names of me?" Cried he, "Thou thing of guile, and thou hast pleaded with me for the life of the chief thus long to visit him in secret? Life of my head, I but Mashalleed is not one to be fooled." So she said, "'Tis Bhanavar, hast thou forgotten her?" Then he waxed white with rage, exclaiming, "Yea, 'tis she, a serpent in the slough! And Ukleet in the torture hath told of thee what is known to him. Unveil, unveil!" She threw the veil from her figure, and smiled, for Mashalleed was mute, the torrent of invective frozen on his mouth, when he beheld the miracle of beauty that she was, the splendid jewel of throbbing loveliness. So to scourge him with the bitter lash of jealousy, Bhanavar turned her eyes on Ruark, and said sweetly, "Yet shalt thou live to taste again the bliss of the desert. Pleasant was our time in it, O my chief." The king glared and choked, and she said again, "Nor he conquered thee, but I, and I that conquered thee. Little will it be for me to conquer him. His threats are the winds of idleness." Surely the world darkened before the eyes of Mashalleed, and he arose and called to his guard hoarsely, "Have off their heads." They hesitated, dreading the queen, and he roared, "Slay them!" Bhanavar beheld the winking of the steel, but ere the scimitars descended, she seized Ruark, and they stood in a whizzing ring of serpents, the sound of whom was as the hum of 1,000 wires, struck by storm winds. Then she glode, towering over them, with the chief clasped to her, and crying, "King of vileness, match thy slaves with my creatures of the caves!" And she sang to the serpents, "Seize upon him, sting him through, thrice this day shall pay your due." But they, instead of obeying her injunction, made narrower their circle round Bhanavar and the chief. She yellowed, and took hold of the nearest serpent horribly, crying, "Dare against me to rebel, ye the bitter brood of hell?" And the serpent gasped in reply, "When the kiss to us secures, give us ours, and we are yours." Thereupon another of the serpents swung on, the feet of Ruark winding his length upward round the body of the chief. So she tugged at that one, tearing it from him violently, and crying, "Him ye shall not have, I swear! Seize the king that's crouching there!" And that serpent hissed, "This is he the kiss ensures, give us ours, and we are yours." Another and another serpent she flung from the chief, and they began to swarm venomously, answering her no more. Then Ruark bore witness to his faith, and folded his arms with the grave smile she had known in the desert, and Bhanavar struggled and tussled with the serpents in fierceness, strangling and tossing them to right and left. "Great is Allah!" cried all present, and the king trembled, for never was sight like that seen, the hall flashing with the serpents, and a woman serpent, their queen,
raging to save one from their fury, shrieking at intervals, "Never, never shall ye fold! Save with me the man I hold!" But now the hiss and scream of the serpents and the noise of their circling was quickened to a slurred, savage sound, and they closed on Ruark, and she felt him stifling, and that they were relentless. So in the height of the tempest Bhanavar seized the jewel in the gold circlet on her brow, and cast it from her. Lo, the serpents instantly abated their frenzy, and flew all of them to pluck the jewel, chasing the one that had it in his fangs through the casement, and the hall breathed empty of them. Then, in the silence that was, Bhanavar veiled her face, and said to the Chief, "Pass from the hall. While they yet dread me, no longer am I Queen of the Serpents." But he replied, "Nay, said I not my soul is thine?" She cried to him, "Seest thou not the change in me? I was bound to those serpents for my beauty, and 'tis gone. Now I am powerless, hateful to look on. O Ruark, my Chief!" He remained still, saying, "What thou hast been thou art." She exclaimed, "O true soul, the light is hateful to me, as I to the light; but I will yet save thee, to comfort Rukrooth thy mother." So she drew him with her swiftly from the hall of the King, ere the King had recovered his voice of command. But now the wrath of the All Powerful was upon her and him. Surely within an hour from the flight of the serpents, the slaves and soldiers of Mashalleed laid at his feet two heads that were the heads of Ruark and Bhanavar. And they said, "O great King, we tracked them to her chamber, and through to a passage and a vault hung with black, wherein were two corpses, one in a tomb and one unburied, and we slew them there, clasping each other, O King of the age." Mashalleed gazed upon the head of Bhanavar and sighed, for death had made the head again fair with a wondrous beauty, a loveliness never before seen on earth. Chapter 3
Section 7 of The Shaving of Shagpat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matthew Reese. The Shaving of Shagpat by George Meredith. Chapter 3 The Betrothal. Now, when Shibli Bagarag had ceased speaking, the Vizier smiled gravely, and shook his beard with satisfaction, and said to the Eclipser of Reason, "What opinest thou of this nephew of the barber, O Noorna bin Noorka?" She answered, "O Feshnavat, my father, truly I am content with the bargain of my betrothal. He, wullahy, is a fair youth of flowing speech." Then she said, "Ask thou him what he opineth of me, his betrothed." So the Vizier put that interrogation to Shibli Bagarag, and the youth was in perplexity, thinking, "Is it possible to be joyful in the embrace of one that hath brought thwackings upon us, serious blows?" Thinking, "Yet hath she, when the mood cometh, kindly looks, and I marked her eye dwelling on me admiringly." And he thought, "Mayhap she that groweth younger, and counteth nature backwards, hath a history that would affect me, or, it may be, my kisses. Wah! I like not to give them, and it is said, Love is withered by the withered lip, and that, on bones become too prominent, he'll trip. Yet put the case that my kisses, I shower them not, Allah the All-Seeing is my witness, and they be given daintily as 'twere to the leaf of a nettle, or over hot pillow. Yet haply kisses repeated might restore her to a bloom, and it is certain youth is somehow stolen from her. If the Vizier Feshnavat went before her, and his blood be her blood, and he is powerful, she wise. I'll decide to act the part of a rejoicer, and express of her opinions honeyed to the soul of that sex." Now while he was thus debating, he hung his head, and the Vizier awaited his response, knitting his brows angrily at the delay, and at the last he cried, "What? No answer? How's this? Shall thy like dare hold debate when questioned of my like? And is my daughter, Noorna bin Noorka, thinkest thou, a slave girl in the market, thou haggling at her price, O thou nephew of the barber?" So Shibli Bagarag exclaimed, "O exalted one, bestower of the bride! Surely I debated with myself but for appropriate terms, and I delayed to select the metre of the verse fitting my thoughts of her, and my wondrous good fortune, and the honour done me. Then the Vizier, "Let us hear." We listen. And Shibli Bagarag was advised to deal with illustrations in his dilemma, byways of expression, and spake in extemporaneous verse, and with full voice. The pupils of the sage for living beauty sought, and one a vision clasped, and one a model wrought. "I have it," each exclaimed, and rivalry arose. "Paint me thy maid of air, thy grace of clay disclose." "What? Limbs that cannot move? What? Lips that melt away? Keep thou thy maid of air, shroud up thy grace of clay." 'Twas thus, contending hot, they went before the sage, and knelt at the wise wells of cold ascetic age. "The fairest of the twain, O father, thou record." He answered, "Fairest she who's likest to her lord." Said they, "What fairer thing matched with them might prevail?" The sage austerely smiled, and said, "Yon monkey's tail. 'Tis left for aftertime his wisdom to declare, That's loveliest we best love, and to ourselves compare. Yet lovelier than all hands shape or fancies build, The meanest thing of earth God with his fire hath filled." Now, when Shibli Bagarag ceased, Noorna bin Noorka cried, "Enough, O wondrous turner of verse, thou that art honest!" And she laughed loudly, rustling like a bag of shavings, and rolling in her laughter. Then said she, "O my betrothed, is not the thing thou wouldst say no other than, Each to his mind doth the fairest enfold, For broken long since was beauty's mould?" And, "Thou that art old, withered, I cannot flatter thee, as I can in no way pay compliments to the monkey's tail of high design, nevertheless the sage would do thee honour. So read I thy illustration, O keen of wit, and thou art forgiven its boldness, my betrothed, Wullahy, utterly so." Now the youth was abashed at her discernment, and the kindliness of her manner won him to say, "There's many a flower of sweetness, there's many a gem of earth, Would thrill with bliss our being, could we perceive its worth. O beauteous is creation, in fashion and device! If I have failed to think thee fair, 'tis blindness is my vice." And she answered him, "I've proved thy wit and power of verse, That is at will diffuse and terse. Lest thou commence to lie, be dumb. I am content, the time will come." Then she said to the Vizier Feshnavat, "O my father, there is all in this youth, the nephew of the barber, that's desirable for the undertaking, and his feet will be on a level with the task we propose for him, he the height of a man above it. 'Tis clear that vanity will trip him, but honesty is a strong upholder, and he is one that hath the spirit of enterprise and the mask of dissimulation. Gratitude I observe in him, and it is as I thought when I came upon him on the sand hill outside the city, that his star is clearly in a web with our star, he destined for the Shaving of Shagpat." So the Vizier replied, "He hath had thwackings, yet he is not deterred from making further attempt on Shagpat. I think well of him, and I augur hopefully. Wullahy, the Cadi shall be sent for. I can sleep in his secrecy, and he shall perform the ceremonies of betrothal, even now and where we sit, and it shall be for him to write the terms of contract. So shall we bind the youth firmly to us, and he will be one of us as we are, devoted to the undertaking by 3 bonds, the bond of vengeance, the bond of ambition, and that of love." Now so it was that the Vizier dispatched a summons for the attendance of the Cadi, and he came and performed between Shibli Bagarag and Noorna bin Noorka ceremonies of betrothal, and wrote terms of contract, and they were witnessed duly by the legal number of witnesses, and so worded that he had no claim on her as wife till such time as the event to which he bound himself was mastered. Then the fees being paid, and compliments interchanged, the Vizier exclaimed, "Be ye happy, and let the weak cling to the strong, and be ye 2 to 1 in this world, and no split halves that betray division and stick not together when the gum is heated." Then he made a sign to the Cadi and them that had witnessed the contract to follow him, leaving the betrothed ones to their own company. So when they were alone, Noorna gazed on the youth wistfully, and said in a soft tone, "Thou art dazed with the adventure, O youth. Surely there is one kiss owing me. Art thou willing? Am I reduced to beg it of thee? Or dream'st thou?" He lifted his head and replied, "Even so." Thereat he stood up languidly, and went to her and kissed her, and she smiled and said, "I wot it will be otherwise, and thou wilt learn swiftness of limb, brightness of eye, and the longing for earthly beatitude, when next I ask thee, O my betrothed. Lo, while she spake, new light seemed in her, and it was as if a splendid jewel were struggling to cast its beams through the sides of a crystal vase, smeared with dust and old dirt, and spinnings of the damp spider. He was amazed, and cried, How's this? What change is passing in thee? She said, Joy in thy kiss, and that I have scaped Shagpat. Then he, Shagpat? How? Had that wretch claim over thee ere I came? But she looked fearfully at the corners of the room, and exclaimed, Hush, my betrothed! Speak not of him in that fashion. 'Tis dangerous, and my power cannot keep off his emissaries at all times. Then she said, O my betrothed, know me a sorceress and sorcelled, not that I seem, but that I shall be. Wait thou for the time, and it will reward thee. What? Thou thinkest to have plucked a wrinkled o'erripe fruit, a mouldy pomegranate under the branches, a sour tamarind? 'Tis well, I say naught, save that time will come, and be thou content. It is truly as I said, that I have thee between me and Shagpat, and that honoured one of our city thought fit in his presumption to demand me in marriage at the hands of my father, knowing me wise, and knowing the thing that transformed me to this, the abominable fellow. Surely my father entertained not his proposal save with scorn, but the king looked favourably on it, and it is even now matter of reproach to Feshnavat, my father, that he withholdeth me from Shagpat. Quoth Shibli Bagarag, A clothier, O Noorna, control the Vizier, and demand of him his daughter in marriage, and a clothier influence the king against his Vizier. 'Tis, wullahy, a riddle. She replied, 'Tis even so, eyes of mine, my betrothed. But thou knowest not Shagpat, and that he is. Lo, the king and all of this city save we three are held in enchantment by him, and made foolish by one hair that's in his head. Shibli Bagarag started in his seat, like one that shineth with a discovery, and cried, The identical! Then she, sighing, 'Tis that indeed, but the identical of identicals, the chief and head of them, and I, woe's me, I, the planter of it. So he said, How so? But she cried, I'll tell thee not here, nor aught of myself and him, and the Genie held in bondage by me, till thou art proved by adventure, and we float peacefully on the sea of the bright lily. There shalt thou see me as I am, and hear my story, and marvel at it, for 'tis wondrous, and a manifestation of the power that dwelleth unseen. So Shibli Bagarag pondered awhile on the strange nature of the things she hinted, and laughter seized him as he reflected on Shagpat, and the whole city enchanted by one hair in his head, and he exclaimed, O Noorna, knoweth he, Shagpat, of the might in him? She answered, Enough for his vain soul that homage is paid to him, and he careth not for the wherefore. Shibli Bagarag fixed his eyes on the deep-flowered carpets of the floor, as if reading there a matter quaintly written, and smiled, saying, What boldness was mine, the making offer to shear Shagpat, the lion in his lair, he that holdeth a whole city in enchantment. Wah! 'twas an instance of daring. And Noorna said, Not only an entire city, but other cities affected by him, as witness Oolb, whither thou wilt go, and there be governments and states, and conditions of men remote, that hang upon him, Shagpat. 'Tis even so, I swell not his size. When thou hast mastered the event, and sent him forth shivering from thy blade like the shorn lamb, 'twill be known how great a thing has been achieved, and a record for the generations to come. Choice is that historian destined to record it. Quoth he, looking eagerly at her, O Noorna, what is it in thy speech affecteth me? Surely it infuseth the vigour of wine, old wine, and I shiver with desire to shave Shagpat, and spin threads for the historian to weave in order. I, wullahy, had but dry visions of the greatness destined for me till now, my betrothed. Shall I master an event in shearing him, and be told of to future ages? By Allah and his Prophet, praise be to that name, this is greatness. Say, Noorna, hadst thou foreknowledge of me and my coming to this city? So she said, I was on the roofs one night among the stars ere moonrise, O my betrothed, and 'twas close on the rise of this very month's moon. The star of our enemy Shagpat was large and red, mine as it were menaced by its proximity, nigh shallowed in its haughty beams and the steady overbearings of its effulgence. 'Twas so it has long been, when suddenly, lo! a star from the upper heaven that shot down between them wildly, and my star took lustre from it, and the star of Shagpat trembled like a ring on a tightened rope, and waved and flickered, and seemed to come forward and to retire, and 'twas presently as a comet in the sky, bright, a tadpole, with large head and lengthy tail, in the assembly of the planets. This I saw, and that the stranger star was stationed by my star, shielding it, and that it drew nearer to my star and entered its circle, and that the two stars seemed mixing the splendour that was theirs. Now, that sight amazed me, and my heart in its beating quickened with the expectation of things approaching. Surely I rendered praise and pressed both hands on my bosom, and watched, and behold, the comet, the illumined tadpole, was becoming restless beneath the joint rays of the twain that were dominating him, and he diminished, and lashed his tail uneasily, half madly, darting as do captured beasts from the fetters that constrain them. Then went there from thy star, for I now know 'twas thine, a momentary flash across the head of the tadpole, and again another and another rapidly, pertinaciously. And from thy star there passed repeated flashes across the head of the tadpole, till his brilliance were as 'twere severed from him, and he like drossy silver, a dead shape in the conspicuous heavens. And he became yellow as the rolling eyes of sick wretches in pain, and shrank in his place like pale parchment at the touch of flame. Dull was he as an animal fascinated by fear, and deprived of all power to make head against the foe. Darkness, that now beset him, and usurped part of his yet lively tail, and settled on his head, and coated part of his body. So when this tadpole, that was once terrible to me, became turbaned, shoed, and shawled with darkness, and there was little of him remaining visible, lo, a concluding flash shot from thy star, and he fell heavily down the sky and below the hills, into the sea, that is the enchanted sea, whose queen is Rebescorat, mistress of illusions. Now when my soul recovered from amazement at the marvels seen, I arose and went from the starry roofs, to consult my books of magic, and 'twas revealed to me that one was wandering to a junction with my destiny, and that by his means the great aim would of a surety be accomplished, Shagpat shaved. So my purpose was to discover him, and I made calculations, and summoned them that serve me to search for such a youth as thou art. Fairly, O my betrothed, did I preconceive thee. And so it was that I traced a magic line from the sand hills to the city, and from the outer hills to the sand hills, and whoso approached by that line I knew was he marked out as my champion, my betrothed, a youth destined for great things. Was I right? The egg hatcheth. Thou art already proved by thwackings, seasoned to the undertaking, and I doubt not thou art he that will finish with that tadpole Shagpat, and sit in the high seat, thy name an odour in distant lands, a joy to the historian, the compiler of events, thou master of the event, the greatest which time will witness for ages to come. When she had spoken, Shibli Bagarag considered her words, and the knowledge that he was selected by destiny as master of the event inflated him, and he was a hawk in eagerness, a peacock in pride, an ostrich in fullness of chest, crying, O Noorna bin Noorka, is it really so? Truly it must be, for the readers of planets were also busy with me at the time of my birth, interpreting of me in excessive agitation, and the thing they foretold is as thou foretellest. I am, Wullahy, marked. I walk manifest in the eye of Providence. Thereupon he exulted, and his mind strutted through the future of his days, and down the ladder of all time, exacting homage from men, his brethren, and 'twas beyond the art of Noorna to fix him to the present duties of the enterprise. He was as feathered seed before the breath of vanity. Now while the twain discoursed, she of the preparations for shaving Shagpat, he of his completion of the deed, and the honours due to him as master of the event, Feshnavat the Vizier returned to them from his entertainment of the Cadi, and he bribed them to silence with a mighty bribe. So he called to them, Ho! Be ye ready to commence the work, and have ye advised together as to the beginning? True is that triplet, whatever enterprise man hath, for waking love or curbing wrath, 'tis the first step that makes a path. And how have ye determined as to that first step? Noorna replied, O my father, we have not decided, and there hath been yet no deliberation between us as to that. Then he said, All this while have ye talked, and no deliberation as to that. Lo, I have drawn the Cadi to our plot, and bribed him with a mighty bribe, and I have prepared possible disguises for this nephew of the barber, and I have had the witnesses of thy betrothal dispatched to foreign parts, far kingdoms in the land of Raum, to prevent tattling and gabbling, and ye that were left alone for debating as to the great deed, ye have not yet deliberated as to that, Is it known to ye, O gabblers, aught of the punishment inflicted by Shahpesh the Persian on Khipil the builder? A punishment that, by Allah! Shibli Bagarag said, How of that punishment, O Vizier? And the Vizier narrated as followeth. End of Chapter 3. Recording by Matthew Reese, Davenport, Iowa.
Section 8 of The Shaving of Shagpat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabriel Glenn. The Shaving of Shagpat by George Meredith. Chapter 4. And this is the punishment of Shahpesh the Persian on Khipil the builder. They relate that Shahpesh the Persian commanded the building of a palace, and Khipil was his builder. The work lingered from the first year of the reign of Shahpesh even to his fourth. One day, Shahpesh went to the riverside where it stood to inspect it. Khipil was sitting on a marble slab among the stones and blocks. Round him stretched lazily the masons and stone cutters and slaves of burden, and they, with the curve of humorous enjoyment on their lips, for he was reciting to them adventures, interspersed with anecdotes and recitations and poetic instances, as was his wont. They were like pleased flocks whom the shepherd had led to a pasture freshened with brooks, there to feed indolently, he, the shepherd, in the midst. Now the king said to him, O Khipil, show me my palace where it standeth, for I desire to gratify my sight with its fairness. Khipil abased himself before Shahpesh and answered, 'Tis even here, O king of the age, where thou delightest the earth with thy foot and the ear of thy slave with sweetness. Surely a site of vantage, one that dominateth earth, air, and water, which is the builder's first and chief requisition for a noble palace, a palace to fill foreign kings and sultans with the distractions of envy. And it is, O sovereign of the time, a site, this site I have chosen, to occupy the tongues of travelers and awaken the flights of poets. Shahpesh smiled and said, The site is good, I laud the site. Likewise I laud the wisdom of Ibn Busrak, where he exclaims, Be sure, where virtue faileth to appear, for her a gorgeous mansion men will rear, and day and night her praises will be heard, where never yet she spake a single word. Then said he, O Khipil, my builder, there was once a farm servant that, having neglected in the seed time to sow, took to singing the richness of the soil when it was harvest, in proof of which he displayed the abundance of weeds that colored the land everywhere. Discover to me now the completeness of my halls and apartments, I pray thee, O Khipil, and be the excellence of thy construction made visible to me. Quoth Khipil, To hear is to obey. He conducted Shahpesh among the unfinished saloons and imperfect courts and roofless rooms, and by half-erected obelisks and columns pierced and chipped of the palace of his building. And he was bewildered at the words spoken by Shahpesh. But now the king exalted him, and admired the perfection of his craft, the greatness of his labor, the speediness of his construction, his assiduity, feigning not to behold his negligence. Presently they went up winding balusters to a marble terrace, and the king said, Such is thy devotion and constancy in toil, Khipil, that thou shalt walk before me here. He then commanded Khipil to precede him, and Khipil was heightened with the honor. When Khipil had paraded a short space, he stopped quickly and said to Shahpesh, Here is, as it chanceth, a gap, O king, and we can go no further this way. Shahpesh said, All is perfect, and it is my will thou delay not to advance. Khipil cried, The gap is wide, O mighty king, and manifest, and it is an incomplete part of thy palace. Then said Shahpesh, O Khipil, I see no distinction between one part and another. Excellent are all parts in beauty and proportion, and there can be no part incomplete in this palace that occupieth the builder 4 years in its building. So advance, do my bidding." Khipil yet hesitated, for the gap was of many strides, and at the bottom of the gap was a deep water, and he, one that knew not the motion of swimming. But Shahpesh ordered his guard to point their arrows in the direction of Khipil, and Khipil stepped forward hurriedly, and fell in the gap, and was swallowed by the water below. When he rose the second time, succor reached him, and he was drawn to land trembling, his teeth chattering. And Shahpesh praised him and said, "This is an apt contrivance for a bath, Khipil, O my builder, well conceived, one that taketh by surprise, and it shall be thy reward daily, when much talking hath fatigued thee." Then he bade Khipil lead him to the hall of state. And when they were there, Shahpesh said, "For a privilege, and as a mark of my approbation, I give thee permission to sit in the marble chair of yonder throne, even in my presence, O Khipil." Khipil said, "Surely, O king, the chair is not yet executed." And Shahpesh exclaimed, "If this be so, thou art but the length of thy measure on the ground, O talkative one." Khipil said, "Nay, 'tis not so, O king of splendors. Blind that I am, yonder's indeed the chair." And Khipil feared the king, and went to the place where the chair should be, and bent his body in a sitting posture, eyeing the king, and made pretence to sit in the chair of Shahpesh, as in conspiracy to amuse his master. Then said Shahpesh, "For a token that I approve thy execution of the chair, thou shalt be honored by remaining seated in it up to the hour of noon. But move thou to the right or to the left, showing thy soul insensible of the honor done thee, transfixed thou shalt be with 20 arrows and 5. The king then left him with a guard of 25 of his bodyguard, and they stood around him with bent bows, so that Khipil dared not move from his sitting posture. And the masons and the people crowded to see Khipil sitting on his master's chair, for it became rumored about. When they beheld him sitting upon nothing, and he trembling to stir for fear of the loosening of the arrows, they laughed so that they rolled upon the floor of the hall, and the echoes of laughter were 1,000-fold. Surely the arrows of the guards swayed with the laughter that shook them. Now, when the time had expired for his sitting in the chair, Shahpesh returned to him, and he was cramped, pitiable to see, and Shahpesh said, "Thou hast been exalted above men, O Khipil, for that thou didst execute for thy master has been found fitting for thee." Then he bade Khipil lead the way to the noble gardens of dalliance and pleasure that he had planted and contrived. And Khipil went in that state described by the poet where we go draggingly, with remonstrating members, knowing a dreadful strength behind, and a dark fate before. They came to the gardens, and behold, these were full of weeds and nettles, the fountains dry, no tree to be seen, a desert. And Shahpesh cried, "This is indeed of admirable design, O Khipil. Feelst thou not the coolness of the fountains, their refreshingness? Truly I am grateful to thee. And these flowers, pluck me now a handful, and tell me of their perfume." Khipil plucked a handful of the nettles that were there in place of flowers, and put his nose to them before Shahpesh till his nose was reddened, and desire to rub it waxed in him and possessed him, and became a passion, so that he could scarce refrain from rubbing it even in the king's presence. And the king encouraged him to sniff and enjoy their fragrance, repeating the poet's words: "Methinks I am a lover and a child, a little child and happy lover both, when by the breath of flowers I am beguiled from sense of pain and lulled in odorous sloth. So I adore them, that no mistress sweet seems worthier of the love which they wake. In innocence and beauty more complete was never maiden cheek in morning lake. Oh, while I live, surround me with flowers. Oh, when I die, then bury me in their bowers." And the king said, "What sayest thou, O my builder? That is a fair quotation, applicable to thy feelings, one that expresseth them?" Khipil answered, "'Tis eloquent, O great king, comprehensiveness would be its portion, but that it alluded not to the delight of chafing. Then Shahpesh laughed and cried, Chafe not, it is an ill thing and a hideous. This nosegay, O Khipil, it is for thee to present to thy mistress. Truly, she will receive thee well after its presentation. I will have it now sent in thy name, with word that thou followest quickly. And for thy nettled nose, surely, if the whim seize thee that thou desirest is chafing, to thy neighbor is permitted what to thy hand is refused. The king set a guard upon Khipil to see that his orders were executed, and appointed a time for him to return to the gardens. At the hour indicated, Khipil stood before Shahpesh again. He was pale, saddened. His tongue drooped like the tongue of a heavy bell, that when it soundeth, giveth forth mournful sounds only. He had also the look of one battered with many beatings. So the king said, How of the presentation of the flowers of thy culture, O Khipil? He answered, Surely, O king, she received me with wrath, and I am shamed by her. And the king said, How of my clemency in the matter of the chafing? Khipil answered, O king of splendors, I made petition to my neighbors whom I met, accosting them civilly and with imploring, for I ached to chafe, and it was the very raging thirst of desire to chafe that was mine, devouring eagerness for solace of chafing, and they chafed me, O king, yet not in those parts which throbbed for the chafing, but in those which abhorred it. Then Shahpesh smiled and said, 'Tis certain that the magnanimity of monarchs is as the rain that falleth, the sun that shineth, and in this spot it fertilizeth richness, in that encourageth rankness. So thou art but a weed, O Khipil, and my grace is thy chastisement. Now the king ceased not persecuting Khipil under pretence of doing him honor and heaping favors upon him. 3 days and 3 nights was Khipil gasping without water, compelled to drink of the draught of the fountain as an honor at the hands of the king. And he was 7 days and 7 nights made to stand with stretched arms, as they were the branches of a tree, in each hand a pomegranate. And Shahpesh brought the people of his court to regard the wondrous pomegranate shoot planted by Khipil, very wondrous, and a new sort, worthy the gardens of a king. So the wisdom of the king was applauded, and men wotted he knew how to punish offences in coin, by the punishment inflicted on Khipil the builder. Before that time his affairs had languished, and the currents of business, instead of flowing, had become stagnant pools. It was the fashion to do as did Khipil, and fancy the tongue a constructor rather than a commentator. And there is a doom upon that people and that man which runneth to seed and gabble, as the poet says in his wisdom, If thou wouldst be famous and rich in splendid fruits, leave to bloom the flower of things, and dig among the roots. Truly, after Khipil's punishment, there were few in the dominions of Shahpesh who sought to win the honors bestowed by him on gabblers and idlers, as again the poet, When to loquacious fools with patience rare I listen, I have thoughts of Khipil's chair, his bath, his nosegay, and his fount I see, himself stretched out as a pomegranate tree, and that I am not Shahpesh I regret, so to enmesh the babbler in his net. Well is that wisdom worthy to be sung, which raised the palace of the wagging tongue. And whoso is punished after the fashion of Shahpesh the Persian on Khipil the builder, is said to be one in the palace of the wagging tongue to this time. End of chapter 4. Recording by Gabriel Glenn. Section 9 of The Shaving of Shagpat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabriel Glenn. The Shaving of Shagpat by George Meredith. Chapter 5. The Genie Karaz. Now, when the voice of the Wazir had ceased, Shibli Bagarag exclaimed, O Wazir, this night, no later, I'll surprise Shagpat, and shave him while he sleepeth, and he shall wake shorn beside his spouse. Wallahi, I'll delay no longer, I, Shibli Bagarag. Said the Wazir, Thou? And he replied, Surely, O Wazir, thou knowest little of my dexterity. So the Wazir laughed, and Noorna bin Noorka laughed, and he was at a loss to interpret the cause of their laughter. Then said Noorna, O my betrothed, there is not a doubt among us of thy dexterity, nor question of thy willingness, but this shaving of Shagpat, wullahi, 'tis longer work than what you makest of it. And he cried, How? Because the chief of identicals planted by thee in his head? She answered, Because of that, but 'tis the smallest opposer that. Then the Wazir said, Let us consult. So Shibli Bagarag gave ear, and the Wazir continued, There's first the chief of identicals planted by thee in the head of that presumptuous fellow, O my daughter. By what means shall that be overcome? She said, I rank not that first, O Feshnavat, my father. Surely I rank first the illusions with which Rabesqurat hath surrounded him, and made it difficult to know him from his semblances whenever real danger threateneth him. The Wazir assented, saying, Second, then, the chief of identicals? She answered, Nay, O father. Second, the weakness that's in man, and the little probability of his finishing with Shagpat at one effort, and there is but a sole chance for whoso attempteth, and if he faileth, 'tis forever he faileth. So the Wazir said, Even I knew not 'twas so grave. Third, then, the chief of identicals? She replied, Third, which showeth the difficulty of the task. Read ye not first how the barber must come upon Shagpat and fix him for his operation? Second, how the barber must be possessed of more than mortal strength to master him in so many strokes. Third, how the barber must have a blade like no other blade in this world in sharpness, in temper, in velocity of sweep, that he may reap this crop which flourisheth on Shagpat, and with it the magic hair which defieth edge of mortal blades. Now the Wazir sighed at the words, saying, Powerful is Shagpat. I knew not the thing I undertook. I fear his mastery of us, and we shall be contemned, objects for the red finger of scorn. Noorna turned to Shibli Bagarag and asked, Do the three bonds of enterprise, vengeance, ambition, and love shrink in thee from this great contest? Shibli Bagarag said, 'Tis terrible. On my head be it. She gazed at him a moment tenderly, and said, Thou art worthy of what is in store for thee, O my betrothed, and I think little of the dangers in contemplation of the courage in thee. Lo, if vengeance and ambition spur thee so, how will not love when added to the two? Then said she, As to the enchantments and spells that shall overreach him, and as to the blade wherewith to share him? Feshnavat exclaimed, Yonder's indeed where we stumble and are tripped at starting. But she cried, What if I know of a sword that not on earth or under resisteth, and before the keen edge of which all illusions and identicals are as summer grass to the sight? They both shouted, The whereabouts of that sword, O Noorna? So she said, 'Tis in Aklis, in the mountains of the Kush, and the 7 sons of Aklis sharpen it day and night, till the adventurer cometh to claim it for his occasion. Whoso succeedeth in coming to them, they know to have power over the sword, and 'tis then holiday for them. Many are the impediments, and they are as holes where the fox haunteth. So they deliver to his hand the sword, till his object is attained, his event mastered, smitten through with it, and 'tis called the sword of events. Surely with it the father of the 7 vanquished the mighty rock, Krugis, that threatened mankind with ruin, and a stain of the rock's blood is yet on the hilt of the sword. How sayest thou, O Feshnavat, shall we devote ourselves to get possession of that sword? So the Wazir brightened at her words and said, O excellent in wisdom and star of counsel, speak further, and as to the means. Noorna bin Noorka continued, Thou knowest, O my father, I am proficient in the arts of magic, and I am what I am, and what I shall be by its uses. 'Tis known to thee also that I hold a genie in bondage, and can utter 10 spells and 1 spell in a breath, surely my services to the youth in his attainment of the sword will be beyond price. Now to reach Aklis and the sword, there are 3 things needed, charms. And one is a phial full of the waters of Paravid from the wells in the mountain yon side the desert, and one, certain hairs that grow in the tail of the horse Garaveen, he that roameth wild in the meadows of Melistan, and one, that the youth gather and bear to Aklis for the white antelope Gulravaz, the lily of the lovely light that groweth in the hollow of the crags over the enchanted sea. With these spells he will command the sword of Aklis, and nothing can bar him passage. Moreover, I will expend in his aid all my subtleties, my transformations, the stores of my wisdom. Many seek this sword, and people the realms of Rabesquarath, or are beasts in Aklis, or crowned apes, or go to feed the rock Krugis in the abyss beneath the rock's egg bridge. But there's virtue in Shibli Bagarag. Wullahy, I am wistful in him of the hands of destiny, and he will succeed in this undertaking if he dares it. Shibli Bagarag cried, At thy bidding, O Noorna, care I for dangers? I am on fire to wield the sword and master the event. Thereupon Noorna bin Noorka arose instantly, and took him by the cheeks a tender pinch, and praised him. Then she drew round him a circle with her forefinger, that left a mark like the shimmering of evanescent green flame, saying, White was the day I set eyes on thee. Round the Wazir, her father, she drew a like circle, and she took an unguent and traced with it characters on the 2 circles, and letters of strange form, arrowy, lance-like, like leaning sheaves, and crouching baboons, and kicking jackasses, and cocks a crow, and lutes slack-strung. And she knelt and mumbled over and over words of magic, like the drone of a bee to hear, and as a roll of water, nothing distinguishable. After that she sought for an unguent of a red color, and smeared it on a part of the floor by the corner of the room, and wrote on it in silver fluid a word that was the word Eblis, and over that likewise she droned a while. Presently she arose with a white, heated face, the sweat on her brow, and said to Shibli Bagarag and Feshnavat hurriedly and in a harsh tone, How? Have ye fear? They answered, Our faith is in Allah, our confidence in thee. Said she then, I summon the genie I hold in bondage. He will be wrathful, but ye are secure from him. He is this moment in the farthest region of earth, doing ill as is his wont, and the wont of the stock of Iblis. So the Wazir said, He'll be no true helper, this genie, and I care not for his company. She answered, O my father, leave thou that to me. What says the poet? It is the sapiency of fools to shrink from handling evil tools. Now, while she was speaking, she suddenly inclined her head as to a distant noise, but they heard nothing. Then, after again listening, she cried in a sharp voice, Ho! Muffle your mouths with both hands, and stir not from the ring of the circles, as ye value life and its blessings. So they did as she bade them, and watched her curiously. Lo, she swathed the upper and lower part of her face in linen, leaving the lips and eyes exposed, and she took water from an ewer and sprinkled it on her head, and on her arms and her feet, murmuring incantations. Then she listened a 3rd time, and stooped to the floor and put her lips on it, and called the name Karaz. And she called this name 7 times loudly, sneezing between whiles. Then, as it were in answer to her summons, there was a deep growl of thunder, and the palace rocked, tottering, and the air became smoky and full of curling vapors. Presently they were aware of the cry of a cat and its meowlings, and the patch of red unguent on the floor parted, and they beheld a tawny cat with an arched back. So Noorna bin Noorka frowned fiercely at the cat and cried, This is thy shape, O Karaz, change, for it serves not the purpose. The cat changed, and was a leopard with glowing yellow eyes, crouched for the spring. So Noorna bin Noorka stamped and cried again, "This is thy shape, O Karaz, change, for it serves not the purpose." And the leopard changed, and was a serpent with many folds, sleek, curled, venomous, hissing. Noorna bin Noorka cried in wrath, "This is thy shape, O Karaz, change, or thou'lt be no other till bliss is accepted in paradise." And the serpent vanished. Lo, in its place a genie of terrible aspect, black as a solitary tree, seared by lightning, his forehead ridged and cloven with red streaks, his hair and ears reddened, his eyes like two hollow pits dug by the shepherd for the wolf and the wolf in them. He shouted, "What work is it now, thou accursed traitress?" Noorna replied, "I have need of thee." He said, "What shape?" She answered, "The shape of an ass that'll carry two on its back, thou perversity." Upon that he cried, "O faithless woman, how long shall I be the slave of thy plotting? Now, but for that hair of my head, plucked by thy hand while I slept, I were free, no doer of thy tasks. Say, who be these that mark us?" She answered, "One, the Wazir Feshnavat, and one, Shibli Bagarag of Shiraz, he that's destined to shave Shagpat, the son of Shimpur, the son of Shulpi, the son of Shulum, and the youth is my betrothed." Now at her words, the whole genie became as live coal with anger, and he panted black and bright, and made a stride towards Shibli Bagarag, and stretched his arm out to seize him. But Noorna blew quickly on the circles she had drawn, and the circles rose up in a white flame high as the heads of those present, and the genie shrank hastily back from the flame, and was seized with fits of sneezing. Then she said in scorn, "Easily, O Karaz, is a woman outwitted. Surely I could not guess what would be thy action. And I was wanting in foresight and insight, and I am a woman bearing the weight of my power as a woodman staggereth under the logs he hath felled." So she taunted him, and he, still sneezing and bent double with the might of the sneeze. Then said Noorna in a stern voice, "No more altercation between us. Wait thou here till I reappear, Karaz." Thereupon she went from them, and the two, Feshnavat and Shibli Bagarag, feared greatly being left with the genie, for he became all colours, and lowered on them each time that he ceased sneezing. He was clearly menacing them when Noorna returned, and in her hand a saddle made of hide, traced over with mystic characters and gold stripes. So she cried, "Take this." Then seeing he hesitated, she unclosed from her left palm a powder, and scattered it over him. And he grew meek, and the bending knee of obedience was his, and he took the saddle. So she said, "'Tis well. Go now and wait outside the city in the shape of an ass, with this saddle on thy back." The genie groaned and said, "To hear is to obey." And he departed with those words, for she held him in bondage. Then she calmed down the white flames of the circles that enclosed Shibli Bagarag and the Wazir Feshnavat, and they stepped forth, marvelling at the greatness of her sorceries that held such a genie in bondage. End of chapter 5. Recording by Gabriel Glenn. Section 10 of The Shaving of Shagpat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabriel Glenn. The Shaving of Shagpat by George Meredith. Chapter 6. The Well of Paravid. Now there was haste in the movements of Noorna bin Noorka, and she arrayed herself and clutched Shibli Bagarag by the arm, and the twain departed from Feshnavat the Wazir, and came to the outside of the city. And lo, there was the genie by a well under a palm, and he standing in the shape of an ass saddled. So they mounted him, and in a moment they were in the midst of the desert, and naught around them save the hot glimmer of the sands and the grey of the sky. Surely the ass went at such a pace as never ass went before in this world, resting not by the rivulets, nor under the palms, nor beside the date boughs. It was as if the ass scurried without motion of his legs, so swiftly went he. At last the desert gave signs of a border on the low line of the distance, and this grew rapidly higher as they advanced, revealing a country of hills and rocks, and at the base of these the ass rested. So Noorna said, "This desert that we have passed, O my betrothed, many are they that perish in it, and reach not the well, but give thanks to Allah that it is past." Then said she, "Dismount, and be wary of moving to the front or to the rear of this ass, and measure thy distance from the lash of his tail." So Shibli Bagarag dismounted, and followed her up the hills and the rocks, through ravines and gorges of the rocks, and by tumbling torrents, among hanging woods, over perilous precipices where no sun hath pierced, and the bones of travellers whiten in loneliness. And they continued mounting upward by winding paths, now closed in by coverts, now upon open heights having great views, and presently a mountain was disclosed to them, green at the sides high up it. And Noorna bin Noorka said to Shibli Bagarag, "Mount here, for the cunning of this ass can furnish him no excuse further for making thee food for the birds of prey." So Shibli Bagarag mounted, and they ceased not to ascend the green slopes till the grass became scanty and darkness fell, and they were in a region of snow and cold. Then Noorna bin Noorka tethered the ass to a stump of a tree and breathed in his ear, and the ass became as a creature carved in stone. And she drew from her bosom 2 bags of silk, and blew in one and entered it, bidding Shibli Bagarag do likewise with the other bag. And he obeyed her, drawing it up to his neck, and the delightfulness of warmth came over him. Then said she, "Tomorrow at noon we shall reach near the summit of the mountain and the well of Paravid, if my power last over this ass, and from that time thou wilt be on the high road to greatness. So fail not to remember what I have done for thee, and be not guilty of ingratitude when thy hand is the stronger." He promised her, and they lay and slept. When he awoke, the sun was half risen, and he looked at Noorna bin Noorka in the silken bag, and she was yet in the peacefulness of pleasant dreams. But for the ass, surely his eyes rolled, and his head and 4 legs were endued with life, while his latter half seemed of stone. And the youth called to Noorna bin Noorka, and pointed to her the strangeness of the condition of the ass. As she cast eyes on him, she cried out, and rushed to him, and took him by the ears, and blew up his nostrils, and the animal was quiet. Then she and Shibli Bagarag mounted him again, and she said to him, "It is well thou wert more vigilant than I, and that the sun rose not on this ass while I slept, or my enchantment would have thawed on him, and he would have escaped us." She gave her heel to the ass, and the ass hung his tail in sullenness and drooped his head, and she laughed, crying, "Karaz, silly fellow, do thy work willingly, and take wisely thine outwitting." She jeered him as they journeyed, and made the soul of Shibli Bagarag merry, so that he jerked in his seat upon the ass. Now, as they ascended the mountain, they came to the opening of a cavern, and Noorna bin Noorka halted the ass, and said to Shibli Bagarag, "We part here, and I wait for thee in this place. Take this phial, and fill it with the waters of the well after thy bath. The way is before thee. Speed on it." He climbed the sides of the mountain, and was soon hidden in the clefts and beyond the perches of the vulture. She kept her eyes on the rocky point when he disappeared, awaiting his return. And the sun went over her head and sank on the yon side of the mountain, and it was by the beams of the moon that she beheld Shibli Bagarag dropping from the crags and ledges of rock, sliding and steadying himself downward, till he reached her with the phial in his hand, filled, and he was radiant, as it were divine with freshness, so that Noorna, before she spoke welcome to him, was lost in contemplating the warm shine of his visage, calling to mind the poet's words: "The wealth of light and sun and moon, all nature's wealth, hath mortal beauty for a boon when matched with health." Then said she, "O Shibli Bagarag, 'tis achieved this first of thy tasks, for mutely on the fresh red of thy mouth, my betrothed, speaketh the honey of persuasiveness, and the children of Aklis will not resist thee. So she took the phial from him and led forth the ass, and the twain mounted the ass and descended the slopes of the mountain in moonlight. And Shibli Bagarag said, Lo, I have marked wonders and lived a life since our parting, and this well, 'tis a miracle to dip in it, and by it sit many maidens weeping, and old men babbling, and youth that were idle youths striking bubbles from the surface of the water. The well is rounded with marble, and the sky is clear in it, cool in it, the whole earth imaged therein. Then Noorna said, Hadst thou a difficulty in obtaining the waters of the well? He answered, Surely all was made smooth for me by thy aid. Now when I came to the well, I marked not them by it, but plunged, and the depth of that well seemed to me the very depth of the earth itself. So went I ever downward, and when I was near the bottom of the well, I had forgotten life above. And lo, no sooner had I touched the bottom of the well when my head emerged from the surface. 'Twas wondrous. But for a sign that touched the bottom of the well, see, O Noorna bin Noorka, the jewel, the one of the myriads that glitter at the bottom, and I plucked it for a gift to thee. So Noorna took the jewel from his hand that was torn and crimson, and she cried, Thou fair youth, thou bleedst with the plucking of it, and it was written, No hand shall pluck a jewel at the bottom of that well without letting of blood. Even so it is. Worthy art thou, and I was not mistaken in thee. At her words, Shibli Bagarag burst forth into praises of her, and he sang, What is my worthiness matched with thy worth? Darkness and earthiness, dust and dearth. O Noorna, thou art wise above women, great and glorious over them. In this fashion the youth lauded her that was his betrothed, but she exclaimed, Hush, or the jealousy of this ass will be aroused, and of a surety he'll spill us. Then he laughed, and she laughed, till the tail of Karaz trembled. End of chapter 6. Recording by Gabriel Glenn. Section 11 of The Shaving of Shagpat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabriel Glenn. The Shaving of Shagpat by George Meredith. Chapter 7. The Horse Garaveen. Now they descended leisurely the slopes of the mountain, and when they were again in the green of its base, Noorna called to the ass, Ho, Karaz! Sniff now the breezes, for the end of our journey by night is the meadows of Melistan. Forward in thy might, and bray not when we are in them, for thy comfort's sake. The ass sniffed, turning to the forequarters, and chose a certain direction, and bore them swiftly over hills and streams, eddying in silver, over huge mounds of sands where the tents of Bedouins stood in white clusters, over lakes smooth as the cheeks of sleeping loveliness, by walls of cities, mosques, and palaces, under towers that rose as an armed man with the steel on his brows and the frown of battle. By the shores of the pale, foaming sea it bore them, going at a pace that the Arab on his steel outstrippeth not. So when the sun was red, and the dews were blushing with new light, they struggled from a wilderness of barren, broken ground, and saw beneath them, in the warm beams, green, peaceful, deep, the meadows of Melistan. They were meadows dancing with flowers, as it had been fresh damsels of the mountain, fair with variety of colors that were so many gleams of changing light as the breezes of the morn swept over them, lavish of hues, of sweetness, of pleasantness, fur for the souls of the blessed. Then after they had gazed awhile, Noorna bin Noorka said, In these meadows the horse Garaveen roameth at will. Heroes of bliss bestride him on great days. He is black to look on. Speed quivers in his flanks like the lightning. His nostrils are wide with flame, there is that in his eye which is settled fire, and that in his hoofs which is ready thunder. When he paws the earth, kingdoms quake. No animal liveth with blood like the horse Garaveen. He is under a curse, for that he bore on his back one who defied the prophet. Now to make him come to thee, thou must blow the call of battle, and to catch him, thou must contrive to strike him on the fetlock as he runs with this musk ball which I give thee. And to tame him, thou must trace between his eyes a figure or the crescent with thy forenail. When that is done, bring him to me here, where I await thee, and I will advise thee further. So she said, Go. And Shibli Bagarag showed her the breadth of his shoulders, and stepping briskly towards the meadows, was soon brushing among the flowers and soft mosses of the meadows, lifting his nostrils to the joyful smells, looking about him with the broad eye of one that hungereth for a coming thing. The birds went above him, and the trees shook and sparkled, and the waters of the brooks and broad rivers flashed like waving mirrors, waved by the slave girls in sport when the beauties of the harem riot and dip their gleaming shoulders in the bath. He wandered on, lost in the gladness that lived, till the loud neigh of a steed startled him, and by the banks of a river before him he beheld the horse Garaveen, stooping to drink of the river. Glorious was the look of the creature, silver-hoofed, fashioned in the curves of beauty and swiftness. So Shibli Bagarag put up his two hands and blew the call of battle, and the horse Garaveen arched his neck at the call, and swung upon his haunches and sought the call, answering it, and tossing his mane as he advanced swiftly. Then as he neared, Shibli Bagarag held the musk ball in his fingers, and aimed at the fetlock of the horse Garaveen, and flung it, and struck him so that he stumbled and fell. He snorted fiercely as he bent to the grass, but Shibli Bagarag ran to him, and grasped strongly the tuft of hair hanging forward between his ears, and traced between his eyes a figure of the crescent with his forenail, and the horse ceased plunging, and was gentle as a colt by its mother's side, and suffered Shibli Bagarag to bestride him, and spurn him with his heel to speed, and bore him fleetly across the fair length of the golden meadow to where Noorna bin Noorka sat awaiting him. She uttered a cry of welcome, saying, This is achieved with diligence and skill, O my betrothed, and on thy right wrist I mark strength like a sleeping leopard, and the children of Aklis will not resist thee. So she bade him alight from the horse, but he said, Nay. And she called to him again to alight, but he cried, I will not alight from him, by Allah. Such a bounding wave of bliss have I never yet had beneath me, and I will give him rain once again, as the poet says. Divinely rings the rushing air when I am on my mettled mare, when fast along the plains we fly, a creature of the heavens am I. Then she levelled her brows at him and said gravely, This is the temptation thou art falling into, as have thousands before thy time. Give him the rein a second time, and he will bear thee to the red pit, and halt upon the brink, and pitch thee into it among bleeding masses and skeletons of thy kind, where they lie who were men like to thee, and were borne away by the horse Garaveen. He gave no heed to her words, taunting her, and making the animal prance up and prove its spirit. And she cried reproachfully, O fool! It is thus our great aim will be defeated, by thy silly conceit? Lo now, the greatness and the happiness thou art losing for this idle vanity is to be as a dunghill cock matched with an ostrich, and think not to escape the calamities thou bringest on thyself, for as is said, no runner can outstrip his fate, and it will overtake thee, though thou part like an arrow from the bow. He still made a jest of her remonstrance, trying the temper of the animal and rejoicing in its dark flushes of ireful vigor. And she cried out furiously, How? Art thou past counsel? Then we will match strength with strength ere 'tis too late, though it weaken both. Upon that she turned quickly to the ass and stroked it from one extremity to the other, crying, Kuraz, Kuraz, shouting, Come forth in thy power. And the ass vanished, and the genie stood in his place, tall, dark, terrible as a pillar of storm to travellers ranging the desert. He exclaimed, What is it, O woman? Charge me with thy command. And she said, Wrestle with him thou seest on the horse Garaveen, and fling him from his seat. Then he yelled a glad yell, and stooped to Shibli Bagarag on the horse, and enveloped him, and seized him, and plucked him from the horse, and whirled him round, and flung him off. The youth went circling in the air, high in it, and descended, circling, at a distance in the deep meadow waters. When he crept up the bank, he saw the genie astride the horse Garaveen, with a black flame around his head. And the genie urged him to speed, and put him to the gallop, and was soon lost to sight, as he had been a thunderbeam passing over a still lake at midnight. And Shibli Bagarag was smitten with the wrong and the folly of his act, and sought to hide his sight from Noorna. But she called to him, Look up, O youth, and face the calamity. Lo, we have now lost the service of Karaz, for though I utter 10 spells and 1 spell in a breath, the horse Garaveen will ere that have stretched beyond the circle of my magic, and the genie will be free to do his ill deeds and plot against us. Sad it is, but profit thou by a knowledge of thy weakness. Then said she, See, I have not failed to possess myself of the 3 hairs of Garaveen, and there is that to rejoice in. She displayed them, and they were sapphire hairs, and had a flickering light, and they seemed to live, wriggling their lengths, and were as snakes with sapphire skins. Then she said, Thy right wrist, O my betrothed. He gave her his right wrist, and she tied round it the 3 hairs of Garaveen, exclaiming, Thus do skillful carpenters make stronger what has broken and indicated disaster. Surely I confide in thy star. I have faith in my foresight. And she cried, Eyes of mine, what sayest thou to me? Lo, we must part awhile, it is written. Said he, Leave me not, my betrothed, what am I without counsel? And go not from me, or this adventure will come to miserable issue. So she said, Thou beginnest to feel my worth? He answered, O Noorna, was woman like thee before in this world? Surely 'tis a mask I mark thee under, yet art thou perforce of sheer wisdom and sweet manners lovely in my sight, and I have a thirst to hear thee and look on thee. While he spake, a beam of struggling splendor burst from her, and she said, O dear youth, yes, I must even go, but I go glad of heart, knowing thee prepared to love me. I must go to counteract the machinations of Karaz, for he is at once busy, vindictive, and cunning, and there is no time for us to lose. So farewell, my betrothed, and make thy wits keen to know me when we next meet. So he said, And I, whither go I? She answered, To the city of Oolb straightway. Then he, But I know not its bearing from this spot, how reach it? She answered, What? Thou with the phial of Paravid in thy vest, that endoweth a single drop of it, the flowers, the herbage, the very stones and desert sands, with a tongue to articulate intelligible talk? Said he, Is it so? She answered, Even so. Ere Shibli Bagarag could question her further, she embraced him, and blew upon his eyes, and he was blinded by her breath, and saw not her departure, groping for a seat on the rocks, and thinking her still by him. Sight returned not to him, till long after weariness had brought the balm of sleep upon his eyelids. End of Chapter 7. Recording by Gabriel Glenn.
Section 12 of The Shaving of Shagpat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Shaving of Shagpat by George Meredith. Chapter 8. The Talking Hawk. Now when he awoke he found himself alone in that place, the moon shining over the low meadows and flower cups fair, with night dew. Odors of night flowers were abroad, filling the cool air with deliciousness, and he heard in the gardens below songs of the bulbul. It was like a dream to his soul, and he lay some while contemplating the rich loveliness of the scene, that showed no moving thing. Then rose he and bethought him of the words of Noorna, and of the city of Oolb, and the phial of the waters of Paravid in his vest, and he drew it forth and dropped a drop of it on the rock where he had reclined.
a deep harmony seemed suddenly to awake inside the rock, and to his interrogation as to the direction of Oolb, he heard, "The path of the shadows of the moon." Thereupon he advanced to a prominent part of the rocks above the meadows, and beheld the shadows of the moon thrown forward into dimness across a waste of sand, and he stepped downward to the level of sand, and went the way of the shadows till it was dawn. Then dropped he a drop of the waters of the phial on a spike of lavender, and there was a voice said to him in reply to what he questioned, "The path of the shadows of the sun." The shadows of the sun were thrown forward across the same waste of sand, and he turned and pursued his way, resting at noon beneath a date tree, and refreshing himself at a clear spring beside it. Surely he was joyful as he went, and elated with high prospects, singing, "Sun and moon with their bright fingers point the hero's path. If in his great work he lingers, well may they be wroth." Now the extent of the duration of his travel was 4 days and an equal number of nights, and it was on the 5th morn that he entered the gates of a city by the sea, even at that hour when the inhabitants were rising from sleep. Fair was the sea beyond it, and the harbour was crowded with vessels, ships stored with merchandise, silks, dates, diamonds, Damascus steel, huge bales piled on the decks for the land of Roum and other lands. Shibli Bagarag thought, "There's scarce a doubt but that one of those sails will set for Oolb shortly. Wullahy! If I knew which, I'd board her and win a berth in her. Presently, he thought, I'll go to the public fountain and question it with the speech-winning waters." Thereupon he passed down the streets of the city, and came to an open space, where stood the fountain, and sprinkled it with paravit, and the fountain spake, saying, "Where men are, question not dumb things." Cried he, "Faileth Paravit in its power? Have I done aught to baffle myself?" Then he thought, "'Twere nevertheless well to do as the fountain directeth, and question men while I see them." And he walked about among the people, and came to the quays of the harbour, where the ships lay close in, many of them an easy leap from shore, and considered whom to address. So as he loitered about the quays, meditating on the means at the disposal of the All-Wise, and marking the vessels wistfully, behold, there advanced to him one at a quick pace, in the garb of a sailor. He observed Shibli Bagarag attentively a moment, and exclaimed, as it were in the plenitude of respect, and with the manner of one that is abashed, "Surely thou art Shibli Bagarag, the nephew of the barber, him we watch for." So Shibli Bagarag marvelled at this recognition, and answered, "Am I then already famous to that extent?" And he that accosted him said, "'Tis certain the trumpet was blown before thy steps, and there is not a man in this city but knoweth of thy destination to the city of Oolb, and that thou art upon the track of great things, one chosen to bring about imminent changes." Then said Shibli Bagarag, "For this I praise Noora bin Noorka, daughter of Feshnavat, vizier of the king that ruleth in the city of Shagpat. She saw me, that I was marked for greatness. Wullahy, the eagle knoweth me from afar, and proclaimeth me, the antelope of the hills scenteth the coming of one not as other man, and telleth his tidings. The wind of the desert shapeth its gusts to a meaning, so that the stranger may wot Shibli Bagarag is at hand." He puffed his chest and straightened his legs like the cock, and was as a man upon whom the Sultan has bestowed a dress of honour, even as the plumed peacock. Then the other said, "Know that I am a captain of yonder vessel that stands farthest out from the harbour, with her sails slackened, and she is laden with figs and fruits, which I exchange for silks, spices, and other merchandise with the people of Oolb. Now what says the poet? Delay in thine undertaking is disaster of thy own making. And he says also, Greatness is solely for them that succeed. 'Tis a rotten applause that gives earlier meed. Therefore it is advisable for thee to follow me on board without loss of time, and we will sail this very night for the city of Oolb." Now Shibli Bagarag was ruled by the words of the captain, albeit he desired to stay a while and receive the homage of the people of that city. So he followed him into a boat that was by, and the twain were rowed by sailors to the ship. Then, when they were aboard, the captain set sail, and they were soon in the hollows of deep waters. There was a berth in the ship set apart for Shibli Bagarag,
and one for the captain. Shibli Bagarag, when he entered his berth, beheld at the head of his couch a hawk, its eyes red as rubies, its beak sharp as the curve of a scimitar. So he called out to the captain, and the captain came to him. But when he saw the hawk, he plucked his turban from his head, and dashed it at the hawk, and afterward ran to it, trying to catch it, and the hawk flitted from corner to corner of the berth, he after it with open arms. Then he took a sword, but the hawk flew past him, and fixed on the back part of his head, tearing up his hair by the talons, and pecking over his forehead at his eyes. And Shibli Bagarag heard the hawk scream the name Karaz, and he looked closely at the captain of the vessel, and knew him for the Genie Karaz. Then trembled he with exceeding terror, cursing his credulities, for he saw himself in the hands of the Genie, and nothing but this hawk friendly to him on the fearful waters. When the hawk had torn up a certain hair, the Genie stiffened and glowed like copper in the furnace, the whole length of him, and he descended heavily through the bottom of the ship, and sank into the waters beneath, which hissed and smoked, as at a bar of heated iron. Then Shibli Bagarag gave thanks to the Prophet, and praised the hawk. But the hawk darted out of the cabin, and he followed it on deck, and lo, the vessel was in flames, and the hawk in a circle of the flames, and the flames soared with it, and left it no outlet. Now as Shibli Bagarag watched the hawk, the flames stretched out towards him, and took hold of his vestments. So he delayed not to commend his soul to the All-Merciful, and bore witness to his faith, and plunged into the sea headlong. When he rose, the ship had vanished, and all was darkness where it had been. So he buffeted with the billows, thinking his last hour had come, and there was no help for him in this world. And the spray shaken from the billows blinded him, the great walls of water crumbled over him, strength failed him, and his memory ceased to picture images of the old time, his heart to beat with ambition, and to keep the weight of his head above the surface was becoming a thing worth the ransom of kings. As he was sinking and turning his eyes upward, he heard a flutter as of fledglings' wings, and the two red ruby eyes of the hawk were visible above him, like steady fires in the gloom. And the hawk perched on him, and buried itself among the wet hairs of his head, and presently, taking the identical in its beak, the hawk lifted him half out of the water, and bore him a distance, and dropped him. This the hawk did many times, and at the last Shibli Bagarag felt land beneath him, and could wade through the surges to the shore. He gave thanks to the Supreme Disposer, kneeling prostrate on the shore, and fell into a sleep deep in peacefulness, as a fathomless well, unruffled by a breath. Now when it was dawn, Shibli Bagarag awoke, and looked inland, and saw plainly the minarets of a city shining in the first beams, and the front of yellow mountains, and people moving about the walls, and on the towers, and among the pastures round the city. So he made toward them, and inquired of them the name of their city. And they stared at him, crying, What? Knowest thou not the city of Oolb? The hawk on thy shoulder could tell thee that much. He looked and saw that the hawk was on his shoulder, and its left wing was scorched, the plumage blackened. So he said to the hawk, Is it profitable, O preserving bird, to ask thee questions? The hawk shook its wings and closed an eye. So he said, Do I well in entering this city? The hawk shook its wings again and closed an eye. So he said, To what house shall I direct my steps in this strange city for the attainment of the purpose I have? The hawk flew and soared, and alighted on the topmost of the towers of Oolb. So when it returned, he said, O bird, rare bird, my counsellor, it is an indication, this alighting on the highest tower, that thou advisest me to go straight to the palace of the king? The hawk flapped its wings and winked both eyes. So Shibli Bagarag took forth the phial from his breast, remembering the virtues of the waters of the well of Paravid, and touched his lips with them, that he might be endowed with flowing speech before the king of Oolb. As he did this, the phial was open, and the hawk leaned to it, and dipped its beak into the water. And he entered the city, and passed through the long streets towards the palace of the king, and craved audience of him, as one that had a thing marvellous to tell. So the king commanded that Shibli Bagarag should be brought before him, for he was a lover of marvels. As he went into the presence of the king, Shibli Bagarag listened to the hawk, for the hawk spake his language, and it said, Proclaim to the king a new wonder, the talking hawk. So when he had bent his body to the king, he proclaimed the new wonder, and the king seemed not to observe the hawk, and said, From what city art thou? He answered, Native, O king, to Shiraz, newly from the city of Shagpat. And the king asked, How is it with that hairy wonder? He answered, The dark forest flourisheth about him. And the king said, That is well. We of the city of Oolb take our fashions from them of the city of Shagpat, and it is but yesterday that I bastinadoed a barber that strayed among us. Shibli Bagarag sighed when he heard the king, and thought to himself, How unfortunate is the race of barbers, once honourable and in esteem! Surely it will not be otherwise till Shagpat is shaved. And the king called out to him for the cause of his sighing. So he said, I sigh, O king of the age, considering how like may be the case of the barber bastinadoed but yesterday, in his worth and value, to that of Roomdroom, the reader of planets, that was a barber. And he related the story of Roomdroom for the edification of the king and the exaltation of barbercraft, delivering himself neatly and winningly and pointedly, so that the story should apply, which was its merit and its origin. End of chapter 8. Section 13. The Shaving of Shagpat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Shaving of Shagpat by George Meredith. Chapter 9. The Goorelka of Oolb. When Shibli Bagarag had finished his narration of the case of Roomdroom the barber, the king of Oolb said, O thou native of Shiraz, there is persuasion and sweetness and fascination on thy tongue, and I am touched with compassion for the souls of Baba Mustapha, that I bastinadoed but yesterday, and he was from Shiraz likewise. Now the heart of Shibli Bagarag leapt when he heard mention of Baba Mustapha, and he knew him for his uncle that was searching him. He would have cried aloud his relationship, but the hawk whispered in his ear. Then the hawk said to him, There is danger in the king's muteness respecting me, for I am visible to him. Proclaim the spirit of prophecy. So he proclaimed that spirit, and the king said, Prophesy to me of barbercraft. And he cried, O king of the age, the barber is abased, trodden under foot, given over to the sneers and the gibes of them that flatter the powerful ones. He is as the winter worm, as the crocodile in the slime of his sleep by the bank, as the sick eagle before molting. But I say, O king, that he will come forth like the serpent in a new skin, shaming the old one. He slept a caterpillar, and will come forth a butterfly. He sank a star, and lo, he riseth a constellation. Now while he was speaking in the fervour of his soul, the king said something to one of the court officers surrounding him, and there was brought to the king a basin, a soap bowl, and a barber's tackle. When Shibli Bagarag saw these, the uses of the barber rushed upon his mind, and desire to sway the tackle pushed him forward and agitated him, so that he could not keep his hands from them. Then the king exclaimed, It is as I thought, our passions betray themselves, and our habits. So is it written, By Allah, I swear thou art thyself none other than a barber, O youth. Shibli Bagarag was nigh fainting with terror at this discovery of the king, but the hawk said in his ear, Proclaim speech in the tackle. So he proclaimed speech in the tackle, and the king smiled doubtfully, and said, If this be a cheat, Shiraz will not see thy face more. Then the hawk whispered in his ear, Drop on the tackle secretly a drop from the phial. This he did, spreading his garments, and commanded the tackle to speak. And the tackle spake, each portion of it, confusedly as the noise of Babel. So the king marvelled greatly, and said, 'Tis a greater wonder than the talking hawk, the talking tackle. Wullahy, it ennobleth barbercraft. Yet it were well to comprehend the saying of the tackle. Then the hawk flew to the tackle, and fluttered about it, and lo! the blade and the brush stood up, and said in a shrill tone, It is ordained that Shagpat shall be shaved, and that Shibli Bagarag shall shave him. The king bit the forefinger of amazement, and said, What then ensueth, O talking tackle?
And the brush and the blade stood up and said in a shrill tone, "Honor to Shibli Bagarag and barbers! Shave unto Shagpat and his fellows!" Upon that the king cried, "Enough, O talking tackle! I will forestall the coming thing. I will be shaved, wullahy, that will I." Then the hawk whispered to Shibli Bagarag, "Forward and shear him." So he stepped forth and seized the tackle, and addressed himself keenly to the shaving of the King of Oolb, lathering him and performing his task with perfect skill. And the courtiers crowded to follow the example of the king, and Shibli Bagarag shaved them, all of them. Now when they were shaved, fear smote them, the fear of ridicule, and each laughed at the change that was in the other. But the king cried, "See that order is issued for the people of Oolb to be as we before tomorrow's sun. So is laughter taken in reverse." And the king said aside to Shibli Bagarag, "Say now, what may be thy price for yonder hawk?" And the hawk bade him say, "The loan of thy cockle shell." The king mused and said, "That is much to ask, for it is that which beareth the princess my daughter to the lily of the enchanted sea, which she nourisheth. And if 'tis harmed, she will be stricken with ugliness, as was the daughter of the Vizier Feshnavat, who tended it before her. Yet is this hawk a bird of price. What be its qualities besides the gift of speech?" Shibli Bagarag answered, "To counsel in extremity, to forewarn, to counteract enchantments and foul magic." Upon that the king said, "Follow me." And the king led the way from the hall, through many spacious chambers, fair with mirrors, and silks, and precious woods, and smooth marble floors, down into a vault lit by a lamp that was shaped like an eye. Round the vault were hung helm pieces, and swords, and rich studded housings, and there were silken dresses, and costly shawls, and tall vases and jars of china, tapestries, and gold services. And the king said, "Take thy choice of these in exchange for the hawk." But Shibli Bagarag said, "Naught save a loan of the cockle shell, king." Then the king threatened him, saying, "There is a virtue in each of the things thou seest. The china jar is brimmed with wine, and remaineth so though 1,000 drink of it. The dress of Samarcand rendereth the wearer invisible, yet thou refusest to exchange them for thy hawk?" And the king swore by the beard of his father he would seize perforce the hawk, and shut up Shibli Bagarag in the vault, if he fell not into his bargain. Shibli Bagarag was advised by the hawk to accept the china jar and the dress of Samarcand, and handed the hawk to the king in exchange for these things. So the king took the hawk upon his wrist, and departed with it to the apartments of his daughter, and Shibli Bagarag went to the chamber prepared for him in the palace. Now was it night. Shibli Bagarag heard a noise at his lattice, and he arose and peered through it, and lo! the hawk was fluttering without. So he let it in and caressed it, and the hawk bade him put on his silken dress, and carry forth his china jar, and go the round of the palace, and offer drink to the sentinels and the slaves. So he did as the hawk directed, and the sentinels and slaves were aware of a china jar brimmed with wine that was lifted to their lips, but him that lifted it they saw not. Surely they drank deep of the draught of astonishment. Then the hawk flew before him, and he followed it to a chamber lit with golden lamps, gorgeously hung, and full of a dusky splendor, and the faint sparkle of gems, ruby, amethyst, topaz, and beryl. In it there was the hush of sleep, and the heart of Shibli Bagarag told him that one beautiful was near. So he approached on tiptoe a couch of blue silk, bordered with gold wire, and inwoven with stars of blue turquoise stones, as it had been the heavens of midnight. On the couch lay one, a woman, pure in loveliness, the dark fringes of her closed lids like living flashes of darkness, her mouth like an unstrung bow, and as a double rosebud, even as 2 isles of coral, between which and the clear transparent watery beds the pearls shine freshly. And the hawk said to Shibli Bagarag, "This is the Princess Gorilka, the daughter of the King of Oolb, a sorceress, the guardian of the lily of the enchanted sea. Beneath her pillow is the cockle shell. Grasp it, but gaze not upon her." He approached and slid his arm beneath the pillow of the princess, and grasped the cockle shell. But ere he drew it forth he gazed upon her, and the lustre of her countenance transfixed him as with a javelin, so that he could not stir nor move his eyes from the contemplation of her sweetness of feature. The hawk darted at him fiercely, and pecked at him to draw his attention from her, and he stepped back, yet he continued taking fatal draughts from the magic cup of her beauty. Then the hawk screamed a loud scream of anguish, and the princess awoke, and started half way from the couch, and stared about her, and saw the bird in agitation. As she looked at the bird a shudder passed over her, and she snatched a veil and drew it over her face, murmuring, "I dream, or I am under the eye of a man." Then she felt beneath the pillow, and knew that the cockle shell had been touched, and in a moment she leapt from her couch, and ran to a mirror, and saw herself as she was, a full moon made to snare the wariest, and sit singly high on a throne in the hearts of men. At the sight of her beauty she smiled, and seemed at peace, murmuring still, "I am under the eye of a man, or I dream." Now while she so murmured, she arrayed herself, and took the cockle shell, and passed through the ante-room among her women sleeping. And Shibli Bagarag tracked her till she came to the vault, and she entered it, and walked to the corner from which had hung the dress of Samarcand. When she saw it gone, her face waxed pale, and she gazed slowly at all points, muttering, "There is no further doubt but that I am under the eye of a man." Thereupon she ran hastily from the vault, and passed between the sentinels of the palace, and saw them where they lay drowsy with intoxication. So she knew that the china jar and the dress of Samarcand had been used that night, and for no purpose friendly to her wishes. Then she passed down the palace steps, and through the gates of the palace and the city, till she came to the shore of the sea. There she launched the cockle shell, and took the wind in her garments, and sat in it, filling it to overflowing, yet it floated, and Shibli Bagarag waded to the cockle shell, and took hold of it, and was drawn along by its motion swiftly through the waters, so that a foam swept after him, and Goorelka marked the foam. Now they had passage over the billows smoothly, and soon the length of the sea was darkened with two high rocks, and between them there was a narrow channel of the sea, roughened with moonlight. So they sped between the rocks, and came upon a purple sea, dark blue overhead, with large stars leaning to the waves. There was a soft whisperingness in the breath of the breezes that swung there, and many sails of charmed ships were seen in momentary gleams, flapping the mast idly far away. Warm as new milk from the full udders were the waters of that sea, and figures of fair women stretched lengthwise with the current, and lifted head as they rushed rolling by. Truly it was enchanted even to the very bed. End of chapter 9.
Section 14 of The Shaving of Shagpat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle. The Shaving of Shagpat by George Meredith. Chapter 10. The Lily of the Enchanted Sea. Now, after the cockle shell had skimmed calmly a while, it began to pitch and grew unquiet, and came upon a surging foam, pale, and with scintillating bubbles. The surges increased in volume, and boiled, hissing as with anger, like savage animals. Presently the cockle shell rose upon one very lofty swell, and Shibli Bagarag lost hold of it, and lo! it was overturned and engulfed in the descent of the great mountain of water, and the Princess Goorelka was immersed in the depths. She would have sunk, but Shibli Bagarag caught hold of her, and supported her to the shore by the strength of his arm. The shore was one of sand and shells, their wet cheeks sparkling in the moonlight. Over it hung a promontory, a huge jut of black rock. Now the princess, when she landed, seeing not him that supported her, delayed not to run beneath the rock, and ascended by steps cut from the base of the rock, and Shibli Bagarag followed her by winding paths around the rock till she came to the highest peak, commanding the circle of the enchanted sea, and glimpses of enthralled vessels, and mariners bewitched on board. Long paths of starlight rippled into the distant gloom, and the reflection of the moon opposite was a wide nuptial sheet of silver on the waters. Islands green and white, with soft music floating from their foliage. sailed slowly to and fro. Surely to dwell reclining among the slopes of those islands a man would forfeit paradise. Now the princess, as she stood upon the peak, knew she was not alone, and pretended to slip from her footing, and Shibli Bagarag called out to and ran to her, but she turned in the direction of his voice and laughed, and he knew he was outwitted. Then, to deceive her, he dropped from a vial 20 drops round her on the rock, and those 20 drops became 20 voices, so that she was bewildered with their calls, and stopped her ears, and ran from them, and descended from the eminence nimbly, slipping over the ledges and leaping the abysses. And Shibli Bagarag followed her, clutching at the trailers and tearing them with him, letting loose a torrent of stones and earth, till on a sudden they stood together above a green swarded basin of the rock opening to the sea, and in the middle of the basin, lo, in stature like a maiden of the mountains, one that droopeth her head pensively, thinking of her absent lover, the enchanted Lily. Wonder knocked at the breast of Shibli Bagarag when he saw that queenly flower waving its illumined head to the breeze. He could not retain a cry of rapture. As he did this, the princess stretched her hand to where he was, and groped a moment, and caught him by the silken dress, and tore in it a great rent. And by the rent he stood revealed to her. Then said she, O youth, thou hast done ill to follow me here, and the danger of it is past computing. Surely the motive was a deep one, naught other than the love of me. She spoke winningly, sweet words to a luted voice, and the youth fell upon his knees before her, smitten by her beauty. And he said, I followed thee here, as I would follow such loveliness to the gates of doom, O Princess of Oolb. She smiled, and said playfully, I will read by thy hand whether thou be one faithful in love. She took his hand, and sprinkled on it earth and gravel, and commenced scanning it curiously. As she scanned it, her forehead wrinkled up, and a shot like black lightning travelled across her countenance, withering its beauty. She cried in a forced voice, Aha! It is well, O youth, for thee and for me, that thou lovest me, and art faithful in love. The look of the Princess of Oolb and her voice affrighted the soul of Shibli Bagarag, and he would have turned from her, but she held him, and went to the lily, and emptied into the palm of her hand the dew that was in the lily, and raised it to the lips of Shibli Bagarag, bidding him drink as a pledge for her sake and her love, and to appease his thirst. As he was about to drink, there fell into the palm of the princess from above what seemed like a bolt of storm scattering the dew, and after he had blinked with the suddenness of the action, he looked and beheld the hawk, its red eyes inflamed with wrath. And the hawk screamed into the ear of Shibli Bagarag, Pluck up the lily ere it is too late, O fool! The dew is poison! Pluck it up by the root with thy right hand! So thereat he strode to the lily, and grasped it, and pulled with his strength, and the lily was loosened. It yielded, and came forth streaming with blood from the bulb of the root. Surely the bulb of the root was a palpitating heart, yet warm, even as we have within our bosoms. Now from the terror of that sight the princess hid her eyes, and shrank away, and the lines of malice, avarice, and envy seemed aging her at every breath. Then the hawk pecked at her 3 pecks, and perched on the corner of a rock, and called shrilly the name Karaz, and the genie Karaz came slanting down the night air like a praying bird, and stood among them. So the hawk cried, See, O Karaz, the freshness of thy Princess of Oolb! And the genie regarded her till loathing curled his lip, for she grew in ghastliness to the color of a frog, and a frog's face was hers, a camel's back, a pelican's throat, the legs of a peacock. Then the hawk cried, Is this how ye meet, ye lovers, ye that will be wedded? And the hawk made his tongue as a thorn to them. At the last it exclaimed, Now let us fight our battle, Karaz. But the genie said, Nay, there will come a time for that, traitress. And the hawk cried, Thou delayest till the file of Bedouin, the hairs of Ganavan, and this lily, my 3 helps are expended, thinking Aklis, for which we bought her, striketh but a single blow? That is well. Go then and take thy princess, and obtain permission of the king of Oolb, her father, to wed her, O Karaz. The hawk whistled with laughter, and the genie was stung with its mockeries, and clutched the Princess of Oolb in a bunch, and rose from the ground with her, slanting up the night air like fire, till he was seen high above, even as an angry star reddening the seas beneath. When he was lost to the eye, Shibli Bagarag drew a long breath, and cried aloud, "The likeness of that Princess of Oolb, in her ugliness to Noorna, my betrothed, is a thing marvellous, if it be not she herself." And he reflected, "Yet she seemed not to recognize me and claim me," and thought, "I am bound to her by gratitude, and I should have rescued her from Karaz, but I know not if it be she. Well, I am bewildered. I will ask counsel of the hawk." He took to the corner of the rock where the hawk had perched, but the hawk was gone, and as he searched for it, his eyes fell upon the bed of earth where the lily stood ere he plucked it, and lo, in the place of the lily there was a damsel dressed in white shining silks, fairer than the enchanted flower, straighter than the stalk of it, her head slightly drooping, like the moon on a border of the night, her bosom like the swell of the sea in moonlight, her eyes dark under a low arch of darker lashes, like stars on the skirts of storm, and she was the very dream of loveliness, formed to freeze with awe and to inflame with passion. So Shibli Bagarag gazed at her with adoration, his hand stretched halfway to her, as if to clasp her, fearing she was a vision, and would fade, and the damsel smiled a sweet smile, and lifted her antelope eyes, and said, "Who am I, and to whom might I be likened, O youth?" And he answered, "Who thou art, O young perfection, I know not, if not a houri of paradise, but thou art like the Princess of Oolb, yet lovelier, oh lovelier, and thy voice is the voice of Noorna, my betrothed, yet purer, sweeter, younger." So the damsel laughed a laugh like a sudden sweeping of wild chords of music, and said, "O youth, sawest thou not the scent of Noorna, thy betrothed, gathered in a bunch by Karaz?" And he answered, "I saw her, but I knew not, O damsel of beauty. Surely I was bewildered, amazed, without power to contend with the genie." Then she said, "Wouldst thou release her? So kiss me on the lips, on the eyes, and on the forehead, 3 kisses each time, and with the first say, By the well of Paravid, and with the second, By the Straith of Garavan, and with the third, By the lily of the sea." Now the heart of the youth bounded at her words, and he went to her, and trembling kissed her all bashfully on the lips, on the eyes, and on the forehead, saying each time as she directed. And she took him by the hand, and stepped from the bed of earth, crying joyfully, "Thanks be to Allah and the Prophet! Noorna is released from the sorceries that held her, and powerful." So while he was wondering, she said, "Knowest thou not the woman thy betrothed?" He answered, "O damsel of beauty, I am charged with many feelings. Doubts and hopes are mixed in me. Say first who thou art, and fill my 2 ears with bliss." And she said, "I will leave my name to the lips. Surely I am the daughter of the Vizier Feshnavat, betrothed to a wandering youth, a barber, who sickened at the betrothal, and consoled himself with a proverb when he gave me the kiss of contract, and knew not how with truth to pay me a compliment." Now Shibli Bagarag saw this was indeed Noorna bin Noorka, his betrothed, and he fell before her in love and astonishment. But she lifted him to her neck, and embraced him, saying, "Said I not truly when I said, I am that I shall be? My youth is not as that of Bhanavar, beautiful, gained at another's cost, but my own, and stolen from me by wicked sorceries." And he cried, "Tell me, O Noorna, my betrothed, how this matter came to pass." She said, "On our way to Aklis." She bade him grasp the lily and follow her, and he followed her down the rock and over the bright shells upon the sand, admiring her stateliness, her willowy lightness, her slimness as of the palm tree. Then she waded in the water, and began to strike out with her arms, and swim boldly. He likewise, and presently they came to a current that hurried them off in its course, and carried them as weeds, streaming rapidly. He was bearing witness to his faith as a man that has lost hope of life, when a strong eddy stayed him, and whirled him from the current into the calm water. So he looked for Noorna, and saw her safe beside him, flinging back the wet tresses from her face, that was like the full moon glowing radiant behind a dispersing cloud. And she said, "Ask not for the interpretation of wonders in the sea, for they cluster like dates on a date branch. Surely to be with me is enough." And she bewitched him in the midst of the waters, making him oblivious of all save her, so that he hugged the golden net of her smiles and fair flatteries. and swam with an exulting stroke, giving his breast broadly to the low billows, and shouting verses of love and delight to her. And while they swam sweetly, behold, there was a pearly shell of flashing crimson, amethyst, and emerald that came scudding over the waves toward them, raised to the wind, fan-shaped, and in its front 2 silver seats. When she saw it, Norna cried, "She has sent me this, a wrapped scarf. Perchance is she favourable to my wishes, and this were well." Then she swayed in the water sideways and drew the shell to her, and the twain climbed into it, and sat each on one of the silver seats folded together. In its lightness it was like a foam bubble before the wind on the blue water, and bore them onward airily. At his feet Shibli Bagarag beheld a stool of carved topaz, and above his head the arch of the shell was inlaid with wreaths of gems. Never was a vessel fairer than that. And while they were speeding over the water, Norna said, "At the end of this fair sea is Aklis, and beyond it is the Cush. So while the wind is our helmsman, and we go circled by the quiet of this sea, I'll tell thee of myself, if thou carest to hear." And he cried with the ardour of love, "Surely I would hear of naught save thyself, Norna, and the music of the happy garden compareth not in sweetness with it. I long for the freshness of thy voice, as the desert camel for the green spring, O my betrothed." So she said, "And now give ear to the following." End of chapter 10. Section 15 of The Shaving of Shagpat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle. The Shaving of Shagpat by George Meredith. Chapter 11. And this is the story of Norna bin Norka, the Genie Karaz, and the Princess of Oolb. Part 1. Know that when I was a babe, I lay on my mother's bosom in the wilderness, and it was the bosom of death. Surely I slept and smiled, and dreamed the infant's dream, and knew not the coldness of the thing I touched. So were we even as 2 dead creatures lying there. Life was in me, and I awoke with hunger at the time of feeding, and turned to my mother, and put up my little mouth to her for nourishment, and sucked her, but nothing came. I cried, and commenced chiding her, and after a while it was decreed that certain horsemen of a troop passing through the wilderness beheld me, and seeing my distress and the helpless being I was, their hearts were stirred, and they were mindful of what the poet says concerning succor given to the poor, helpless, and innocent of this world, and took me up, and mixed for me camel's milk and water from the bag, and comforted me, and bore me with them after they had paid funeral rites to the body of my mother. Now the rosebud showeth if the rose tree be of the wilds or of the garden. And the chief of that troop, seeing me born to the uses of gentleness, carried me in his arms with him to his wife, and persuaded her that was childless to make me the child of their adoption. So I abode with them during the period of infancy and childhood, caressed and cared for, as is said, the flower a stranger's hand may gather strikes root into the stranger's breast. Affection is our mother, father, friend, and of cherishers the best. And I loved them as their own child, witting not but that I was their child, till on a day when I played among some children of my years, the daughter of the King of Oolb passed by us on a mule, with her slaves and drawn swords, and called to me, "Thou little castaway!" and had me brought to her, and peered upon my face in a manner that frightened me, for I was young. Then she put me down from the neck of her mule where she had seated me, saying, "Child of a dead mother and a runaway father, what need I fear from thy like, and the dreams of a lovesick genie?" So she parted, but I forgot not her words, and dwelt upon them, and grew fevered with them, and drooped. Now, when he saw my bloom of health gone, heaviness on my feet, the light hollowed from my eyes, my benefactor Ravaloke, he that I thought my father, took me between his knees, and asked me what it was, and the cause of my ailing, and I told him. Then said he, "This is so, thou art not my child, but I love thee as mine, O my little desert flower. And why the princess should fancy fear of thee I like not to think, but fear thou her, for she is a mask of wiles and a vine trailing over pitfalls. Such a sorceress the world knoweth not as Goorelka of Oolb." Now I was penetrated by what he said, and ceased to be a companion to them that love childish games and romps, and meditated by myself in gardens and closets, feigning sleep, when the elder ones discoursed that I might learn something of this mystery, and all that was spoken perplexed me more, as the sage declareth, who in a labyrinth wandereth without clue, more that he wandereth doth he undo. Though I was quick as a quick-eyed falcon, I discovered naught, flying ever at the false game, a follower of misleading beams, a cheated soul, the mock of dreams. At times I thought it was the King of all was my father, and plotted to come in his path, and there were kings and princes of far countries who I sought to encounter, that they might claim me, but none claimed me. O my betrothed, few gave me love besides Ravaloke, and when the wife that he cherished died, he solely, for I was lost in waywardness, and the slave of moody imaginings. 'Tis said, if thou the love of the world for thyself wouldst gain, mould thy breast like the world to become, for it's like the world loveth best. And this was not I then. Now the sons and daughters of men are used to celebrate the days of their birth with gifts and rejoicings, but I could only celebrate that day which delivered me from the death into the hands of Ravaloke, as none knew my birth hour. And when it was the 12th return of this event, Ravaloke, my heart's father, called me to him, and pressed in my hand a glittering coin, telling me to buy with it in the bazaars what I would. So I went forth, attended by a black slave, after the mid-noon, for I was eager to expend my store, and cared not for the great heat. Scarcely had we passed the cheese market, and were hurrying on to shops of the goldsmiths and jewellers, when I saw an old man, a beggar, in a dirty yellow turban, and pieced particoloured cloth stuff, and linen and rags in his other gear. So lean was he, and looked so weak, that I wondered he did not other than lay his length on the ground. And as he asked me for alms, his voice had a piteousness that made me to weep, and I punished my slave for seeking to drive him away, and gave him my one piece of gold into his hand. Then he asked me what I required of him in exchange, and I said, What can a poor man that is a beggar give? He laughed, and asked me then what I had intended to buy with that piece of money. So beginning to regret the power that was gone from me of commanding with my gold piece this and that fine thing, I mused, and said, Truly a blue dress embroidered with gold, and a gold crown, and gold bracelets set with turquoise stones, these and toys. Or could I buy in this city a book of magic? That were my purchase. The old fellow smiled, and said to my black slave, And thou, hadst thou this coin, what were thy purchase therewith? He, scoffing the old beggar, answered, A plaster for sores as broad as my back, and a camel's hump, thou old villain. The old man grunted in his chest, and said, Thou art but a camel thyself, to hinder a true Mussulman from passing in peace down a street of Olb. So 'twere a good purchase, and a fitting. Knowest thou what is said of the blessing given by them that receiveth a charity? 'Tis the fertilizing dew that streameth after the sun, strong as the breath of Allah to bless life well begun. So is my blessing on this little damsel. She shall have her wealth. Wallahi, thou black face, thou and thine. This spake the old man, and hobbled off while my slave was jeering him. So I strolled through the bazaars, and thought no more of the old man's words, and longed to purchase 100 fineries, and came to the confectioner's, and smelt the smell of his musk-scented sweetmeats, and lemon sweets, and sugared pistachios that are delicious to crunch between the teeth. My mouth watered, and I said to my slave, O Cobdrab, a coin, though 'twere small, would give us privilege in yonder shop to select and feast, and improve the skill of the confectioner. He grinned, and displayed in his black fist the petty coin of exchange, but would not let me have it till I had sworn to give no more away to beggars. So even as we were hurrying into the shop, another old beggar, wretcheder than the first, fronted me, and I was moved, and forgot my promise to Kabdrab, and gave him the money. Then was Kabdrab wroth, and kicked the old beggar with his forefoot, lifting him high into the air, and lo! he did not alight, but rose over the roofs of the houses, and beyond the city, till he was but a speck in the blue of the sky above. So Kabdrab bit his forefinger amazed, and glanced at his foot, and at what was visible of the old beggarman, and again at his foot, thinking but of what he had done with it, and the might manifested in that kick. Fool that he was! All the way homeward he kept scanning the sky, and lifting his foot aloft, and I saw him bewildered with a strange conceit, as the poet has exclaimed in his scorn, O world diseased, O race empirical, where fools are the fathers of every miracle. Now when I was in my bedchamber, What saw I there but a dress of very costly blue raiment, with gold work broidery, and a lovely circlet of gold, and gold bracelets set with stones of turquoise, and a basket of gold woven wire, wherein were toys, wondrous ones, soldiers that cut off each other's heads and put them on again, springing antelopes, palm trees that turned into fountains, and others, and lo! a book in red binding with figures on it, and clasps of gold, a great book. So I clapped my hands joyfully, crying, "The old beggar has done it!" and robed myself in the dress, and ran forth to tell Ravaloke. As I ran by a window looking on the inner court, I saw below a crowd of all the slaves of Ravaloke round one that was seeking to escape from them, and 'twas Kadrab, with a camel's hump on his back, and a broad brown plaster over it, the wretch howling, peering across his shoulder, and trying to bolt from his burden, as a horse would run from his rider. Then I saw that Kadrab also had his wish, his camel's hump, and thought, the old beggar, what was he but a genie? Surely Ravaloke caressed me when he heard of the adventure, and what had befallen Kadrab was the jest of the city. But for me, I spared little time away from that book, and studied in it incessantly the ways and windings of magic, till I could hold communion with genii, and wield charms to summon them, and utter spells that subdue them, discovering the haunts of talismans that enthrall Afrites, and are powerful among men. There was that Kadrab coming to me daily to call out of the air for the old beggarman, to rid him of his hump, and he would waste hours looking up into the sky moodily for him, and cursing the 5 toes of his foot, for he doubted not the 2 beggars were one, and that he was punished for the kick, and lamented it direly, saying in the thick of his whimperings, I'd give the foot that did it to be released from my hump, O my fair mistress. So I pitied him, and made a power and a spell, and my first experiment in magic was to relieve Kadrab of his hump, and I succeeded in loosening it, and it came away from him, and sank into the ground of the garden where we stood. So I told Kadrab to say nothing of this, but the idle pated fellow blabbed it over the city, and it came to the ears of Goorelka. Then she sent for me to visit her, and by the advice of Ravaloke I went, and she fondled me, and sought to get at the depth of my knowledge by a spell that tieth every faculty save the tongue, and it is the spell of vain longing. Now because I baffled her arts she knew me more cunning than I seemed, and as night advanced she affected to be possessed with pleasure in me, and took me in her arms and sought to fascinate me, and I heard her mutter once, Shall I doubt the warning of Karaz? So presently she came and said, Come with me, and I went with her under the curtain of that apartment to another, a long saloon, wherein were couches round a fountain, and beyond it an aviary lit with lamps. When we were there she whistled, and immediately there was a concert of birds, a wondrous accord of exquisite piping, and she leaned on a couch and took me by her to listen. Sweet and passionate was the harmony of the birds, but I let not my faculties lull, and observed that round the throat of every bird was a ringed mark of gold, and stamps of divers gems similar in colour to a ring on the finger of her right hand, which she dazzled my sight with as she flashed it. When we had listened a long hour to this music, the princess gazed on me as if to mark the effect of a charm, and I saw disappointment on her lovely face, and she bit her lip and looked spiteful, saying, Thou art fair gone in the use of magic, and weary, old girl. And she laughed unnaturally, and called slaves to bring in sweet drinks to us, and I drank with her, and became less wary. And she fondled me more, calling me tender names, heaping endearments on me. And as the hour of the middle night approached, I was losing all suspicion in deep languor, and sighed at the song of the birds, the long love songs, and dozed awake with eyes half shut. I felt her steal from me, and continued still motionless without alarm. So I was mastered. What hour it was, or what time had passed, I cannot say, when a bird that was chained on a perch before me, a very quaint bird, with a top knot awry, and black heavy bill, and ragged gorgeousness of plumage, the only object between my lids and darkness, suddenly in the midst of the singing let loose a hoarse laugh that was followed by peals of laughter from the other birds. Thereat I started up, and beheld the princess standing over a brazier, and she seized a slipper from her foot, and flung it at the bird that had first laughed, and struck him off his perch, and went to him and seized him and shook him, crying, Dare to laugh again! He kept clearing his throat and trying to catch the tune he had lost, pitching a high note and a low note, but the marvel of this laughter of the bird wakened me thoroughly, and I thanked the bird in my soul, and I said to Goorelka, More wondrous than their singing, this laughter, O princess. She would not speak till she had beaten every bird in the aviary, and then said, in the words of the poet, "Shall they that deal in magic batch decrees of wonder? From the bosom of one cloud comes the lightning and the thunder." And then said she, "O Norna, I tell thee truly my intent, which was to enchant thee; but I find thee wise, so let us join our powers, and thou shalt become mighty as the sorceress." Now Ravaloke had said to me, "Her friendship is fire, her enmity frost, so be cold to the former, and to the latter hot." And I dissembled and replied, "Teach me, O princess." So she asked me what I could do. Could I plant a mountain in the sea and people it? Could I anchor a purple cloud under the sun, and live there a year with them I delighted in? Could I fix the eyes of the world upon one head, and make the nations bow to it? Change men to birds, fishes to men, and so on, 100 sorceries that I had never attempted, and dreamed not of, my betrothed. I had never offended Allah by misuse of my powers. When I told her, she cried, "Thou art then of a surety she that's fitted for the custody of the Lily of Light, so come with me." Now I had heard of the Lily, even this thou holdest, may its influence be unwithering, and desired to see it; so she led me from the palace to the shores of the sea, and flung a cockle shell on the waters, and seated herself in it with me in her lap, and we scudded over the waters, and entered this enchanted sea, and stood by the Lily. Then I that love flowers undertook the custody of this one, knowing not the consequences and depths of her wiles. 'Tis truly said, the overwise themselves hoodwink, for simple eyesight is a modest thing. They on the black abason brink smile, but when they fall bitterly think, what difference twixt the fool and me, creation's king? Nevertheless, for a while nothing evil resulted, and I had great joy in the flower, and tended it with exceeding watchfulness, and loved it, so I was brought in my heart to thank the princess and think well of her. Chapter 12.